All right. Good morning, everyone. It being 9:02, I will call to order the County of Placer Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, August 15, 2017. We will begin this morning with the flag salute led by County Counsel Gerald Carden. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much, Jerry. We're now going to move to our consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved on a single roll call vote, although anyone may ask to address consent items prior to the board taking action, and any item may be moved for discussion. Are there any members of the board who would like to pull any item for discussion today? Jerry, your light is on.
I can just wanted to add the Supervisor we can do it.
Item 13. Okay, I'm like, what? Am I hearing that music in my head, or is that real? Okay, and is there any member of the public that would like to pull any item from consent today? Okay, seeing none, what was the pleasure of the board on the balance of the consent agenda other than item 13? Second. We have a motion and a second. This is a roll call.
Duran? Yes. Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Euler? Montgomery?
Yes. All right, item number 13. Supervisor Duran?
Yes. Do we have somebody who can talk about item 13? That's the forensic item.
We do.
We have the DA.
Great.
I was actually told that's going to be on at 1, and I have my team coming at 1.
Oh no, this is a consent item.
Consent item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I was unaware of what was on. Okay. Excuse me.
Yeah. So this is just item 13. Are you looking at A and B or just
No,
A?
just A.
Just A. Okay. This is the forensic alcohol testing, toxicological drug, and solid doses analysis and reimbursement of a criminalist amended agreement with the California Department of Justice. We're being asked to approve the 6th amendment with the California Department of Justice for a 1-year extension for forensic alcohol testing, toxicological drug and solid dose analysis, and reimbursement of a criminalist for the period of July 1, 2017 through June 30, 2018 in the amount of $116,364, and we're being asked to authorize the district attorney to execute the contract and other required documents, and the funding is included in the department's fiscal year 2017-18 budget.
Correct. This is a renewal of our 2010 contract with the Department of Justice as we migrated from Valley Toxicology to the Department of Justice. It's an ongoing, it's a yearly basis. It's something that we've done every year since then, and looking forward to continuing that relationship through the upcoming year.
So the only reason that I pulled this is that, and we talked about this as far as the DA's office perceptionally being kind of like a black box sometimes. I just kind of wanted to daylight a little bit that we have personnel that are actually running the testing. Is that what this is?
So that's what it's designed for. Yes, it's designed to hopefully give Placer County a little bit of a heads up as far as a leg up as far as getting our work done down there. We have seen improvements. It's still not where we want it to be, obviously, or we wouldn't be coming before you with this afternoon's a model. But yes, it is. We're working on it.
But putting the crime lab aside for just a second, are there other opportunities to explore additional personnel that would put us in a better position to get our work done?
If things change at the state, I've always got an open mind towards moving that direction. I would say that we have not been pleased necessarily with the direction and the prioritization that it's gotten us so far, for lack of a better word.
That's fair.
Of course, the state's gone through some difficult budgetary times, and we recognize that, and their workload is immense. But I would say that we always have an open mind towards that, but currently, under the current environment, I don't think that it would be fruitful.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Any other questions from any member of the board on this? So I do have one question. If you indicated that we haven't been really particularly pleased with the results, why would we move forward with the renewal of the contract if we're not pleased?
They're the only game in town.
Okay, all right. All right, any other questions or comments from any member of the board? Any member of the public? Okay, seeing none, pleasure of the board. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Sorry for the surprise. Okay, we are now going to move to public comment. This is the time at which anyone may address the board on items not on today's agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, since time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up again at the end of regular session. And also please understand that the board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. Welcome. Please come forward.
Good morning, board. Again, my name is Betsy Bender. I live in North Auburn in Saddleback. Haven't talked to you for a while and felt the obligation this morning to come and share that myself, as well as several others, but I can only speak for myself, continue to be extremely concerned with the transient issues that are going on all over our area. So it seems that, and let me just preface it by saying, we know the sheriffs are doing a great job, no issues with POP whatsoever. Can't even imagine what it would be like if they weren't here doing what they're doing. But we see that the transients are, it appears that the transients are kind of moving further and further out and more, and maybe a little less available and controlled. In addition to that, we're seeing that businesses don't have the security available, which is a business issue, but just want to bring it to your attention, the security available that is now needed at the major stores in our area, and people are starting to not shop there and go down the hill more than ever. One particular specific, well, another general observation is that I personally am seeing, and I know others are, transients sleeping in our semi-fast food restaurants and fast food. It's quite often that we see them laying on the benches, smelling disgusting, using the bathrooms, and this is something we talked about a year or more ago, and I want to just bring it to your attention that it's still here and it's getting worse. When POP is called, they respond, the people are moved on, but they're being shuffled, and I know that our sheriff's hands are tied in how much they can actually do as far as citing, booking, releasing, whatever. There's certain, restrictions in place, but they're out there, and they're out there as much as they were a year ago when you had 100 people in line. Well, at that point it was a shelter issue. Now it's just, more so a community issue. One very specific thing that I want to bring to your attention, and I'm surprised it didn't make the paper, or maybe it did and I missed it. I brought it up at the MAC meeting last week. It happened Monday night before MAC, is O'Brien's Child Care, which used to be located here in DeWitt, never had any issues with homeless before. As part of the Costco relocation, they were moved over behind Beach Hut Deli on 49 and Dry Creek. Are you aware, have you guys heard what the issue is over there? Just curious. Okay, so they found a homeless encampment on the roof of O'Brien's Child Care. Pop was called. Can I please finish? Yeah. Thank you. Pop was called. They came out. They cleaned it out. Mattresses, needles, cooking supplies in the rafters above the daycare, and they climb up the infant stairs. There's a separate room that they use for infant. It wasn't an ideal situation that they were placed in, but they climb up the roof through the infant stairs and then jump the fence and had created this outrageous home for themselves right on top of one of the best daycares in Auburn. So I won't beat that to death, but very concerned that they're out that far and doing that sort of activity that far. The second item, please, if I can continue. I'll wrap it up. But the second item is we ask that when the VOA contract comes up for renewal, on public record, we would like to ask that you put that out to bid for several agencies to be able to bid on it. Please do not just renew the VOA contract. Let's see what other agencies might be available and what they have to offer to Auburn. My other suggestion is, since I visited the Gathering Inn, would be to look at that model again before it goes out to bid and decide on what model we want to bid on, and make wise choices versus just putting the same contract out to bid again and seeing who is available or who isn't available. Thank you very much for your time and extra time.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Shelby Mulford. Thank you for loving me, even though I'm a piece of trash. I have seen so much that Volunteers of America over the past several months reach out to our community. I understand what she says, and that's because our resources up here are so good that we're getting people from other counties coming up now. I have seen people who have spent a lifetime of sticking needles in their arms and using drugs come to Volunteers of America and recreate their life and come together, who have taken jobs at McDonald's and Chipotle and extracurricular. They are reaching out to try to keep themselves active in the community and engaged in life without Social Security. Volunteers of America, I see, has interlinked their services to create housing and to create jobs for the people who are inside the shelter. It's amazing, even though you don't know the intricate details that Volunteers of America do, but they reach out. They are trying to keep everyone consolidated as best as we can. And it's not that, please don't take that comment wrong. When I was in Nevada County, I wrote a little thing to the board there. It was called From Dorothy to Toto. And there really is no place like home. But we have a serious problem in California, and that's that low-income people are getting shut out of everything. UC Davis is now shutting them out of health care for continuing care and for preventative care. So I think it's important when we do approach these people that we do it with compassion and understanding. And we need to be able to create a wall or a barrier for our county to service and provide for Placer, Nevada, and those who are affiliated with Sacramento and further should be taken back to Sacramento and dealt in that county. I see, as a person who's come from losing everything, being able to gain, I see a lot of Sacramento people, they're coming up here because they see a great help, and our resources are amazing. We have an intricate umbrella. It's a huge umbrella of services. So just on behalf of the people who are coming up, that are leaving needles and who know that that's not only Placer County. We're dealing with people who are struggling from other counties who see a wonderful service that Placer County and Nevada County provides, and they just need the help also. So thank you for hearing my words. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelby.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do I need to lean in a little bit?
No, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. My name's Doug Cahill. I'm from South Auburn. I'm here to sort of share some information that I shared with City Council last month regarding issues specific to our city. But we sensed, by being involved in several Facebook pages, that these types of issues are sort of regional. And listening to Ms. Bender talk about what she's recognizing, I'd kind of like to share this with the board and excuse some of the verbiage because it is specific to the city of Auburn. We've had some growing transient issues. Chief Ruffcorn presented some information to the council a while ago that showed a significant spike in crimes where people had no address or the address was unknown. So I think generally the assumption is it's transient type crime, both criminal and civil. So firstly, I recognize the efforts of code enforcement and the Auburn Police Department as well as Public Works to clean up some of the issues we have specific to a trail that's over between Rite Aid and I think there's a little bank on the corner. It's called Auburn Ravine Trail. I think it was part of what was going to be a larger project, but for some reason died off. But we also recognize that those efforts, though that was the first go-to opportunity, typically enforcement is the first thing you look at because it's an easy fix right away. Right now, it's just becoming good money after bad because it's not solving anything in that particular area. I said social media now has several watchdog pages that are specifically focused on issues within our city about safety, about children, about infrastructure conditions, and what's going on with code enforcement and code compliance. Though the discussion has been significantly high in the area of transit issues, the overriding common theme of all the pages is the general decaying condition of both city and county in both common and publicly managed areas as well as private property. Many property owners no longer seem to feel that it's important to provide people who populate those shopping plazas, restaurants, etc., with a clean, safe, comfortable environment for the duration of the customer's visit. Public areas such as sidewalks, rights-of-ways, city, county-owned parks are in a state of abandonment or lack regular maintenance. There's no public landscaping to speak of outside of the downtown 2 blocks of Auburn. Directional signs are faded or covered by vegetation, roads go unpaved, sidewalks are in disrepair, and have foot-high weeds, not on the sides of the sidewalks, but in the middle of the sidewalks. And both private and public areas are seemingly becoming less safe. And safety is a relative term to people, I think, depending on your situation. So that's kind of a sliding scale. We seem to see a growing area of more blighted areas now than areas that thrive, at least within the city, and some extensions out into the county. The transient issues are collectively recognized as a subset of a lack of consistent, sustained, and the ability to improve the quality of our city by those, if you bear with me, I appreciate it, by those that own the land, run the businesses, and run the city and county. One comment, which was a little disconcerting, was if you lower the bar, we'll all follow it down. The more trailers we allow on the street to stay out there for 3 days, I'll put my trailer out there too, because they're not getting ticketed and towed. Several members of the social media pages are now considering publishing a no-go zone for both public and private areas, both in the city and county, and reviewing those areas with the Chamber of Commerce and the Auburn Journal. I urged the city council back then to take this matter up at a very new meeting and ask them to solicit the city manager and department directors for a short-term action plan. And I know Auburn's focused on an economic development activity that will hopefully improve some of the cost issues we're facing in Auburn right now. But I want to make sure they collectively come up with a set of community benefit criteria when they establish that, so that we're not just trying to pay the bills for the city, which we know they're huge and they're in arrears, but we make sure that the community has some benefit of that economic development as well. So that's what I shared. Thanks for your time. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Cahill. Any other public comment at this time? This is the opportunity for comment on any item not on today's agenda. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. We're going to move to board member and county executive reports. Anything from the county executive office today? Any board member reports? Supervisor Holmes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, Supervisor Montgomery and I were able to attend the re-entry banquet for all the parolees and the probationers that have passed, graduated. They've taken classes for life skills. Many of them have been trained in the in construction industry with learning skills such as welding, forklift driving, warehouse building, and it was very, very refreshing to see. I would say there's about 70 graduates, people that have actually made success stories from their recovery from addiction and into the mainstream of community life. This has been put forward by our probation department, and with the cooperation of the Sacramento County of Education. So it was very, very refreshing. Many times we sit here and deliberate over homeless problems and addiction and crime, but when you see something that actually works, it's really, really refreshing. I have asked county staff to have probation department bring forward in the next 2 or 3 meetings a update about what we saw there, so the rest of the board would be and the community be fully informed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Supervisor Holmes. That was a really, truly inspirational event. I'm going to take my time under board member reports today and not actually present a report, but it's my just extreme pleasure today to have 2 folks come in front of you. One is Nikki Sid from our district attorney's office, and the other is Julia Burrows, who many of you are familiar with. You may recall that I was in the first year cohort of the Women in Government Leadership Program, and Julia is here today to recognize Nikki, who is a member of this year's Women in Government Leadership Program, and identify some spectacular stuff about Nikki. So Julia, Nikki, welcome. And Nikki, for those who don't know, is a hometown girl. She's a Placer County girl. Grew up in Roseville, as I recall. And her parents are here somewhere today joining us. Hello, parents. Wonderful. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Julia.
Good morning, Chairwoman Montgomery and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Julia Burrows, and I'm the director of the Governing Institute. Part of our work is to publish Governing Magazine, which is a national publication covers state and local government. I'm here with my colleague Tricia Dugan, who's a national events director. And we started a Women in Government program 3 years ago. We honor 25 elected officials from across the country, actually 24 elected women from across the country, and 1 rising star is in each class. So Supervisor Montgomery was in the inaugural class. I was here 2 years ago to honor her. And in this year's class, every year we have a rising star. First year was an aide to Governor Hickenlooper in Colorado. Second year was an Eastern District Judge Clerk in Pennsylvania. Nikki's the first California rising star. And next year's will be a Deputy City Attorney from Nashville, Davidson County. So she joins us. We featured her in Governing. So 85,000 subscribers saw Nikki's profile. I'm sure her parents had a couple extra copies delivered home. The second piece is we bring them together for 3 in-person leadership retreats where we bring in fabulous speakers. Nikki has a sisterhood across the country, including one of Cuban descent. The Lieutenant Governor of Illinois, Evelyn Sanguinetti, has adopted Nikki now as Cuban sisters. And then the third thing is we ask them to pay it forward by mentoring other women to run for office, or in this case, perhaps a future judge. So Nikki, as Jennifer said, was valedictorian of Roseville High School. She was an academic superstar at USC undergrad and got her law degree at Pepperdine. And then the best part of all is she came home to serve in Placer counties. And Mom and Dad are shaking their heads. She came home to Placer County to serve with the DA, Scott Owens. She's currently doing misdemeanor and learning the ropes. She was a moot court and closing argument superstar at Pepperdine, too. So don't get in an argument with this young woman because she will win. And we are just thrilled that she was part of this cohort. She's poised, articulate, participated in every single discussion. Didn't matter who was in the room, she asked the right questions. And so on behalf of Governing and Jennifer, we want to present you with this certificate.
Thank you so much.
And on days when all the news is bad, all we have to do is think of Nikki, and we know there's a bright future for all of us in democracy.
Absolutely. And Nikki, if you wouldn't mind saying a few words and maybe just introduce yourself to the board a little bit beyond what we just heard.
I guess all I really have to say is that it's been an absolute joy and absolute privilege to be a part of this cohort of women. Elected office is not something that was really on the forefront of my mind. I was just worried about passing the bar and kind of learning the ropes as I go at the DA's office, which I've absolutely enjoyed. But it was just really refreshing to meet these 24 women personally and kind of hear their personal stories about, what led them to run for elected office, what led them to pursue a career that really makes a difference in their communities. That's something that really resonated with me. It's why I'm doing what I'm doing and why I came back to Placer County to do it. So it's a real honor to be in front of all of you today, and it was an honor to be a part of this group of women. So thank you.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And congratulations to Mom and Dad, Sid. It's you raised an amazing young woman. Okay, seeing no other board member reports, we are going to move to our first timed item, which is a 9:05 item. We're a little bit late on this one. This is a Public Works and Facilities item, looking at public recreation areas, a new fee schedule and fines, being presented today by Andy Fisher. Welcome. And thank you all for joining us to honor Nikki. We appreciate your time here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. A great story. We're here this morning for this item, which is to conduct a public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution amending the fee schedule for Placer County public recreation areas to designate additional facilities and associated reservation fees and establishing fines for violations of the reservation system. So, rules governing the Placer County the Placer County public recreation areas are found in Chapter 12 of the County Code. In Chapter 12, there specifies that changes to the fee schedule for reservable amenities be passed and adopted by resolution. The last time that we updated the fee schedule was in 2015, and today's hearing and resolution address new amenities that have come online since then and conditions that have arisen since that last update. And I want to run through those changes for you. The first is at Hidden Falls Regional Park. Staff is proposing a new fee for parking of $8 per day per vehicle or $4 per partial day to be implemented during peak usage times. I'll define peak usage times in a moment. So the reason for this, one of the big reasons, is we want another tool in our arsenal to address the overcrowding that's been happening at Hidden Falls since 2014, where we experienced some explosive growth in popularity, and unfortunately that's resulted in having to turn away cars, as many as 500 per day sometimes, people wanting to go to Hidden Falls. So since 2014, your board has adopted some good tools already that have helped the problem. No parking within the vicinity, cameras in the parking lot where you can look at it in real time, and we have now over 3,000 followers on social media who hear parking conditions in real time. So that's helped a lot, but not completely. We still have some overcrowding. So with that, we have a new automated reservation system that's going to serve all of the county reservable facilities, and that's going to go live in September, which gives us an opportunity now to collect this fee. It will provide a reservation web page linked to the county website and the different county park sites. We want to get people used to going to that site, looking at the online calendar before they drive out to Hidden Falls and find that there's no space for them, and secure a reservation, make sure that there's a place for them. We only want to implement this charge, however, during peak usage times, and we have a pretty good track record of when those are. It's not year-round. It's normally weekends and holidays, and it's during good weather. So some of the weekends when it's hot in the summer don't generally fill up. Midweek generally doesn't fill up, and some of the winter months don't fill up. We want to be able to adapt the calendar to those changes. That would be vested with the Director of Public Works and Facilities to be able to update that calendar as patterns change in peak usage times. But we don't want to burden people during times that there are that it generally doesn't overcrowd anyway. So we're only proposing to put on the calendar charges and reservations for those peak usage times that tend to overflow. We are proposing separate reservations, separate fees for automobiles and horse trailers. They both have places that each one of those park, and we don't want either one to leak into the other, so we'll be treating those separately. As I mentioned in the beginning, we're proposing also a $4 fee for partial day reservations. That wouldn't be any part of the day, but we know that even during the highest use times, about 2:30 in the afternoon, it starts to thin out and there's space in the parking lot. So we'd like to be able to use those shoulder times and offer some reduced rates for people who just want to go out early or late in the day, and that would be $4. These fees are not intended to be money makers per se. They will offset some of the cost of operations. including the rangers who guide the visitors and help people park out there. They'll continue to do that. At $8 and $4, the scheme being proposed today, we do expect to take in somewhat less than $30,000 a year, and that compares to about $70,000 a year that we're paying today for what we expect the system to cost and the rangers to do the patrol and the service out there for the parking. As a comparison, the Auburn State Rec Area managed by State Parks has implemented a $10 per day per vehicle use fee to use the Auburn State Rec Area. And I'll say parenthetically that through our Park and Trail Master Plan that we're working on right now, we are reviewing our entire fee structure against similar facilities and jurisdictions and our operating costs. At the end of that, we will come before your board again to review those findings on our fees compared to others, and if it looks like adjustments overall are appropriate, we'll make some recommendations then. And then back to Hidden Falls, we have had some ideas given to us. Will there be senior or veteran discounts? Will there be yearly passes? Will there be coupons? I think those are some great ideas, but today we're recommending that we start simple, we get used to the system, we work out bugs, and then return later for some of those more enhanced options for people to use the system. In addition to the fee for use, today's action also addresses fines for violation. So Chapter 1 of the Placer County Code specifies that infractions of the Public Recreation Ordinance are punishable by up to $500. Now, in the case of this parking, we feel like most of those infractions are going to be fairly minor, and we wanted to ask your board for some more specific direction to refine those costs in the case of parking at Hidden Falls. So we're recommending a fine of $25 for the first violation and $100 thereafter. The next change to the reservation list is Loomis Basin Community Park. On the north side, we have an existing very nice picnic area that's separated from the rest of the park by a bridge over Secret Ravine. Hosts about 50 people today. It's there for use today, but nobody can reserve it. It's not part of the reservation system. We want to add it to that reservation system, so if a group wants to come and have assurance of it being available for their use, they can do that. We would assign a fee of $50 per day, and that's consistent with all of our other group picnic and barbecue areas in Placer County's system. Next is Feist Park. Ronald L. Feist Park in Granite Bay has a batting cage that was built by the nonprofit Lakeside Little League in 2010. Sits between two baseball fields along their foul ball line. We're beginning to have problems with increased use of conflict between the ball field use and the batting cage use. Right now it's on first come, first serve basis. What we're recommending is that changes to specify that if you rent one of the fields, that you get the batting cage with it. So during the time that fields are in use, the batting cage goes with it. When fields are not in use, the batting cages still remain on a first-come, first-served basis. All of it's free. There's no additional cost for the batting cages, either reserved or not, just to manage the use of those batting cages down there. Finally, Bear River Campground. Currently, we reserve 2 group sites at Bear River Campground, and there are 23 individual sites that are available on a first-come, first-served walk-in basis. So today you go down, you put $10 in an envelope, you sign your name, and that's all there is to it. What we want to do is put those 23 individual sites on a reservation basis, the same electronic system that we'll be using for parking at Hidden Falls. And the reason for that, we want to ensure availability to visitors before they arrive. We want a more orderly user experience. And we also have some mischief going on down there. We know that's true. To keep track of who's coming and going, today the rule is you can stay there 7 consecutive days or 14 calendar days per year. We know that some folks switch between sites and there isn't a whole lot of accountability because there's not a whole lot of tracking. So we believe that this will add some tracking and won't eliminate problems down there, but it's going to be another good tool in the toolbox to make it harder to cause problems down there. We're not proposing any change in cost down at Bear River Campground. It's $10 today and it would remain $10, just require a reservation from here forward. This resolution would take place in 60 days in mid-October. So the campground closes at the end of October. We probably wouldn't try to implement it this year for the final 2 weeks, but we just get everybody queued up and be ready for next year when we start issuing reservations in January. That's a synopsis of all the changes. I'll turn it back to the board for questions, comments, or direction.
All right, so before I open the public hearing on this, we will take questions or comments from the board, and then we will open the public hearing. Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, you addressed just slightly my biggest 2 concerns were the senior and the veterans. And if I, support what you want to do, how soon will you be able to implement some type of a system or discount program for them?
We could come back as soon as it is the pleasure of your board. One of the things I think we want to watch, though, is that most of the folks who are seniors and veterans and so forth they're already local, they already know when to go out, and they're already going out during the times that it's free and that it doesn't overcrowd. So I'd like to keep an eye on whether that's even necessary for folks if we're still hearing the demand. But we could come back as soon as you desire.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
Just a quick story. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Vallejo waiting for our ferry to San Francisco, and I'll be darned if our waitress, in asking us where we were from, telling her where we were from. Oh, I have a brother who lives in Auburn. I love hiking up there, so I thought maybe get up to Lake Tahoe or something. It was Hidden Falls Park.
That was a quick story. I'm sorry, I'm used to much longer Robert Wygant stories. I was waiting for, something, but thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board before I open the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, this is a public hearing. I am opening the public hearing. If there is any member of the audience who would like to ask a question or comment on this item, now is your opportunity to do so. I see none. I'm closing the public hearing. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Andy. All right, we're going to move to our 9:20 timed item. This is a Community Development Resource Agency / planning item relating to the Jogger 20 subdivision. This is a third-party appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a tentative subdivision map and conditional use permit. Again, this is a public hearing. We will start with a presentation from staff, then we'll have questions from the board. We will then open the public hearing, and actually, after staff presentation, the appellants will have their opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris Schmidt with the Planning Services Division. The item before you today, as you mentioned, is an appeal of the Jogger 20 subdivision that is in North Auburn. It's a proposal by the Catholic Diocese of Sacramento. The project site is on the east side of Jogger Road between Bell Road and Mount Vernon Road, not far from the DeWitt campus. The site is 20.25 acres and has zoning of residential agricultural, minimum building site of 100,000 square feet, and a planned residential development combining district of 1 unit per acre. Nearby zoning is a mix. To the south and to the west is large lot, 4.6 acre minimum. To the north and to the east is 1 acre minimums. And kitty corner to the site is the approved but unbuilt Atwood 80 subdivision, 77 acres and 64 lots, and that's the RSAG B40 here. On May 25th of this year, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 to support the vesting tentative subdivision map to subdivide the 20.25 acre site into 17 single-family residential lots. They also approved a conditional use permit that's required for planned residential developments, and adopted the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program prepared for the project pursuant to CEQA. The project site itself, 17 lots ranging from 26,200 square feet to 54,100 square feet with an average parcel size of 0.83 acres. There are 2 common areas, one near the project entrance that contains a small wetland and drainage, and also Lot C on the east side of the site, which is a sewer easement and a sewer lift station. There is 3.96 acres of open space. Denman Canyon Creek runs east to west in the southern portion of the project site. There's also a 5,000 square foot passive recreation area on Lot B and a EVA, gated EVA that will eventually connect to the Atwood 80 project. So in total, the project includes 22.6% open space, which exceeds the 20% minimum open space required in planned residential developments. On June 5th, an appeal of the Planning Commission's approvals was submitted by neighbors Stan Saxton, Dan Clark, Carolyn Edwards, and Leslie Warren. The appellants cited the following issues as the basis of appeal. They thought the traffic report prepared was incomplete and out of date. The biological study did not identify all the plants currently located on the property. The potential size of the new residence was seen as a problem, and fencing installed by future owners could be an eyesore to some. There's also 2 items that are specific to neighbors to the north, the Saxtons. A new fence was installed on the property portion, on the northern portion of the site by the Saxtons that did not follow the legal property line. There's also a curtain drain constructed that encroaches onto the project site. The applicants, or the appellants also were concerned that water pressure might be lowered by the construction of the project. And the appeal also stated that the proposed lot sizes are not appropriate for the area. The neighbors have horses, which could be an issue. The family that donated the property to the diocese did not want the property developed. There was inadequate neighbor notification given, and the appellants requested an EIR be prepared for the project. So in 2015, there was a traffic study completed. The Department of Public Works and Facilities deems that study to be adequate. There hasn't been significant changes out there to require an update to that study. Currently, traffic on Jurga Road is about 1,700 vehicles per day. This project adds less than 10% additional vehicles, 163 per day. The project also is not expected to increase traffic on our rural roads. 75% of the traffic will head north to Bell Road and turn right and head out to Highway 49 and Interstate 80 beyond. The traffic study also looked at impacts to intersections and found that level of service is B today and will be B in the future. We also looked at adequate site distance at the project entry and found that it met county standards. We also looked at whether the project required a left turn lane into the project, and the traffic bounds did not warrant the addition of a left turn lane. The project will be required to construct 100-foot long approach and departure lanes at the project entryway. The biological study prepared for the project didn't meet all our protocols. It looks for rare, threatened, and endangered plants and animals. The study did recommend several mitigation measures for pre-construction surveys for western pond turtle, white-tailed kite, and California black rail, and those are in the conditions of approval. And with the implementation of mitigation measures, impacts to special status plants and wildlife are expected to be reduced to a less than significant level. The change in aesthetics from the project is consistent with surrounding development and also consistent with the community plan. The site has been zoned RA B100 PD1 since at least 1994. The appellants have asked that 8 of the lots be restricted to 1 story and open fencing be required behind lots 10 and 11 on the northern portion of the site and solid fencing along these lots. Due to the topography of the site, the project really sits in a bowl, so the adjacent properties are higher in elevation than what's proposed here. So 2-story homes here will not have you will not be able to see the full 2 stories from neighboring properties. The applicant has agreed to limit lot 11, which is at the project entrance, to 1 story. That is the most visible project site and is immediately adjacent to the Saxtons to the north, and has also volunteered to require open fencing along lots 10 and 11. So the next 2 items are very specific to the neighbors to the north, the Saxtons. The Saxtons did install a new fence about a year ago that does encroach onto lots 10 and 11, about 100 feet onto the project site. As part of a septic system installed many years ago, they also installed a curtain drain to divert water away from their septic lines. The bottom of that curtain drain does extend onto the Jurga 20 site. You can see the outfall here. The diocese has worked with the Saxtons and they've agreed to a settlement. The diocese has agreed to move the fencing and relocate the curtain drain, and the Saxtons have requested that their name be withdrawn from the appeal. There are 3 other parties that remain on the appeal. Lot size compatibility. The lots in this development are smaller than adjacent properties. We looked at properties within 1,000 feet of the site. Those parcels are 0.23 to 10.6 acres. The proposed project has lots 0.6 to 1.24 acres. But it should be noted that there are the larger lot zoning to the west and to the south. And the planned residential development guidelines do allow for smaller parcel sizes as long as the project puts aside at least 20% open space. If you look at the properties along Bell Road to the north, those properties are 0.82 to 2.3 acres. The parcel sizes within the project are 0.6 to 1.24 acres, an average parcel size of 0.83 acres. The 5 closest lots within the Edward 80 project that is kitty corner to the site range from 0.8 to 1.3 acres. So fairly consistent with the development on the south side of Bell Road and also what's proposed in the Edward 80 project. Following county rules, a development pending sign was placed on the site prior to hearings. A notice was sent to 25 property owners within 300 feet of the project site. The project did go to the North Auburn MAC twice, once for information and once for a recommendation. And hearing notices for the Planning Commission and the board meetings were placed on the project site prior to the hearings. Just run through a few of the other issues. The one that's not listed here is the water pressure. Since the project is downslope on the water line, there's not expected to be any change in water pressure on that line. Neighbors have horses, which could be an issue. There is a condition of approval that requires notification of buyers of the county's right to farm ordinance. The family that donated the property to Catholic Diocese did not want the property developed. The county is not aware of any deed restriction or other restrictions on the property that would preclude the site from being developed as proposed. And the applicants have asked that an EIR, or the appellants have asked that an EIR be prepared, and staff believes that the MND prepared for the project is adequate and all impacts can be mitigated to less than significant level. And with that, staff recommends that you deny the third-party appeal filed by Stan Saxton, Dan Clark, Carolyn Edwards, and Leslie Warren, that you uphold the Planning Commission's May 25th, 2017 decision to adopt a mitigating negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program prepared for the project, and uphold the Planning Commission's May 25th, 2017 decision to approve a tentative subdivision map and the conditional use permit for the 17-lot Jigger 20 planned residential development, subject to the findings found in the staff report. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Before we have the appellant come forward, I'll see if there's any questions from the board. Supervisor Durant.
Actually, I do. I have a question for legal counsel. Jerry, membership in the church is not, does not result in a conflict, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to get that on the record, just because there's perception of conflict and then an actual conflict. So once again, there is no conflict. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board before we move to the appellants? Okay, seeing none. Now is the opportunity for the remaining appellants to come forward and present any information or arguments they might have. That would be Dan Clark, Carolyn Edwards, or Leslie Warren.
I'm Renee Clark.
Okay, or Renee Clark. Did you want to come forward and present anything to the board?
I had spoken.
Please come forward and identify yourself. Sorry, we don't talk from the audience. Come forward.
So he had mentioned something about Joger Road and that the traffic increase really would not be to Joger Road but to Bell Road. We're one of those properties. I believe we're the property behind proposed 6 and 7. And so there would be increased traffic for our exit on our side, as well as it is sloping downwards. We are higher elevated, but a two-story below where we are would still propose a block in our view, which is part of why our property is worth what it is the view that we have right there. And so I was wondering about how we would go about requesting that they be one story in those buildings behind 6 and 7 at least.
I think you just did request that.
Okay, all right. Yes.
And I'm sorry, just would you identify yourself for the record so the clerk of the board has your name?
Renee Clark.
Thank you. Thank you, Renee. All right, if there's no other presentations from the appellants, okay, so right now, you'll be able to comment when we open the public hearing. Right now, this is just for the opportunity for the appellants. So seeing no other comments from questions or input from the appellants, I am going to open the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Holmes, your
Well, I
light
just
was on.
wanted to see if Chris had a response to Ms. Clark's.
The Clarks live behind lots, or all of Lot 6 and a portion of Lot 5.
Okay, and is there two-story buildings going to be, homes are going to be put there?
At this point, there are no restrictions on 1 or 2 stories in the conditions.
Okay. All right. I will open the public hearing. If there's any member of the public who would like to comment or ask a question on this, now is your opportunity. Please come forward, identify yourself.
Good morning, Madam, gentlemen. My name is Kent Jordan. If you look on the map there and see parcel 10, mine is the property to the northeast there. In particular, my wife and I have been in Auburn Bowman residents since 2001. In 2016, we purchased 3785 Bell Road, our empty nest downsized into the home, neighborhood, and surrounding rural character that we look forward to enjoying for years to come. Michelle and I are asking for specific mitigations from the Board of Supervisors and the developer as the Joker 20 project is finalized and ultimately built out that will have a direct effect on the value of our home, both from a monetary and an aesthetic viewpoint, as well as the quality of life now and in the years to come as we approach retirement. One particular item to begin with, we received no notice whatsoever of this. We've been there a year this September. No one contacted us. Eventually, the Saxtons did. We reached out. And at that point, we were aware of it, but we were Johnny-come-lately, and didn't coming to the party and aware and the ability to do anything about it, per se. And my understanding is we should have legally been contacted. So I was concerned about that. Secondarily, I'm in agreement with the neighbors, the appellants, if you will, but we have some other particular concerns. And that is, in particular, the predominant style of homes in our neighborhood and the surrounding area are single-story ranch-style homes. I understand the profit motivation of maximizing the earnings potential and therefore the number of lots and the extent of construction on each lot in the proposed Joker 20 project. But we are asking for a specific mitigation that maintains the homes, the neighborhoods, and the surrounding area's character. Furthermore, one of the special features of the existing Bell Road neighbors adjoining the project is the view overlooking the valley, so to speak, where the project is intended to be. The one-story mitigation will help retain some semblance of the view and is a fair concession considering the loss of the view has to our home's values. And then from a personal perspective, my understanding is there will be a 2-story lot planned for parcel 10, the one adjoining our home. And this is related to the nature of the parcel. We are asking that parcels 9, 10, and 11 are redesigned into 2 lots, creating 2 parcels that will be more amenable to our requested 1-story mitigation. In the easternmost portion of our parcel 10, in the easternmost corner of parcel 10, there is a stand of several heritage oaks that are vital to our current view, which would be even more so post-development. We ask that these trees not be destroyed, but saved instead for our enjoyment, as well as our future Joker 20 neighbors. If you're interested, I have maps that will show you where the trees are, per se, and also a line I've drawn arbitrarily between the 3 lots. That line could be drawn any which way, but the point is to make those lots more amenable to a single story versus inclined towards 2-story.
And if you have maps, you can submit them to the clerk of the board, and they will get them distributed to us.
That's it. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to comment or ask a question on this? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Robert Erickson. Actually next door to the Clarks. Just want to make a comment and overlooking everything, and our view is pretty much there's nothing blocking us. A two-story in front of us would substantially be a downturn, lower our property value and such. So a single-story ranch style, because there are no two-story houses anywhere in that area, none. I mean, if they can show me where they are, that'd be great. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public have any comments or questions on this?
Good morning. I'm Mike Arabedian for Placer Group Sierra Club, who supports this appeal. I've been out and looked at the site from the roads. The critical issue from our point of view is the expansion of or creation of new wildland-urban interface. Downhill from this, and all of the maps and the negative declaration and so forth show the thick vegetation there and the potential fire hazard here. There is no map, a wildland-urban interface existing, or that this would create in the documents. There is a dead-end road proposed. The current dead-end road guidelines are, the current dead-end road guidelines, according to the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo report prepared for the Board of Forestry on dead-end roads, they do not work. So there are a number of issues here that create a fair argument that this project may have a significant impact on wildland-urban interface. A question I have that maybe I'll ask for the end is, it is not addressed that I know of, is what is the fire hazard rating of this property? I'm going to hand out a copy. 2 years ago, probably one of the 2 or 3 most important encyclicals in history, I guess I should give these, were Pope Francis's encyclical on the environment. And I want to point out that I'm handing you a couple of paragraphs from that, especially the one on dialogue and transparency in decision-making, the couple of those paragraphs. And what it says is a consensus should always be reached between the different shareholders who can offer a variety of approaches, solutions, and alternatives. The local population should have a special place at the table. They are concerned about their own future and that of their children and can consider goals transcending immediate economic interest. The participation of these people also entails this makes you fully informed about such projects and their different risks and possibilities. So there are significant changes in the landscape we're talking about here. They do profoundly affect the quality of life in this area. So there needs to be some looking into those risks. But the initial study doesn't even check the box saying that mitigation will solve the risks from this project. And here we have kind of a classic example of a development here where the developer is proposing a project that will increase their property values, increase their property rights at the expense of the property rights of the neighbors. We urge you to do what should have been done by the planning department, to send this back for the developer and the neighbors to work this out and discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? I just had a question for Mr. Garabedian, a couple on his comments. The wildland-urban interface that you're concerned about, the fire danger associated with that?
Pardon me?
You're concerned about the wildland-urban interface and the fire danger associated with that?
Yes, to people who would live here and the impact on the neighborhood of adding more water.
Would the building of this subdivision not create a substantial buffer from that fire risk to the existing residents along Bell Road?
Well, that would be, I think, something that should be, what you asking me, a buffer?
Clearly
I think it increases,
yes, if you have
I would say it increases the possible sources of starting fires. I don't know that it's designed as a buffer. There's no indication that there is
It's not designed as a buffer, but today, if a fire started on the southwestern corner of this property and the fire traveled with prevailing winds and the slope of the terrain, the fire is going to race up that hill right into the backyards of those homes on Bell Road. If the fire starts in the southeast corner of this, after the subdivision's built, you have a substantial buffer between the fires. So it's actually protecting those homes on Bell Road. Logic would dictate that. Now,
may I answer that?
excuse me, you stand here and you represent yourself as being part of the Sierra Club.
Yes, indeed.
And you then give us the pontiff's take on local land use planning in Placer County.
Worldwide, sir.
The Sierra Club was a part of this conversation in 1994 when Mr. Wygant was a member of the Planning Commission and I was a member of the Board of Supervisors when we debated the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan, when we adopted the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan. Terry Davis represented the Sierra Club at the time, and Terry Davis worked with the Board of Supervisors to come up with a number of compromises that we incorporated into the overall Auburn-Bowman Community Plan. I can tell you that there was no conversation about this kind of development that was raised by the Sierra Club at the time that this was adopted. This plan is entirely consistent with what the Sierra Club bought off on at that time. Now, I know you're relatively new to Placer County, so you don't know that history, but I'm telling you that when you're dealing with a project that has 100% consistency with a plan adopted 23 years ago, 22 years ago, that had the input from the Sierra Club, and we're not trying to change anything, I want to know which Sierra Club is that I'm dealing with, because I already dealt with them back then and helped negotiate a number of compromises that ultimately got adopted in the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan.
23 years ago, we didn't know about fire ignition what we know now. This is not a buffer. What we know, because of the insurance industry building homes and putting them in basically wind tunnels, fires are driven by embers and wind-driven embers. So for one structure to be supposedly a buffer against another one is not the case. Structures within 30 feet of each other will self-ignite each other. This is an environmental issue that needs to be done with more specificity because of the specific facts in this area. And the question of general plan consistency, I'm not raising that. It may or may not be an issue here. Maybe I'll just assume for the moment that it is not an issue. Well, that's not the only question. Under CEQA, here we have a question of an area that is clearly fire prone. Down the hill from it, there are thick vegetation. There's thick vegetation. It's possible for vegetation to spread into this area. What happened 23 years ago is now definitely in need. I mean, there's a fair argument that the this initial study doesn't even recognize that there is a need to address wildland-urban interface issues here. We don't have a map. The CAL FIRE FRAP map that now maps existing WUI was not in existence at that time. Now we have that information, and now we have a proposal that either increases the density of the fire hazard in this. There's no indication that this has been addressed except for the evacuation route that CAL FIRE looked at. There's no indication that the fire factors, the contribution to increasing the fire hazard and risk to the people in this development and the community has been considered.
Mr. Garabedian, I think we can ask staff whether these issues have been considered or not within this analysis. I don't think probably either Supervisor Euler or you or even I know the answer to that. So if we've identified your particular three issues, WUI issues, dead-end issues, and fire hazard rating, were there additional issues that you wish to raise?
I think I mentioned that clearly. Some developers in this county are willing to meet with the public and work hard to reach a conclusion. I think that's what needs to be done here. And that's what I think it is your job, to tell your planning staff, to tell the developer, really, here, people aren't opposing this. They're making specific suggestions in their appeal and here today that can be dealt with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this? Please come forward.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Bill Abbott, Abbott and Kinderman, Sacramento representing the applicant. 3 brief points. First of all, with respect to the scope of this proceeding, I would just bring to your attention that the appeal that was filed does not include a designation of the appeal of the environmental document, the CEQA document. Basically, the testimony, most of the testimony you've heard tonight deals with CEQA-related issues. I'll defer to County Council in terms of their analysis of that issue, but in terms of due process, we come to respond to the issues on appeal, and the appellate courts, I think, have endorsed your form and your requirements in terms of the sufficiency of what's required to appeal the CEQA document, and we don't believe it's compliant. That's number one. Number two, as has been pointed out, this site has been zoned for this density since 1994. It has been zoned with no height limitations. The project that has been brought before you in terms of the map, conditional use permit, and design review, fully complies with your general plan standards. And of course, the conflict is that when the neighbors moved next door, I have to assume that they didn't look at your 1994 plan to realize what the density was next door. They perhaps didn't look to see that there were height limitations. And the conflict for the land use lawyer is that when people say, I want a view easement across your client's property, you know, the response is, if you like the view, buy the view. Everybody else buys a view easement. But this process of the environmental review and tentative map review essentially transfers private property rights from owners to their neighbors. Well, if they want to negotiate for a view, they've had 25 years to negotiate for a view easement across that property. So with all due respect, we would push back on a reduction in building height that probably would only apply to this project and no other projects in the Auburn-Bowman area, and we don't think the evidence supports or the law supports that. The final point I would raise is that one of the requests was to reduce the density of the project, combine 3 of the lots into 2, and I'll defer to staff, county counsel's office, but the law says that if you reduce the density of a project, reduce the number of lots for a project that complies with the general plan, you as the board have to make specific statutory findings to reduce that density. And the purpose of that statute is to protect the opportunity to create new housing in California, new housing sites. So your staff report doesn't include those findings. You haven't been given the evidence to support those findings. And so on behalf of the applicant, we would say that we would push back again on a reduction in the number of lots that are proposed on this map. That concludes my comments, and be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions for Mr. Abbott?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to comment on this at this time? This is your last opportunity. I'll be closing the public hearing. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Holmes, your light was on
I have
first.
a question for Chris. Placer County Fire has looked at the site and they have a will-serve letter, so they're very in conformance with the project. They have no problems with it.
CAL FIRE looked at it and didn't have any conditions. The EVA is to the benefit of the Atwood 80 projects, not required for this project due to the number of lots.
So when Atwood 80 comes forward, then that EVA will be available. And then tell me again how many two-story homes are on the property?
We don't have any restrictions. The applicant has volunteered to restrict lot 11 to 1 story.
Okay. Already. Okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, this is a classic case of, property rights. And those of you that know me know that I'm really strong on those. I appreciate council's saying that, we don't necessarily go outside the scope. But the way I look at this is that, these folks are lay people, and I do give them a little bit of leeway, in reviewing this, because they don't really know what's going on as far as what they actually want. But I think for me, the real fulcrum here is that the most serious issues with this project were resolved, and that proponent is pretty much out of it. And as I told you when we met, I would hope that the two sides would get together and resolve this, because nobody ever wants to bring their problem and have it resolved by 5 folks that they don't know. So the best deal that you're ever going to cut is the deal that you cut on your own. So, I think that's great. The view argument is lost on me. I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen cases as a practicing attorney where, somebody bought a piece of property, on the coast, and there's a great view, and then when that piece of property decides to get developed, people start screaming about, oh, I'm losing my view. Well, unfortunately, that's another property right. So it's hard for me to think that something's being taken away when it actually was never really yours. I faced the same thing about 20 years ago. There was a park over by our house. We used to take the dog out there, beautiful oak trees, and that ended up being developed into condominiums. So my focus is on the issues at hand here, making sure that we've addressed those issues. And unfortunately for one side today, I'm fairly satisfied with what I'm seeing here. and I haven't been persuaded in another direction. So that's where I'm at.
Any questions or comments from the?
No,
the
Madam
left
Chair,
over
I'm
here?
just going to move that we deny the appeal.
I actually have a couple of clarifications, so hold off on that,
Okay.
please. The issue of contact or notification, can you tell me when the signs were posted originally for that property?
I'm the fifth planner on this project. I believe the sign was posted very early. This project came in for pre-development in 2010, and they submitted a formal application in 2012. The signs may have come down when the site was used as a staging area for the regional sewer line project. The new sign was put up earlier this year before it went to the max.
Okay, but you believe that it was signposted originally in 2012?
I believe it was posted very early, sometime after the application was submitted.
And again, this year?
This year, and the sign is up. I drove by there today.
And then what requirement is there under law to notice neighbors, and how do we meet that obligation?
I believe we mail within 300 feet of the property boundary 2 weeks before the planning commission hearing. And the board has their own noticing requirements before their hearings. There is no notice before the MAC meetings. So when we had the MAC meetings, of the 2 meetings, we only had 1 public comment during those meetings.
Okay. And then how do we determine an address to mail to for individuals?
It's all off tax records.
So tax records, so
Bills.
the same place that we mail tax bills to each year. Okay. The issues that were raised around WUI and fire hazards, you mentioned that this project was reviewed by CAL FIRE, and they had no questions or concerns?
No, it's in the moderate fire hazard category.
Okay. So it does have a fire hazard rating that we are aware of?
Yes.
Okay. All right, those are my only questions. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move we deny the appeal, uphold Planning Commission's decision to adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and that we uphold the Planning Commission's decision to approve the tentative subdivision conditional use permit for the 17-lot Joger 20 planned residential development, subject to conditions of approval set forth in attachment D.
Second. And would the motion include the adoption of the findings?
It always includes the adoption of the
Of course, the second concurs.
Is there any amendments to the conditions that you want on the record?
Unless the board chooses. One option would be to solidify those conditions about the open fencing along lots 10 and 11 and the single story on lot 11. As part of your motion.
If there are private agreements to that end, I'm fine with the private agreements. I don't think we need to be a party to it.
And is the second? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Supervisor Holmes?
I just wanted to thank the applicant for working out the agreement with the Saxtons. I know that was very important to them, and so I really want to thank you and appreciate your efforts to do that.
And just another question, there are side agreements outside of what we're doing here.
Right.
Is that correct?
It's a private agreement. The county hasn't even seen what they've agreed to.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that, so thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, we're going to move to our 9:45 timed item. This is a Board of Supervisors County Executive item. This is an update on the Cannabis Policy Work Group. Supervisor Jim Holmes and Vicki Regan will be tag teaming on this, I believe.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I want to thank the board for allowing Supervisor Montgomery and I to form this working group. How did we get here? We've had several meetings talking about our cannabis ordinance, or marijuana ordinance. The original one was we agreed to 50 square feet, indoors only. After community outreach, we brought it back to the board and agreed to do 50 square feet indoors or 50 square feet outdoors. Since that time, I those people who know me know I'm out and about in the community all the time. And I have been approached by several people that are medical marijuana users or growers. I was surprised by how many people actually came up to me and expressed their concern. I had a very well-regarded gentleman that I've known for many, many years. He'd been served in elected office, and he was concerned about the ability of his grandson, who had been in a horrific accident, and the only way that they can control his seizures was through cannabis, medical cannabis. And he was upset that the restrictions were so low that it couldn't provide enough for his grandson. I've had people from the church community that have been relying on medical cannabis for some of their issues. I just lost I have a high school friend of mine that his wife suffered from breast cancer for 3 years, and the only way she could get through her therapy was by the use of cannabis to regulate her appetite. She enjoyed 3 other years, more years with her husband and her family. So that's why I brought it back to this board, kind of sticking my neck out, but to have a further discussion about a safe access policy for medical cannabis in Placer County. So we asked the board to form the committee, and those members were, the working group was Supervisor Montgomery and I, our public health officer, Dr. Robert Oldham, very important, our agricultural commissioner, Josh Hunsinger, who is very up to date on the state and county regulations. We had the Director of Environmental Health, Wesley Nix, who regulates water runoff, sewer issues, and those kinds of issues. We had our Deputy County Executive Officer, Becky Regan, Chief Building Official Timothy Wagner, who is regulating the enforcement of illegal grows. A very important member is our Children's System of Care public educator, Christine Ivasas. We really enjoyed her participation. Our main concern, as mine and the concern of members of this working group, was the effect of marijuana and cannabis on the developing brain of the young people. We know that the product is in our schools. We don't know how safe it is. We don't know where it comes from, but it's something that this board is very concerned with as well. We also had Kimberly Cargile, who is here, who is a Placer County resident and is the owner and operator of a dispensary in Sacramento and an advocate for the patients. And also we have Casey Brown, who is the director of the Placer County Growers Association. So we had a very, I think, good group. We didn't want to get it too large because it would be unwieldy. There's been some concerns about participation of the cities in this discussion. And there's a very good reason why we didn't do that. Because this board, and I have said time and time again, is fully aware of the current concerns and the ordinances of the cities. And we want to make sure that if this board decides to move forward in any way, that the cities are completely engaged in any discussion about how we move forward. I would offer to Supervisor Euler, who represents Granite Bay, that offer extends to his constituents as well. As if we do move forward, it's going to be a very structured, slow-moving, tightly organized and regulated, measured steps. We've seen what's happened in other counties that have gone too far too fast. Our county is unique. We are fast approaching 400,000 people. The majority of those people live in the very well-governed and managed cities of Lincoln, Rockland, and Roseville. We're very proud of those cities, and we certainly do not want to inflict on their integrity and their ordinances. So then we had to decide who would be a good facilitator for this program. We had about 3 or 4 applicants. Some were from the Northern California counties. That didn't sit well with me. I think our better part of wisdom was to look outside of California. We did. We selected Matt Eaton, who worked with the state of Colorado for 5.5 years, law enforcement and regulation, and he brought us very good information, kept our group focused on what we wanted, where we were going, and how we were going to, if we move forward, to provide. Again, this is not adult use. This is medical cannabis, safe access to medical cannabis. This includes location. This includes from seed to sale, tracking and tracing to make sure where that product comes from, and as it changes hands, who is in charge of it. And so we have an ordinance in place that's worked very well. I'll have Tim Wagner, our chief building official, later on come forward and explain to us how the ordinance is working today. I think it's been very successful. So those are my comments as we move forward. I just ask the board if there are any questions of me before I turn it over to Mr. Eaton.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, Supervisor Holmes, appreciate the update thus far. I'm curious, was curious when I saw the composition of the committee. How was the committee composition decided upon?
I thought that certainly county staff needed to be involved. I didn't want to bring this forward without representation from someone from the industry. And I want to be clear that if this board moves forward, the direction will be from the Board of Supervisors. It will not be driven by the industry. Again, I didn't want to get the committee too unwieldy because we had, I think, the right people in the room. And so this is just an update. I'm not proposing anything because I think the issue needs to have the discussion. Okay. We're in a new era, whether we like it or not. We're not talking about adult use or recreational. And if we decide to go ahead with dispensaries, it has to be tightly regulated with zoning and again with the communication and the engagement of everyone involved.
I appreciate that. The reason I asked the question is at our last hearing, which I believe was number 4 or 5 on this issue.
They're having a hard time.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a first. Stick around long enough, it'll happen. The reason I asked the question is because at the last board meeting where our board gave direction on this item, we had extensive public comment, as we have had at every board meeting where we've had a conversation about this item. And at the last meeting, we heard from representatives of law enforcement, representatives of education, both elementary and higher education. We heard from faith-based groups. We heard from folks with addiction-related services. And I didn't see any of those folks who were here, who did participate in our public hearing, who clearly have a position on this that is worthy of our regard. None of those folks were represented on this committee.
Right, and I've talked to the sheriff, district attorney. I've talked to the city council of Roseville, where their police chief was engaged. And I understand that, but the idea is that the sheriff's department has been very adamant, very busy looking at the illicit grows, and I didn't want a conflict between what their job was doing, and I think Tim, chief building official Wagner, will confirm, and with I think Josh Hunsaker, that they've been engaged with the sheriff's department as we have moved forward with this.
And I get that. My concern is where, as I read the board report and I see the report that we're about to see, where there was a polling of the group that was done, and 100% of the group agreed on this, and 90% agreed on that. And as I've said over the years many times, I can fairly accurately predict the outcome of a poll if I get to write the questions. So if I control the sample group, so it's when we get to this point of the group recommending certain things or the group expressing concern about certain things, that's when it draws my attention to the composition of the group, and I then force myself to ask the questions of, okay, I know who I heard from in our public hearing last time. Now we're getting a report out from this group that doesn't represent those folks, and I just wanted to understand why, and you've provided an explanation, so thank you.
Thank you, and that's why we're having this conversation, and I appreciate your input. And Supervisor, did you have any comments, Supervisor Montgomery, before I?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to mention on this that I have heard, from individuals in Placer County, many of the same concerns about not being able to get safe access to cannabis, to medical cannabis. I spoke with a gentleman who has ALS, and, all of us can tell a story about an individual, but my takeaway from that is we do have an obligation under California law to provide safe access to those individuals who qualify for that under California law. And so my intent in going into this conversation was to really have that conversation around, are we meeting that requirement under California state law, or are we not? And I think it was very helpful to have a former law enforcement official in charge of the conversation. I think to your particular concern, Kirk, he did bring what I would consider a law enforcement perspective to the conversation. While he's not our local law enforcement, I think that was well represented. He brought us back to earth on many occasions by reminding us of the context of the law and reminding us how important it was that we operate within that context. So those are really my only comments at this point, Supervisor Holmes. Did you have someone you wish to bring forward? Since we've been talking about you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, Madam Chair, Supervisor Holmes, Supervisors, thank you very much for having me here today. I appreciate the time to be able to facilitate this work group. I think it was very beneficial, and I want to compliment all the members of the group in that it's a very contentious conversation. Many people come to it with a moral view, an ethical view, and as Ms. Montgomery said, we have to discuss it at a legal view right now, and it's here. The state has created rules. They have, over time, created some problems in facilitating and enforcing these rules because they're complicated and confusing. And the goal from this moving forward is to get a clear idea of what the industry is supposed to be and to work forward with an industry if that were to be the decision that best fits your jurisdiction. So with that, a very brief introduction of myself. My name is Matthew Eaton. I work with HDL Companies. I've worked there since January of this year after retiring after 30 years of law enforcement. I started my law enforcement career in Southern California and later moved to Colorado. But in 2011, I had the opportunity of being hired with the Colorado Department of Revenue, Marijuana Enforcement Division, and we started building the first of its kind and taking on a challenge that none of us were really prepared to do. Some of the responsibilities in establishing the Marijuana Enforcement Division was creating rules that have never been created before and creating some regulatory oversight in an industry that had never been regulated, and that was extremely complicated. And in establishing inspection protocols for that regulatory oversight and taking some rules that we made and trying to create some very consistent regulatory oversight that didn't go over the edge of overregulation, which we understood could be problematic too. The other responsibility was recommending ongoing change for legislative considerations. At the very beginning, and Supervisor Holmes mentioned it, that this has to be a conversation that involves all stakeholders, a collaboration between the industry, the county, and the community, because if it's done inappropriately or incorrectly or one-sided, what ends up happening is many of the errors that Colorado has made. And one of those was creating unenforceable, non-transparent, completely difficult rules to oversee. And what that did was create, as an example, last year, Colorado had 44 bills offered to the General Assembly that had something to do with marijuana. 22 of those bills passed. In those 22 bills, it changed 124 laws. Now, if we're changing 124 laws in a new industry year after year after year, we can't get buy-in from our local government. We can't get buy-in from our state partners. We certainly don't get buy-in from the industry and our community. And the problem is that it starts to drag down momentum and becomes very difficult. So in moving forward, the county has done an excellent job in reaching out to external, internal stakeholders and getting some good information to move forward. And then my last responsibility with the Department of Revenue was then to create a first-of-its-kind regulatory enforcement division that both conducted regulatory oversight of the industry and conducted criminal investigations in any activities that were deemed criminal or well beyond the regulatory structure. So with the agenda, I'm going to talk about the very brief background, which I've done. We're going to talk about the workshop takeaways, and I prepared a report. In interest of time, I'm going to even summarize a couple of those takeaways and then discuss some factors in consideration for moving forward. As Supervisor Holmes has mentioned, and you're well aware, on November 22nd, 2016, the board requested the formation of the task force. And that task force was kind of set out with some priorities in promoting public health and safety, reducing the size of the illicit market, preventing non-medical access to the youth, and reducing environmental harms. And as we move forward, and as I facilitated this work group, these were the priorities and the discussions that we had. And it was established in a way that we understand that there is a personal cultivation model, and the question was, is that sufficient, or is there a way that the regulated industry could provide a safer access for patients in the county? So as we move forward in creating this this workshop, the facilitation method was in that what we wanted to do is involve all the different licensing components, and we follow the inventory, the supply chain from cultivation to the dispensary, and then we address some other impacts such as the inventory tracking and environmental issues that need to be considered. So with regards to cultivation, our view of cultivation and manufacturing and the industry right now in California is a completely unregulated, although there have been attempts and there are agencies that are doing really good jobs, such as Sacramento, to work at overseeing the regulated industry. There is not a truly regulated statewide industry, and we experienced that in Colorado. Colorado had about a 10-year period where there was businesses popping up. Local jurisdictions were trying to address it, the issue and the impact on their communities, but there was no state-mandated system that set out those broad guidelines, packaging and labeling, inventory tracking, product safety, those things that truly impacted the communities. And as we started to move forward with regulations, the state was responsible for those great umbrella things. And then what that allowed in dual licensing, which California has created, in dual licensing, you have the ability to address time, place, and manner. And I think that's the most important part of Prop 64. And as you move forward, is the counties, the local jurisdictions have the ability to take these licenses here and look at the time, place, and manner, the things that will address exactly how those those businesses will impact the specific communities that they're in. So with regards to cultivation, we came up with some recommendations, and again, like I said, they're in our the staff report. But I want to talk about first and foremost, current cultivations. There is no way of quality control, and we have places that are throughout the county, and they're using pesticides and chemicals and products that may not be safe for the consumer. They're impacting our community or our environment by water runoff, and those chemicals are going into the groundwater and then contaminating soils. So in a way to create some quality assurance, there's a great benefit into a regulated industry that allows some regulatory oversight of how cultivations are being managed. And again, like I said, local jurisdictions have the ability to address time, place, and manner. This helps the county or local jurisdictions design the medical cannabis industry that best fits the communities that they're in. And then with regards to the recommendations from the work group, we wanted to make sure that as you move forward and consider some type of regulatory oversight, that over-regulation is just as bad as no regulation, in that if you create, like we did in Colorado, in unenforceable, non-transparent rules, then what ends up happening is the inventory that is produced ends up being diverted into the black market. Next, we talked about distribution and testing facilities. And testing facilities for a particular jurisdiction brings in higher paying jobs and higher quality type of people that the testing facilities will test for molds and mildews, microbials, industrial solvents. It will test for pesticides. It will test for potency and homogeneity of manufactured products. And those will be certified laboratories. They will look like laboratories. The inventory will be brought in and be tested at the various stages of cultivation, manufacturing, prior to that inventory being sold to the patient. The distribution model that is created by the state and recently changed under the Senate bill will require that cultivators hand over their inventory to a distributor that will make sure that the product gets sent out for testing and that there's a check and balance in that supply chain. One of the most involved conversations that the work group had was regarding edibles and product safety. And there is a very consistent concern throughout the work group that no one wants products that are enticing to children, and that that normalization of marijuana to our youth is very troubling and concerning. And in addressing the edibles and concentrates and product manufacturing, we have to be concerned with how that product looks, what type of product that is, how it's packaged, and again, how it's marketed. The state, Colorado, again, I will use it as an example, vastly underestimated the impact of edibles and the impact that edibles were going to have on the community. And there are a couple different unique things that Colorado experienced. First and foremost, there was no edible industry before the legally regulated industry. And when we created the manufacturing, the marijuana-infused product license in Colorado, we had no idea what, we thought they were going to create a brownie. But they started doing oils and shatter and a variety of different smokable concentrates. And then they were taking the concentrates and putting it in a variety of different products. And as everyone's seen on the news, they were putting it on gummy bears and items and that were very enticing by color and shape by children. So after several years of running into problems, the Colorado General Assembly went to work in addressing how product looks and how it's packaged and how it's marketed, and they did a very good job after many revisions. And I think the state, in their responsibilities and requirements and oversight, will address product safety marketing, but that is always something that needs to be concerned as we move forward. As discussed, and rightfully so, there is a very low perception of harm among youth today, and that needs to be continuously addressed through education and through addressing that normalization with regards to where businesses go and how they look and how they're advertised. And again, back to that time, place, and manner that gets developed at a local licensing level.
And Matt, if I may interrupt,
Yes.
just to clarify something you said. You said there's a low perception of harm among youth. What you mean by that is youth are not often aware of the negative implications of cannabis use.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So the last thing I want to say about edible production and product safety is packaging and labeling is Colorado's most complicated and most involved segment of their regulatory oversight. And if you can imagine trying to create some consistency in the vast number of products that are being made, we're talking about medical, and in medical you can have sublinguals, you could have patches, you can have something to drink, you can have something to rub, a lotion that you can rub, you can have products, whatever you make can be infused. So what we're talking about is a vast array of products, and it's extremely difficult to make sure that they are consistently labeled and put in packages that are substantially hard to get into and that are resealable and that are opaque or they can't be seen, and addressing the advertising and the coloring and the marketing of it. It's extremely difficult, and a lot of time and a lot of effort has to go into it. I think we as states have a lot to learn, and as we move forward, each state gets better and better, and I think California is even further along in their education and understanding the impact than Colorado was, and will do a much better job. And then on to dispensaries. Dispensaries, we're talking about a population of medical patients in the county that deserve safe access, and creating safe access has to do with where can they obtain their product, how can they be assured that the medicines, the medicinal products that they get are safe, that they are tested, that they're not expired, that they haven't been sitting under the sun on a shelf for months or a year at a time. All of these things were considered with regards to that safe access that we were concerned about with the patients. So we're talking about a county the size that it is, and with a substantial population, and the concern is how do we try to figure out where these businesses go and the number of businesses with specific regards to dispensaries. And one of the things that we learned from Colorado was you want to be able to, if you're going to allow commercial market, that commercial market has to have some competitor, or else they can jack up the prices, and then again it goes beyond access for the patient. One of the interesting studies is a growing number of first-time users in the nation. The greatest increase, or the fastest increase right now, is patients over the age of 65. And they are our Vietnam veterans. They are our war veterans. They are our kind of the hippie generation that grew up with it, and now they are working on some type of pain management. And their pain management, they don't want to turn to the conventional opiates that the doctors are turning to. And they are have admittedly been that first time, never before users. And that's something that we need to take in consideration. We need to understand who our patients are, so we can take in consideration how we create the industry to best serve them. And in doing that, we need to worry or address how we number our businesses and what would be appropriate and where we put those. And those are all conversations for further discussion, but they would be based off of your demographics and your geography and the number of patients and the size and where people are coming from. And then one of the issues that was also discussed it was interesting to see in Colorado, is that if you allow a regulated industry and you allow access through a dispensary in jurisdictions that in Colorado that had dispensaries and then banned them and then later allowed them again, during the period of ban, they had increased number of calls of complaints with home cultivations. So although it hasn't been immediately studied, but there has been discussions in that creating an industry that allows for a number of retail locations or dispensaries in the area may assist or may help in reducing the number and the impact of home cultivations that are in your community. Because that home cultivations, it's here. And again, maybe this conversation would be vastly different 10 or 15 years ago. But marijuana is in our community, and the laws allow for anyone to cultivate marijuana in their home with up to 6 plants. So maybe the goal, a reasonable goal would be, is to create a safe access, a safe outlet for people to go to, and which will reduce the number of local home cultivations, which will lessen the impact of quality of life nuisance complaints that the law enforcement and code enforcement in your county will experience throughout the year. With regards to inventory tracking is going to be one of the primary and key focuses on any regulatory oversight. And in Colorado, inventory tracking violations account for about 90 to 95% of all the major investigations, license denials, and revocations in criminal investigations. And the reason being is because that supply chain, that inventory tracking, at a state level will allow some checks and balances and will allow business owners to be assured that the product that they're taking and that they're selling is coming from a reputable, licensed business, no matter where it comes, or a cultivator, no matter where it comes from the state. And that supply chain, it can be checked and verified, and cultivators will be required to have some type of identification or tags, which will help in future investigations and also criminal investigations, in that as the industry becomes more defined and more mature, it will be easier to weed out the illicit operators through the legal operators, allowing law enforcement to spend the appropriate time and resources in that area. And then the environmental impacts. We have cultivations here that are devastating our lands and our communities. And if we can create a clear, defined path to success and open up an opportunity for cultivators to be involved in the regulated industry, the eventual result would be a reduced impact on our environment. Then the concern would be, or the discussion or question would be, how is the regulated industry impacting our current environment? Well, if we can get them, out of the mountains or out of the hills and put under some regulatory oversight, then we can address odor mitigation. We can address the water usage. The industry is very aware of environmental concerns and wants to operate in a safe, sound, environmentally responsible way, and creating rules and regulations that enforce renewable energy and opportunities for solar and maybe not so much in this area wind, but that's a great benefit for them. So, in closing, what I'd like to say is, I came from Colorado. I lived there. I have property. I lived in banned jurisdictions. I lived in non-banned jurisdictions. I am a state regulator. I came from law enforcement background, and I have a 6-year-old. And I am very concerned about my daughter's future and the future of our youth. I am concerned about the normalization of marijuana. I'm concerned about the impact that the industry has on our environment. And I think one of the most important things that I learned with my time in Colorado is that first and foremost, we have to start asking the right questions. We have an industry, we have marijuana that is in our community, and how do we move forward with addressing it? And that's going to be through regulatory oversight. And that regulatory oversight needs to also address the impacts, the potential impacts. And we understand the potential impacts will be public health and safety, our youth, the impacts on crime, homelessness, impaired driving, suicide rates, and also the impact of on our local community and property values. And those are all things that need to be addressed, and that right now I understand, and even in the report that's provided, there's a conflict in the data that is provided, and I understand and I hear all the sides. There's increases and decreases in homelessness and crime, numbers of property and violent crimes in areas. I understand there's a conflict. The goal is from here forward to move forward with asking the right questions, and one of those questions is differentiating the legal and the illegal markets so those can be appropriately addressed when the time comes. So with that said, the other most important thing that I can bring to the table is a pathway to success is education, collaboration, legislation, then regulation. And first and foremost, the task force has started with that education. And then that collaboration has to be both internally and externally. Internally being amongst you guys at a department level, and then when you are on the same sheet of music, moving forward and having the conversations with both your community, your other communities in your county, and the industry. Then make a decision to move forward with some type of sound, transparent regulations. It will make, or legislation, it will make regulation of the industry all the more easy. With that, I hand it back to Supervisor Holmes.
Any questions for Matt before? Yes, Supervisor Euler.
Matt, you heard me ask Supervisor Holmes some questions about the composition of the working group. And I obviously have concerns about the composition of the working group and how that affects the recommendation that's come out of the working group in terms of us entertaining the notion of dispensaries in Placer County. You rightly stated, and it was on one of the slides, and I don't know if you choose to flip back to
I apologize for not fast forwarding through those.
No, that's right. If you want to go back to, keep on, the purpose of the group. There you go. Yep, that's the one. So the purpose of the work group was to further explore issues associated with providing safe patient access to medical cannabis. And the reason that I asked the questions that I did about the composition of the group is I'm wondering how you can explore those issues fully without having a conversation around the impacts associated with medical dispensaries in neighborhoods where they exist today. What has happened in those neighborhoods vis-a-vis property tax rates, meaning assessed valuation, I should say, pardon me, assessed valuations of properties in the neighborhood, crime in the neighborhood, dependencies in those neighborhoods. And I ask all this from the perspective of having actually spent time in a permitted medical dispensary in Sacramento and watching who comes and goes over the course of an hour. And my observation was that with the exception of one person who might have been older than me, everybody else was substantially younger than me. The vast majority of them were male, and they seemed to be of a demographic, particularly at that time of the day that I was there, that I would have thought should probably have been gainfully employed, but they weren't. There was a fairly steady stream of young, able-bodied, by physical observation, granted, I'm not a doctor, just looking at who came and went, of young, physically well-bodied, physically able-bodied young men coming and going during business hours in the course of a business day. And so I'm curious as to how you can have a work group exploring the issues associated with providing safe patient access without looking at those sides of the issue as well.
Well, I can say that we explored all the various aspects of each license type and the impacts of those license types on the county, the community, and how it affects safe access. The workshop was never designed to address every single segment of the community. That's not the makeup of it.
Then I don't have any other questions for you. I'm going to wait for the opportunity to ask a couple questions to Dr. Oldham. So I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Holmes. Oh, I'm sorry, Robert.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'll give you a little bit of background so you can answer my question maybe better, but I'm curious as to your perspective as it relates to Colorado, the body of regulation as it relates to state-driven versus locally driven. So by way of background, I think all of us on the board here have publicly stated, and if I'm wrong, my colleagues will correct me momentarily, that we want to provide for access for medicinal purposes. The problem is, we've got a very fluid, convoluted, unusual circumstance here with a drug that's illegal federally, and now in California it's legal for medicinal purposes for about 20 years and now recreationally much more recently. So it's very fluid. Court decisions have dictated what opportunities we have locally. I've been convinced by our county counsel's office that if in this county we were too aggressive or not targeted, we actually might ourselves be a target for litigation by being overly zealous. So with all that as background, what's unusual about marijuana for medicinal purposes, and backing up a little bit, I'll just state that I do not support, I oppose the recreational legalization of marijuana. And if it was made available for medicinal purposes in a normal fashion, it would be predominantly regulated by the federal government, Food and Drug Administration. But things are probably perfect in Colorado, but in California, sometimes when the state bumps along financially, they offset that burden to local government through things like realignment and confiscation of our redevelopment agencies and a few other things. But that's just me going through therapy. So I'm hugely concerned about Placer County, for example, drilling deeply down into, along with a lot of other things I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about really creating a body of regulation and an industry, if you will, concurrent with the board's goals. But wondering what, in fact, might happen with the state as we go through changes, probably, again, largely driven by court decisions. So I'm curious as to your experience and your knowledge on that. And then I'll just finish by saying the single key focus that I have with a concern about marijuana generally is for access to adolescent brains. I've done a bit of research on that, and I know that that impact is being studied, but potentially devastating. So whatever we do over time, because I think we will have to be adapting to changes, I want to have that as being my first target in the event we do change things. So that a lot of information for you, but if you could give me some feedback specifically as relates to Colorado, or any knowledge that you might have as relates to state, federal regulation versus local governments taking on those burdens.
Sure. I wish I had a crystal ball and knew which direction we were going, but we are under a new administration, and Sessions and Trump have made it clear that recreational use of marijuana and sales of marijuana is not, they're not a real big fan of. They have discussed some tolerance, although that is yet to be determined with regards to medical. Currently, Colorado started, and when Colorado and Washington started, they reached out to the federal government, asked for direction, and the direction that came was through the Cole Memo. The Cole Memo set out priorities of enforcement priorities in where the federal government will address diversion to children, using the industry as covert activity for illicit enterprises or criminal enterprises, weapons growing on federal lands. There were 8 priorities at the moment. I can't remember all 8, but that is currently what all of the states are operating under. My suspicion and the conversations that we've had with both state and federal officials is that if the Sessions administration or the Trump administration through Sessions decides to move forward with some type of deviation from that Cole Memo, it will be taking that memo and building upon enforcement priorities. I hear you, and I understand. If we were having a conversation about recreational marijuana, I think it'd be vastly different. I think recreational sales is problematic. Colorado has seen it, and one of the major things that Colorado has seen is the influx of marijuana tourism and the influx of tourists coming, using, not being aware of the impact of edibles, and there was a news article in the Denver Post that tourist visits to the hospitals increased 56% over the last year, and I think that was 15 to 16, because of the impact that recreational marijuana. Medical marijuana, I don't dispute you. The common user that you see, but there are patients that are at home. There are patients. The patients that are true patients should not suffer because of some very poorly designed state rules right now as it governs the issuance of medical marijuana cards and IDs and approvals. And I think that will be addressed. I think that will be one of the things that will be addressed if the Trump administration and Sessions moves forward, will probably be to kind of revamp how medical cards or medical recommendations are permitted. But right now, that's what we have. But we have patients that deserve safe access. And I hear your concerns, and I am truly concerned about the future of our children, and that we, and I'm sure we will hear from the doctor, say that this is a concern on the effects of our children and their young developing brains. And I want to address those, and I want them to address appropriate through regulation. And what I said before, I will kind of expand in that none of the states right now have asked the right questions. We've talked about the impact. I don't think we will truly understand what the impact is for another 5 or 10 years. We need to start asking the right questions. Maybe things will change when we have 10 years under our belt and we have clearly defined regulations and everyone truly understanding what those are. But right now, the increases or decreases in crime, or the increases and decreases in homelessness that are directly related, I don't dispute that there are impacts. You legalize something, there's going to be an impact. The goal is to truly understand what the impact is and differentiating that impact from the legal regulated model and the illegal model, or the illicit black market model, and being able to address those appropriately. I think regulation helps to be able to address. If we can put business owners on a path to success, if we can take the cultivators that are currently working and say, look, this is what you need to do, this is how you need to do it, and this is where you need to do it, then it allows those who want to be regulated and operate legally, allows them to move forward. That clearly differentiates the ones that are operating illegally, which will allow law enforcement to devote time and resources to those people and become more effective in their prosecution or attempts of prosecution during those investigations.
Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Supervisor Wygant, for your question. And I think your question comes to why we're going very slowly, taking very slow measured steps. We have a very strict ordinance in place now. If the board decides to move any direction forward, it'll still be very, very strict. When you talk about dispensaries, the ones that I've visited have had neighborhood coalitions. They work with the neighborhood. They make sure the parking's fine. I don't see any dispensaries in neighborhoods. There won't be any in the cities, clearly, because they don't want any. So that limits the space if we do allow dispensaries. I think that they'll be very limited and very tightly regulated. I think that anyone that wants to open a dispensary legally is going to have a lot of conditions put on them, and that's going to, excuse the pun, weed out those that are just kind of in it for the buck, but the ones that are serious about providing medical cannabis. As far as environmental impacts, I ran into two gentlemen from PG&E the other day at a breakfast. I was talking to them about what we're doing. One of their concerns was that at these homegrown grows, if there's several of them in the neighborhood, what impact does that have on the supply of electricity to those neighborhoods? They're concerned about that. That's something that will have to be addressed. And then we talked about dispensaries versus deliveries. And deliveries are happening. They're illegal. But what is the benefit of having a dispensary over deliveries? Can you address that for me?
Sure, and we did have conversations, and the proposal or recommendation came up that we have delivery services and not have storefront dispensaries. One of the problems that I found in both Colorado and experience here is that the state regulations have created a supply chain from kind of seed to sale or clone to customer. And that supply chain is a kind of a check and balance and is part of that inventory tracking. And we're going to license, or we could license, a dispensary, and in that dispensary and regulatory oversight, we're going to require that I would suspect that we would require ID checks and verifying that an actual person with a recommendation and a valid ID that has a legal right to make that purchase approach the counter. And then at the point of sale, that inventory is taken out of the inventory tracking system and accounted for, and that purchase is made. It's made on camera, and you can clearly identify the person selling it and the person purchasing it. So if there's any concerns, if there's any product recalls, if there's any complaints, any criminal investigation, that through regulatory investigation and criminal investigation, we can address those facts. Now, in a delivery service, where are any of those checks and balances? You have product that is brought from somewhere and taken to somewhere and given to someone, and there's not always a mechanism or a method for true verification. In Colorado, there is a state law that says no sale of marijuana can take place outside a licensed premise, outside the limited access area of a business. And Colorado did that at the very beginning because they were concerned about the inventory being given, sold, transferred to children, people that didn't have a legal right. And the way they solved that was making sure that sales, that transaction and exchange of inventory took place on camera.
And I'll just mention before I get to you, Supervisor Euler, we did have a really robust conversation around dispensaries versus deliveries and the relative merits and detriments of one to the other. And before we had that conversation, knowing that we were going to have it, I actually did speak to a number of my friends who are in law enforcement, not just here in California, but outside the state as well. And, I asked them, what would you think, about dispensaries versus deliveries? And of course, to a person, they said, no to both. And I said, okay, so let's move beyond no to both and say the relative merits of the two as a official in law enforcement, which would you consider would be easier to regulate and monitor? And they very clearly said dispensaries. They're in one spot. You can really keep an eye on them. Deliveries blew everybody's mind, and they were completely freaked out at the opportunities for malfeasance within the delivery model. So to me, that was very interesting. Completely understood their first response was no to both. But when they took the time to give it some thought, they said, if you're going to do anything, and again, as Supervisor Holmes has said, we're not proposing that we're doing anything today, their thought was dispensaries would be much easier to manage from a law enforcement perspective. So, Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, if I may at this point, because I do have some additional questions for Mike, but I'd like Dr. Oldham to come forward because I have some questions for him.
Good morning.
Doctor, to your knowledge, is there any physical ailment that it has been clinically proven is best treated by medicinal marijuana?
Yeah, well, I would say yes, with the caveat that the clinical proof in medicine is, has different standards. And so the typical standard to call something a medicine would be to kind of go through the U.S. Food and Drug Administration approval. And obviously, actually, there are some derivatives of marijuana, some synthetics that have gone through that process.
Right, and are available.
Right, but there have been other evaluations, kind of scientific evaluations, meta-analyses, and have shown certain diagnoses. For instance, nausea from cancer and from chemotherapy as a clear indication where medical cannabis, the evidence kind of supports the fact that that's a real use and has real, where the benefits outweigh the risks,
Okay.
But they're limited.
Okay. So knowing that the applications are limited, do we have any idea today, as we sit here, how many Placer County residents are legitimate medicinal marijuana prescription holders?
No, I do not. Do I have an idea? And so during the work group, I kind of speculated about this. In general, my thoughts were that it's a pretty small number, and we were trying to get a sense of how many dispensaries would meet that demand. So my guess would be under 10,000, right?
So under 10,000 are legitimate medicinal marijuana prescription holders, we estimate.
That's just my personal estimation, but I don't have really good data for that. But just based on the limited indications, for instance, not many, relatively few people are getting treatment for cancer with chemotherapy, et cetera. If you look through the national institutes, which diagnoses would meet those criteria, I would think it would be safe to say under 10,000.
Okay, fair enough. So since this conversation seems to be revolving around we have an obligation, folks deserve safe access, and yet we've just been told home cultivation is here to stay. We have an ordinance that allows home cultivation. Of that relatively small percentage of Placer County residents who currently hold a valid medicinal marijuana certificate, what subset of that is currently unable to get their hands on their medicine?
Right, yeah, and that's the other thing we talked about. I mean, there are certain people who, for various reasons, can't access home cultivation. There are barriers for that, and so that was even the discussion around, well, would it make more sense to have a mobile delivery service for those individuals rather than, building a dispensary that might be set up to serve 20 to 50,000 individuals, unique patients. So yeah, I kind of agree. We don't have the exact answer for that, but that was sort of my thinking. That it's
so. In other words, now I'm going to switch, and I'm going to just approach this purely from a businessman's standpoint. We're talking about opening a business, a legal dispensary. We have no idea what our market is. No idea what our legal market is. We know what the potential could be amongst those people that I observe going into a dispensary, and that's simply a subset of what our overall population of our young men aged 18 to 25 is. We can say there's my potential marketplace, but we have no idea what our legal group is that we might be able to need, which then goes to the issue of, okay, how do I have then a business plan that justifies a location, or is it a location? Because if we have an obligation to provide safe access or reasonable access, is that also geographically defined? Do I have to have something in the Sheridan area as well as the Granite Bay area, as well as North Auburn and Alta and then Tahoe, just because geographically we can't have people going too far? But does the market in each of those places justify that? And then if there is a geographic area, well, 32 miles from where I sit, because I just Googled it, there are 2 legal dispensaries in Sacramento. I can just get in my car and drive 32 miles and I have safe access. And since we know that 4/5 of Placer County population is that way, not that way, that means 4/5 of Placer County's population is closer than 32 miles to a legal dispensary today. So we're here having a conversation about an unknown population of users, an unknown marketplace, an unknown potential solution. Our board has already adopted a solution that does allow for safe access. It does allow for personal growing and safe access for those legitimate people. And at the time, we've also identified, well, then we have this potential solution of delivery, but that could also be a threat. And yet, sitting here as this conversation was going on, I do a very simple little Google search on my phone. I'm surprised the county network allowed me to do it, but it did. It allowed me to Google, where can I buy pot in Auburn? And the top Google listing was Weed Maps. And Weed Maps listed a number of delivery services that were more than happy to accommodate Auburn. There were 9 of them. I saw 7 that were Nevada City, Grass Valley, and 1 for Lincoln. And so, okay, if we're going to then do this dispensary, but we've identified that these delivery services are bad, are we going to take a move to shut down delivery? Are we going to raid delivery services and say you can't serve Placer County? And what's our enforcement mechanism going to be there around that? So I see a very small tail wagging a very big dog in this entire conversation. We have no idea what percentage of our population we are talking about making a significant policy change in this county about our attitudes toward this activity that we know has had significant detrimental effect in other states and other regions. And we're talking about making that change at this board level when we don't even know what universe we might be helping. We can quantify, just based on raw demographic numbers, what universe we might be hurting. But we can't quantify, is it 2 people, is it 200 people, or 2,000 people that's sitting here today in our county don't have quote-unquote safe access to their medicinal marijuana that only treats certain things in a certain sector of our population. We have no data on that. And this board has taken a lot of time on this issue, and pardon my frustration, Matt, it's your first meeting with us, but we've taken a lot of time on this issue, and I simply have absolutely no patience for us further expanding this conversation without real objective data that we can measure from.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Holmes, was there anyone else who was going to be presenting today? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
first of all-
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, you know, I'm listening to this, and it's hard for me not to agree with with Kirk's comments from the standpoint of where are we going, all right? And one of the things that I do want to poke at is that, you know, I think part of providing fair access is also providing opportunities to promote and advance the science and the testing. And I think that in and of itself, if we were going to start someplace, it would be to allow the opportunity for some type of high-level research into this. I think that's something that we can amend the ordinance to address right this second. And I say that because it doesn't have the stigma of a dispensary or a sale or anything like that. So if there was anything that was going to come out of this meeting for something to move forward, that would probably be it for me. And then I think I would need to see some type of a roadmap moving forward as to what are the things that number one, you know, quantifying a little bit more detail in what the numbers are for people that can't get their medicine, and number two, you know, what can we address that particular issue, and then, you know, and then work from there, because I think there's a lot of moving parts here, and I just want to focus on, I want to be real deliberate on the things that we can focus on now that provide immediate benefit, provide an opportunity to create some really good outcomes. I mean, who doesn't want to address cancer and have cancer research? I mean, everybody in here probably has been touched by that. So I think something along those lines, a modification I would like to see and would be acceptable as a first step for me. And then, you know, quantifying the overall market. You know, I understand, you know, dispensaries, those kinds of things. That's a business proposal. But for me, that really needs to be, you know, something that has to have a component of HHS involved in something like that, in addition to the regulation. As I've always said in the beginning, this has always been for me about patient access. I voted against recreational use. You know, if there is something that we need to address, I'd like to identify what that specific issue is and focus my attention on that. Moving forward. I know, and this is just some anecdotal stuff that through testing, I mean, there's been data that suggests that a small quantity of product can actually result in, you know, thousands of units of medicine, which is consistent with the ordinance that we have right now for the 50 square feet, better understanding how to use the medicine and how to extract the medicine, those kinds of things. So, you know, those are just my comments. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Thank you. This isn't direct to you, Dr. Holmes, so thank you. You're good. Just to address Kirk's concerns, anybody that wanted to open up a dispensary would have a business plan be their risk. The regulations restrict. They would have to follow the regulations and meet all the requirements. So certainly they would be sophisticated enough not to open up a dispensary in a place that wasn't going to be successful. So to address your concern, I don't see anybody just opening up a dispensary and opening the doors like people would open up a restaurant and hope people show up. And so anyhow, that would be the risk of anybody that wanted to open up a dispensary, but I'm sure they would do their analysis. These people are sophisticated. They know what they're doing, the ones that I've seen. They've talked to the neighborhood. They have neighborhood associations that are in agreement with allowing them. And so those kinds of issues. Again, since most of the population is in South Placer, there's not going to be any opportunity for them to open up any dispensaries in anywhere near there due to zoning and the buffer that, if the board moves forward, sets in place. So with that, I would like to now, with the board's permission, unless someone has any questions.
Supervisor Euler's light is on.
I appreciate your comment about the dispensary, and again, my comment to Dr. Oldham was simply to see if we could identify what is that subsection of our population, not just those that have a true medical need, but those that have a true medical need, and I mean a true medical need, those that have a true medical need that are not able to meet that need under our current ordinance. So it is a subsection of our population. And I guarantee you that number is not enough to justify opening a dispensary. And my point is that we might be having this conversation to say, well, we need a dispensary in order to meet that need of those 20 people, 200 people that fit that sub, but the actual market for that dispensary isn't those 20 people or 200 people. It's the entire demographic that right now proves day in and day out what a sham our medical marijuana system is, because they can get a permit for a cough. And we see it all the time by observing dispensaries, other places in this state. And so that's what I'm concerned about, is by opening the doors to a dispensary, opening the doors to an economic engine that creates a market, doesn't meet that particular subset that we're trying to address.
Understood. So with that, I will look to Josh Hunsinger to come forward and talk about what's going on with the state. I think this is appropriate this time. Josh, I hate to put you on the spot, but I know you've been working closely with the state of California, and I'd appreciate if you could give us some insight.
Yeah, good morning, Josh Hunsinger, Placer County Agricultural Commissioner. I've been working on this issue along with you for the last couple of years, obviously, and we've watched over that time the passage of a number of different pieces of legislation, starting back in October of 2015 with the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act. That was a group of 3 bills that was passed, as I said, in October of 2015. And then several updates to that. They changed it to the Medical Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act in early 2016. And then, of course, Proposition 64, that then was the Adult Use Act in November of 2016. And most recently, SB 94, which was the trailer bill language, as it was called, that merged the medical law with the recreational law. Although they're 2 separate systems, the licensing and the regulatory processes between the 2 are made consistent, so there wasn't one set of standards from an operation standpoint for one and a regulatory standpoint for one versus the other. What happened in the middle of that, or prior to SB 94 being signed into law, was that all of the regulatory agencies, and there's 3 primary state regulatory agencies, the Bureau of Cannabis Control, or they've changed the name about 5 times. I apologize if I'm out of date on that. Under the Department of Consumer Affairs is kind of the umbrella and lead agency. Department of Public Health is responsible for a number of things, everything from pesticide residue tolerances to edible manufacturing and testing standards, things like that. And then the California Department of Food and Agriculture is responsible for regulating cultivation. And so those three agencies had put out a series of draft regulations to kind of flesh out the law and really how their approach would be to actually regulating those activities at the state level. They withdrew many of those regulations based on the passage of SB 94 and are redoing them and will reissue them. It's anticipated later this month. So there's a little bit of an unknown there as we stand today, in that some of the state regulations aren't out yet. The deadline for these state licenses to be available is January 1st of 2018. The dual licensing requirement for commercial activities remains, although it's changed a little bit. In the prior, the MCRSA, the original medical, it was that the applicant had to proactively submit a county or city license prior to being issued a state license. Now the process is slightly different in that the local jurisdiction is responsible to submit their ordinance rather than an individual license. So the County of Placer would have to submit its ordinance to the various state regulatory agencies so that they have it on file in its current form. And then when an application, theoretically from Placer County, from an applicant in Placer County came to one of the state agencies, the state agency would then contact the local jurisdiction and inquire about the status of that applicant, and then the county or the city would have 60 days to respond to the state agency to approve or deny, and then a silence on the matter would be taken as a passive approval. So that in a nutshell is kind of where things stand. The county's ability to obviously be more restrictive than the state law still remains, and local control is still very much part of the state law, although things have changed a little bit since I think even November when we spoke about this last. Did you have anything specific beyond?
So it's going to be January of next year.
Correct.
And are they on track? I know
they are. I don't. I think what they're communicating is that they will have kind of a skeletal program in place immediately, and then there's certain additional deadlines. Some of the things they acknowledge will take a couple additional years to flesh out. Some of the licensing categories won't be available for several years, but the bare bones program will begin in 2018, and they're pretty confident.
But we're looking at least 2 years, even if this board moves forward, 2 years before we can even meet the state requirements.
Potentially, depending on what types of activities, what types of ordinances, what types of CEQA review, some of those kinds of things, it could be a pretty lengthy process.
All right. That's fine. I appreciate your.
And Josh, just to clarify, because I recognize that we have some individuals from other jurisdictions here, local cities. Cities, we've only talked about state and county. Cities would have their own full independence to create their own parameters around this as well.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Josh? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you.
So if the board agrees, I would like to have Tim Wagner come forward and speak to how the ordinance we have in place now is working. I know you've been working with.
Good morning, Chairman Montgomery, members of the board. Tim Wagner, I'm your chief building official. I'm also overseeing the code enforcement team, or our cannabis enforcement team, through our Chapter 8 Provision State of County Code. And just to give you a brief update, the team has been active for a couple of months now. Since this year, we've received a total of 76 complaints. Since May, 74 of those complaints have come in. And we've totally resolved 37 complaints today with 100% compliance. So when we've gone out, we've posted the notice about the lack of compliance, and those property owners have, within the 3-day provisions, removed the plants down to 6 or removed them entirely if they felt this wasn't an area that was going to be viable for their growth. So today that's working very well. The team is moving through 19 right now. They do take them in pockets, if you will, and so they're working through 19 of those complaints today. And only one of those are we seeing some resistance, and so we'll test our system to see how well that works, but we're very confident that it is very well designed. We do have 20 more that are will be reviewed after we resolve these 19 that we're currently active with today. But I do want to share with your board that we have not, as I shared, had have the opportunity to have any administrative hearings or abatement settings or anything to that effect. So we are still working on the written complaint process, and I would like to share with your board that we are seeing out there some environmental degradation, and we do look for, from an enforcement standpoint, we do look for the opportunity to address those proactively, but are under the guides of your board with the written complaint process and are respecting that today. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Have you had any interaction with the Sheriff's Department as far as the illicit grows? Has there been a decrease in the amount of illicit grows in Placer County?
Well, I can't speak directly to those Supervisor Holmes, but I can tell you we are working directly with the Sheriff's Office, and we have received, in the hotspot areas your board is interested in, we have received complaints from them, and we've been identifying those and working through those. And so many of these that I suggest here are those that we've received from the Sheriff's Office.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Supervisor Duran.
When you say environmental degradation, can you kind of give us a little bit more information? Are you testing the water? Are you testing the soil? Are you contemplating doing that? Tell us what's going on.
Well, Supervisor Duran, I'm going to say it's a little more simple than that. By my flyover, the sheriff was accommodating to allow me to go up in the air. We spent about 3 hours in the air. And I will tell you what I saw were areas where folks had removed trees, they had graded quite large areas, 100-foot or larger hoop houses or greenhouses that they developed. And so, no, we haven't gone to the level yet of testing water and looking for those kind of contaminants, but I don't need to. At this point, what I'm seeing is if we just address those large scofflaw grows that are degrading our environment, that in itself will have a major impact on reducing this in Placer County.
Supervisor Euler.
So we established some line of demarcation where the sheriff's office was going to handle certain things and your office was going to handle others. When the sheriff's office brings to your attention things that would fall into your jurisdiction, how do those get resolved?
So today we're receiving those complaints from the Sheriff's Office, so whether it be a flyover or other types of matters that they've identified, and they're entered directly into our system just like any other complaint. What we are trying to do is identify, again, those hot pockets or hot spots. So Sheridan, for example, we have found in the Dutch Flat and Alta area, the Moody Ridge area. Those are two particular hotspot areas. We've received intel from the Sheriff's Office as well as our own intel. And so we are moving through those just like with anything else. So we are very sensitive. We did get something to the effect of 30 complaints from the sheriffs a couple of weeks ago. We were proactive, went right out there and dealt with those. Meaning proactive as in our staff grabs those as we would anything else, and went out there and dealt with those.
Okay.
And
so
we have.
You're not waiting for complaints to come from neighbors where the sheriff identifies a grow, but it doesn't meet the size or scope of where we drew that line of demarcation. They hand it to you and you guys go.
So I'm trying to stay within the confines of your board's wishes. So we are taking complaints from the community itself,
right,
but are also taking complaints from the sheriff's office in those kind of hotspot regions that they've identified and that your board has let me know that they're concerned with. So yes, we are taking those from the sheriff's office as they identify them and going out
but
there.
But if they identify one, say in Granite Bay, that's not a hotspot area, if the sheriff identifies it, hands it to you,
we'd still go after that.
You
yes.
guys, so you are taking all of the sheriff's referrals to your office and you guys are working those.
That's correct.
I think it's also important to note that, on a few occasions I have received a written complaint via email from someone, and we have agreed that that is considered a formal written complaint under our ordinance, so I have forwarded that to code compliance. I see no other questions for Mr. Wagner.
Okay,
thank you, Tim. Anything else, Mr. Holmes? Okay. All right. Absolutely. So Supervisor Holmes was not on mic, but he is suggesting that we open it up first to members of the committee, and then we open it up to members of the general public. So if there are any members of the committee that would like to come forward and comment on this, now is your opportunity. Okay, I see no members of the committee. Oh, wait, there's one.
I guess I'll take these few minutes that you give me. Thank you very much. My name is Kimberly Cargile. I am a Placer County resident. I'm a mother, and I am a patients' rights advocate. I am here today on behalf of the patients of Placer County, legitimate patients. And Supervisor Euler, I understand your comments, and I am also disenchanted with that dispensary. That is a recreational dispensary. I'd consider that a bad example, and I'd ask once again that you visit a therapeutic alternative to see a good example, please, because there are legitimate patients of Placer County, thousands that travel to access us, thousands who cannot grow their own because they are not able-bodied or they are too sick, or they require specific products, specific administrative techniques that can't be made in your home. The majority of our legitimate patients actually don't smoke cannabis. They use pain patches, suppositories, inhalers. There are a number of products that legitimate patients need with specific cannabinoid profiles. Cannabinoids are the active ingredients in cannabis that cause pharmacological effects on our body. And I have done a survey of Placer County patients to see what illnesses and disorders our patients are coming to us for. PTSD, migraines, endometriosis, MS, lupus, autoimmune disorders, gastrointestinal disorders, fibromyalgia, autism, epilepsy, neuropathy, insomnia, chronic pain, arthritis, injuries from accidents and major injuries, glaucoma, Lyme's disease, ADD and ADHD, depression, AIDS, HIV, and a variety of cancers, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's disease. 50% of our patients are over 40, half of them are over 65. And this is the fastest growing portion of patients in the country. These patients come to us because we offer a non-toxic alternative to pharmaceuticals, and taken in the correct dosage with the correct administrative technique does not cause any psychoactive effects. Actually, some of our products reduce psychoactive effects, the products with CBD. So I encourage you to come visit us, both of you supervisors, and to see legitimate patients, to see the legitimate needs, to see how we're helping them with a variety of natural health therapies, and to let us take the chance to provide a professional medical-only dispensary here in Placer County. Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I may just quickly, first of all, thank you for spending the time on the committee. Mm-hmm. Thank you for engaging with the committee. The reason I asked the question about data and wanting data and having us base our decision, any decision we might make, based on data, is very simply this. You're asserting that there are thousands of patients that are legitimate medicinal marijuana users who can't get their product any other way, who travel to your store. You're asserting there are thousands, and I can't dispute that, who come from Placer County. I can't dispute that. But what I can tell you is that in 15 years as a county supervisor, if I have an issue in my district that affects 10 people, 5 of them are going to tell me about it. I haven't heard from a single constituent. We have almost 400,000 people in this county, which means I have over 70,000 people in my district, closing in on 80,000 people. I've not heard from one constituent that this is a problem. And so if there are thousands in Placer County, then proportionally, a number of them are going to be in my district. And not one has ever contacted me to say, I have this condition, I need this for my medicine, I can't grow my own, therefore I need a solution in Placer County. And like I said, when an issue affects 10 people, half of them make sure they let me know. So that's why I asked the questions of Dr. Oldham the way that I did. I don't like our board being pushed toward policy decisions based on emotion and not hard data. And there's been an awful lot of emotion in these chambers and up at Cedra around this issue. And yet to this day, after years of having this conversation, we have no hard data.
And I would like to say that I think from talking with these patients from Placer County, they're afraid because there's such a stigma associated with it. They also have no rights to their job, to their children, to their housing. And I have talked to them about approaching you, and they're afraid to
You'd be amazed the things people are willing to tell me about and are willing to talk to me about, and in what environments they are comfortable telling me and talking to me. So that might be some small percentage. I'm discount that, but if there are truly that number, then some percentage is going to be willing, and I've never heard from a single one. So that's all. And thank you again for your participation.
Thank you, and I will reach out to the patients and ask them to contact you directly.
Please do.
Any other members of the committee want to speak to this? Okay, seeing none, I will open it up to members of the public. If you have any question or comment, please come forward. I would like to ask people to try to respect the 3-minute time frame. And if someone has already said something with which you agree, just let us know that you agree. We don't probably need to hear it again. So, welcome.
Hi, my name is Violet Garcia. I live in Sheridan. I have arthritis from my neck all the way down. I grow pot for myself and nothing else. But the thing is, now I have a guy coming to the house and telling me I have to pull him and I can't grow. I can't afford the medicine for the stuff I have to take. I'm in this low income and I'm trying to make it worse. So what can I do for it?
And I think that's exactly what Supervisor Holmes' committee is really trying to ask and answer.
And plus, I'm a veteran, too, on top of it. And it's not right, because I don't do anything except taking care of myself. I've already lost a husband with cancer, and he was on it to live for 2.5 years with cancer because of the pot. Now, I have problems, and I need it resolved. The guys are coming out tomorrow to pull all my plants. It's not right.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Goodnow. I live in Auburn. I want to do a quick background. I've been married for 35 years. My husband's family has been in Placer County for over 5 generations. I'm a Bible-reading, Jesus-loving Christian. I'm about as conservative as you can get. I have an autoimmune disease called rheumatoid arthritis. I've had it for 17 years. My immune system is attacking all of my joints in my body. My knees are ruined, my ankles and feet are bad, and I'm starting to have back issues. Several years ago, I started having problems falling and staying asleep. I talked to my doctor about this, and he told me to use morphine. I had no desire to use morphine, and a family member suggested that I try edible marijuana. I prayed about it and decided that as long as I closely followed all the laws, it would be worth a try. I researched to find the most reputable medical evaluation clinic and met with an actual licensed MD to get my card. Then I found the best marijuana dispensary, but unfortunately this dispensary is located in downtown Sacramento. It's called All About Wellness. It's about a 45-minute drive one way from my home. Dealing with traffic is incredibly stressful, and stress hurts my disease. Once I got the dosage correct, it started allowing me to fall and stay asleep. I've been using it for a little over 2 years now. It has really helped to control my disease. Try not to cry. I recently lost a job because my boss was so against any of his employees using marijuana. Even though I only use it at night, he still did not like it. I was let go after 18 years of employment. The stigma has got to go away. Marijuana is a plant that has been used for medicine for longer than Placer County has existed. Why is there still a stigma against it? I would appreciate it if the county would allow dispensaries in my town. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Richard Miller from Americans for Safe Access. I'm also the State Director for American Alliance for Medical Cannabis. I've been before you a number of occasions to discuss the benefits of medical cannabis. I can tell you myself, I can give you a long list of medical conditions for which I could use it, but I look like an able-bodied man. But I suffer periopinal neuropathy, and I can tell you it's not something to live with. It's very difficult to live with. And there was at a point 5 years ago that I was looking at wheelchairs. My body was shutting down from the pharmacological medications that I've been given to for almost 45 years. I can honestly say now I don't even take it so much as an aspirin, thanks to medical cannabis. I do use the form that is non-psychoactive in most instances, except for when I'm in extreme pain, and then at nighttime. So I can tell you it's very important that we have access to our medical cannabis, and so that I could stand here before you and speak. The number one call that I get from patients in Placer County is they're afraid to come out. They're afraid to discuss openly and losing their job, their housing, having their kids taken away, and I've experienced that experience here in Placer County with raising my nephew and having CPS take it because of the use of my medical cannabis and my outspokenness for it. So it does exist. So you can understand why patients are afraid to come out. They want to protect their HIPAA rights and their own medical conditions. I'm not denying you people are out there getting recommendations fraudulently, but there are people out there that do need it, and there are people in this community that do need it, and I see them on a daily basis because I too work at a therapeutic alternative, and the number one patients that are coming forward are the elderly right now. They are getting educated. They are getting off their pharmacological use of opioids and other chemical dependency drugs that are given to them by their doctors. So as we move forward, I want to commend you for creating the work group and continuing to move forward in supporting this. As it takes a village to raise a child, it takes a village to have compassion for patients and understanding the importance of those patients getting access to their medicine. Because just 5 years, I couldn't go down to Sacramento to get my medication. I couldn't make the drive. I couldn't drive more than 10 miles. Now I'm driving all over the state, including in my own community, fighting for patients' rights for those patients that won't come out. So it's extremely important that we truly get educated and that we move it forward. And I understand and appreciate you wanting to move forward in a solid direction that is protecting the citizens of this community and me as a resident of this community. Because I don't have the ability to grow on a large lot where I live because the setbacks are just too much to grow. So I think it's important as we move forward that we take that compassion for the patients and we grant them the access they so desire. We are morally obligated to do so. And I thank you for your time, and I'd ask that you move forward in a positive direction in allowing for medical access. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else interested in speaking to this, please come forward. And if there are other people who want to speak to this, feel free to line up. We don't need to trickle in one by one. Welcome.
Thank you. Chair Montgomery and Board of Supervisors, Scott Ewell. I'm a resident of Rockland and also serve as the mayor's Rockland. And my primary reason, I think, to speak today is to say thank you to Supervisor Holmes, who attended our council meeting last week, came out to make an effort to communicate where the board is going, and I sincerely appreciate that, and I know all of my colleagues do, and we have a long history of good communication and cooperation, and we can maintain that with good communication. I mean, there's a lot to be said about this issue, and there's a lot has been said and will be said, so I just kind of want to maybe limit to a couple comments. I represent 64,000 people in our city, and as it was mentioned, that our cities have very strict ordinances, very tight ordinances, and we don't need to, have a long conversation about that. I think you know where our communities stand. What I am very hopeful, though, is that whatever is decided by this board, and you address that, respecting our ordinances, protecting our communities, buffers, maintaining the buffers seem to be the key issue there. Transportation is a whole other bailiwick, but I trust that you'll make good decisions in that regard. I want to say that I was a little, I wish there had been a broader perspective brought to the commission that was put together. I think that would have helped, because it is a little odd to see anybody supporting something 100%. Other than my wife being 100% right all the time, rarely do you get 100% of anything, and so you have to kind of question maybe those results a bit. But be it as it may. I'd also like to say that I think the most cogent argument made today is from Supervisor Euler. I think this issue of dispensaries, I lost my brother to cancer last year. He had a battle for 3 years. I will say it's not difficult to get a card. In fact, the biggest crime of all is trying to acquire those cards, and some of these dispensaries charge $500 or more just to get the card. That needs to be regulated, frankly. But it was not difficult, and I've been in the life insurance business for 30 years. I've lost a lot of clients to cancer. I consult with families. I rarely do I find, much like Supervisor Euler mentioned, that it is very difficult to obtain medical marijuana. And I think there's got to be a better solution than just opening it up to these dispensaries that ultimately, and we spend all the time talking about medical marijuana, but ultimately the issue before us is the recreational use. And you open up the dispensaries, how are you going to regulate that? I don't understand how we get there. And we have 42 million people, or 40 some odd million people in California. It'll be a regulation nightmare, let alone just difficult in our communities. So my time is up. Thank you again.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? Please come forward. Feel free to line up. In fact, I encourage you to line up. Welcome. Please identify yourself.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Casey Brown. I served on the Medical Cannabis Policy Work Group Committee. I'm a father in Placer County. I've coached Placer Junior Home in football. I'm a veteran of foreign war. I served 4 years in the United States Coast Guard doing drug interdictions in the Caribbean. Since I got out of that, I became an entrepreneur, started a fundraising company, worked directly with hospitals, hospital volunteer organizations, doing fundraising events for them. I've worked with Sutter Roseville. I've worked with hospital up in Grass Valley, hospitals throughout Northern California, hospitals throughout the country. I personally have been able to raise $1.4 million for those hospitals, donating 20% of my revenue to those volunteer organizations, and helped with many different programs. I'm here to advocate for the patients in Placer County, the cultivators in Placer County, and ancillary cannabis businesses in Placer County. In Placer County, you have a large group of entrepreneurs that are smart, that maintain small businesses outside of cannabis, and maintain small businesses in cannabis in the past under the old land use regulations. I had this big list here that I was going to go over, but as the discussion has evolved today, I decided to kind of throw that out and just wing it. So we'll see how that works. As we move forward talking about patients, how do we sit here and tell these patients that they do or do not benefit from medical cannabis? That's not our business. It's our business to see how they benefit and listen to how they benefit. We don't judge people when they go out and get a prescription for any other ailment or a Western medicine prescription. Is Adderall, Ambien, you name it. It's all out there. And I do believe that we don't sit in front of pharmacies and say who should or shouldn't be on those medications. So to talk about medical patients for cannabis in that realm, I believe is an unfair judgment laid on them that we should pay closer attention to the real argument at hand. The real argument at hand is how do they gain access to those medications? And being medical cannabis, they go through a licensed MD, they get a licensed card, they get a certificate of recommendation, they go to a licensed dispensary, they present that recommendation along with their ID, and they pick up their medication, just as if you would go to a doctor and get a prescription and go to a pharmacy and pick up your medication. And that is a process that is overseen by government and regulations. So as we move forward in medical cannabis, that process is defined by the state of California and how that looks from seed to sale, through the process of getting your recommendation, going to the dispensaries. The dispensaries themselves have to document it and maintain patient records that fall under the HIPAA regulations. So as we move forward with the conversation in Placer County, I want to thank the board for putting together the Medical Cannabis Work Group Committee and moving forward with entertaining the idea of dispensaries and safe access and having compassion for the patients. Sorry.
Thank you, Casey.
Good morning. My name is Kyle Seifert. A lot has been discussed today. I just want to present my thoughts about I don't think there's a lack of compassion towards those in need of this medication, but I think there should be further knowledge and data supporting the need for our county to adopt such dispensaries. I think there comes a lot more issues, which the county has already, than to have to add more to it. But I think those who are in need of it should, instead of spending time and money on dispensaries, because in Reno, where I just came from, they're popping up like CVS's, and where the city was against it for so long, and now one popped up, and then for some reason they just keep coming. And but current resident here in Placer County, and I think transportation from the dispensaries in Sacramento might be a better outlook to deliver to the patients in need here in our county. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Paul Joyner. I am a resident of the city of Lincoln and also a member of the Lincoln City Council, and I too would very much like to thank Supervisor Holmes and his committee for the good work they did here. I won't, I think what I'll do is simply endorse Mayor Euler's comments. I do that to you too all the time. I apologize.
It's okay, they're married.
They're married, yeah.
It's established good looks.
That's it. But as I sat here today, the city of Lincoln is very, very concerned about where this may potentially lead. The discussion I heard today was an interesting one, given where the board came from for its current ordinance. There was much discussion about making certain that those who needed medical marijuana would have the ability to grow it for themselves, have access to that. The discussion I heard earlier today seemed to then turn on that and suggest that homegrown access is unsafe. And therefore we need a regulated industry that will test and provide safe medical marijuana. I find those two to be a bit in conflict. And it seems, for me personally, to be a march towards a goal other than that initial goal of making certain that people could grow medical marijuana if they had a need. And this would now be an industry. In fact, as I was sitting in the chairs, I got, oddly enough, an email suggesting that I become a medical marijuana millionaire. That this is a new $200 billion industry cropping up across the country, and you can buy stock in an LLC today for this industry. So I'll simply say that I
Can I have that email address? You got
I'll forward it to you. I'll simply say that Lincoln is very, very concerned about dispensaries, even more concerned about an industry growing up around this with commercial grows. So I will agree with Mayor Ewell that if the county chooses to go forward with this, if the board goes forward with some form of dispensaries or commercial grows, that there be buffers taken very seriously into consideration. And I would also like to, since I've heard that you've visited with Roseville and Rockland, invite you to join us at our council chamber and share your presentation with the Lincoln City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Please come forward, identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Johanna Padilla, and I've been to a few of these meetings, and the data that Kirk, that you were asking for they did a vote. They did a vote. Should we have dispensaries? Should we have medical dispensaries? It was voted on at these electronic things, and it was overwhelming that the public wants safe access to medical marijuana. I am a mother. I'm a businesswoman. I'm an active church member. And I am very conservative. I come from a very conservative farming family, military, law enforcement. And as the world would have it, I've been exposed to this medical marijuana industry. And so I've made it my point to find out as much about it as I can. And what I found out is that there are still a lot of college kids with back pains. And there are a lot of people that are turning from their Western medicine to their Eastern medicine or to their biblical medicine. It says in our Bible, God said to all of us when he created, no matter how you believe, I have given you every seed-bearing plant. Use and partake of it. Okay, so that's my higher power. In God we trust. Okay, so we just want the people in this county, which is huge, between Nevada and between Sacramento, to be able to have safe access to medical marijuana. And I love what I've heard here today, because from my knowledge, that is the fastest growing, is the elderly that don't want to be knocked out. Or it's their kids, that they're 30, 40, 50-year-old kids that are saying, Mom, don't take that, take this. And they're not smoking it, let me tell you that. They're vaping it, but they're using oils, they're using pills, they're using edibles. In a responsible manner, it is a miracle drug, and it is sent from God. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shauna Seifert, and I met with you guys last week. I would just like to take time to thank you very much for putting so much time and effort into this. A lot of what I hear today is all the recreational issues, your stress about the recreational issues. Bottom line is the recreational is happening whether you guys open dispensaries or not. The issue is sick people needing to have access to the plethora of different options that are out there that this plant offers. The science that is behind it is beyond any of your guys' understanding. And I encourage you to do the research and find out how the plant is broke down, how the medicine is used, how it can be used for so many different ailments. You know, the drug addiction today for pharmaceutical drugs is out of control. The suicide from people taking the pharmaceutical drugs is out of control. The side effects that are listed if you take this drug is way worse than what you're taking it for. And yet we have a plant that's been around for thousands of years and a plethora of information and proof that it is medicinal. And we are here today to discuss the medicinal properties of it, not the recreational, because the recreational has been happening way before the medicinal properties were ever discovered. And it doesn't matter if we open a dispensary or not, the recreational is going to happen. And as a board, I would think that you guys would want to capitalize on all the taxes that you'll get that directly affects our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Please come forward. Is there, by show of hands, is there anyone else who's going to want to comment on this? Okay, this will be our last public comment. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Carly Seifert Smith. I was born and raised here in Auburn. And I think what's getting lost isn't the benefits of marijuana. I think I'm actually a supporter. I think that for those who are legitimate users can benefit from medical marijuana. But I think the problem that I have personally seen is the home growth and those who are giving out these illicit drugs to minors and to people who might need them, but they haven't been tested and they haven't been gone through such regulations that you are talking about. And I'm not against the regulations. In fact, I hope and support that there will be much more. I'm just worried as a community member myself, and I have a little brother who was basically exploited last week here, that I know for a fact that he does get the help that he needs for his seizures. He has a doctor. He has the oils that are readily available to him and that didn't need to be given to him by home growth, by medicine that wasn't tested and shown that the chemicals were burnt out. Like, these things can poison people if they're not done right. And it concerns me. And it concerns me as a community member to see these people growing these plants and conducting this oil when it's not under supervised people doing it so. And again, I'm not trying to say that this isn't going to help people or it hasn't helped people. A friend of mine's mom was diagnosed with cancer, and she used it, and it helped her again with her appetite. And there are good things, but I'm just seeing a lot of pushback and a lot of people trying to say that this is needed and we need this, and what we need is the law enforcement to continue to do what they're doing. And I support them, and I just think if there is going to be a dispensary, again, if there is, then to really check that these people who need it. Because I have another sister who has been told that she needs a card, and she's 15 years old, and she's been given marijuana from her parents since she was 14. And this is not right. These things are not right. And that there are youth who are struggling because they think that it's okay, and it's not. It's hurting their academic, it's hurting their brain, it's hurting their development. And again, I support it, but I think that the heavily regulation that it really needs, that I see that you're doing, and I support it because the illegal, illicit drug use, I'm not okay with, and I've seen it firsthand. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. This was just an update and information item. Supervisor Holmes, was there any final words you wanted to share with us?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the committee, the working group. I thank the board for allowing us to move forward with the working group, and I appreciate the robust discussion. I don't know where we're at, though, at this point. I would like to propose, and I don't know if there's support for that or not, but to take a look a little further about limited access to safe cannabis, understanding the concerns of the cities and making sure that there's buffers, complete engagement with all the city and the community. And so I would like to see that move forward. I think it's needed in Placer County. And I'll leave it at that and invite any other comments from my colleagues.
Any other comments from any member of the board? Supervisor Wygant?
Yes, in terms of direction as per the agenda item, I guess, just to be clear, I'm not interested in entertaining a conversation right now about dispensaries. Personally, in my district, I'm having challenges with compliance with what we have already. I think we need to get our feet on the ground well before we extend out. I'm concerned, as I mentioned earlier, that we might be broadening our regulation and perspective as we go forward based on state policies and or precedent cases, and that worries me because we lose control with that. So I want to make sure that we have good homework in place at the staff level. I would recommend the community to reach out to board members on an ongoing basis, and I support the idea of continuing to meet. I would actually have a name that I would recommend adding to your list that I'd be happy to get you if you're going to continue to do that. I think the conversation also needs to be done in strong communication with our city partners. I think that's going to be one of the things that will protect us in the future in the event that we do confront onersome regulation from the state. And I think I'll leave my comments at this point.
Okay, Supervisor Euler.
It is my very strong preference that staff not take another minute on this. It is my very strong preference that we, having had a majority of our board reach a decision after numerous hours of public input, we see how we do with the regulation as it exists, and where we have individuals who are truly having trouble legally obtaining the medicine that they have legally been prescribed. We have solutions for that. We have remedies for that we can help offer through various opportunities for transit and transportation to existing facilities. The private sector, as was proven to me by my one quick Google search, the private sector has come up with numerous solutions to assist people in getting their medicinal marijuana. We've taken enough board and staff time on this item. I say we let the existing regulation that we voted to adopt previously work, maybe, you know, in the future, if we have some objective data that shows we're not meeting an actual need, I'd be willing to reconsider it. But until we have any objective data that shows what that need is, I'm just not interested.
Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, I would like to see, like I said before, the high-level testing piece. Right now, this may be just me, but I'd like to see if the board would entertain a change to our existing ordinance to allow that opportunity for cancer research, high-level research, other types of testing, if there's any stomach for that.
So you're proposing allowing a lab of some kind in
Yeah, a high-tech lab of some type to do that kind of work. It doesn't involve sales, doesn't involve any type of dispensary attached to it. I think that's important. I think there's economic opportunities, economic development opportunities for that. And I think there's a social benefit to that as well. As far as moving forward, if I had to vote on a dispensary right this second, I would probably vote no because I don't know what I'm voting on. But I'm interested in continuing the dialogue and, like I said, in addressing a true concern. If there is a true concern out there, let's figure out how we address it. If a dispensary is part of that conversation, you know, again, like I said, that has to be something that the county takes a very firm involvement in. But I'm not opposed to at least looking at what this thing looks like, or what, number one, codifying and drilling down on what the need is. And I think that's the first thing that I would do, is figure out how many people in Placer County are needing this, and number two, how do we address that short of a dispensary? I think that's kind of what I would like to see. I don't think it's a waste of time. I think it's important to stay on top of this. But as far as a dispensary right this second, that's something I can't see. So if there's entertainment to address a laboratory or a testing type situation, if there's stomach for that, I'd like to see a modification to our ordinance for that. I think that's something that we can do very quickly and without a whole lot of cost to the county.
Supervisor Holmes?
Yes, my question thank you, Supervisor Duran. If there was such a high-level, high-tech testing facility in the unincorporated area of Placer County, where would they get their product? Where would they get products that they were going to test?
Well, I would assume that it would be outside of Placer County.
And where, then if they were tested to be clean, where would they go from there? Would they
Well, I think you're kind of mixing things up. I think what the type of testing I'm looking for is a research testing. They're not creating any cannabis product. They're looking at using cannabis as a source to treat other types of ailments.
So they would find something in the cannabis that would be better use for treating ailments, and not so much as testing the product for
yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right.
We're talking high level type stuff to where it actually could result in a treatment to treat some of those things that this young lady identified. I think that's important. I think that's separate and apart from the discussion as far as dispensaries or those kinds of things. I think that's important. I think there's folks out there that actually want to do that here, and I think that's an opportunity that we should be pursuing. So.
And what other kind of products would they be testing besides cannabis and marijuana?
I think there's actually opportunities to do the testing that we were talking about as far as bio damage, environmental damage, that kind of thing. I think that's important as well to find out. Say, for instance, hypothetically, there's an illegal grow out there. What has that illegal grow done to the water? What has it done to the surrounding environment? What has it done to the soils? And as a matter of fact, our DA's office can prosecute that. So there is a law enforcement element that's on top of that as well.
So you don't envision any public dollars going in towards the testing facility?
No, I think that's a private endeavor.
Okay, all right, good. Thank
Okay, so my comments on this, Supervisor Holm, in response to your questions. I will tell you that I'm hearing a number of different opinions about our existing ordinance and whether it should or should not be altered. I've had a significant number of people come to me and say, like Supervisor Euler, they believe that the current ordinance should just be left in place and nothing should move forward. But interestingly, they also say if we were to allow for something like a dispensary or delivery in Placer County, a lot of these home grows could potentially go away. I don't know how you balance those two comments, but I do think that, I think given the changing context of cannabis in the state and in Placer County, I think it is worthwhile spending some additional staff time on this and looking at, are there things we can do either within the context of our ordinance or with some minor changes to our ordinance that can create an opportunity for reduced grows in communities, safer access for patients who can't get it. And I will say, Supervisor Euler, I have heard from a number of your constituents who, when I've encouraged them to go speak to you, have just said, it's not worth my time, but thanks. So, and that's, I'm sure you hear from my constituents, who tell you the same thing about you should go talk to Montgomery, and they say it's not worth my time. I like Supervisor Duran's idea about some kind of tech testing facility. I think it actually gets to one of the really important points that Supervisor Euler raised, which is we don't know what the medical efficacy of cannabis is in many instances because, frankly, we have operated under a federal context that hasn't allowed people to actually do the analysis. And so I think it might actually be extremely valuable if we can figure out a way to allow some sort of testing facility that maybe can identify not just, is product clean, is it good, is it safe for end users, but what are the specific outcomes for specific medical conditions? Placer County, frankly, could be an absolute leader in that. And it could be done in a very managed, very controlled way that does not affect cities, that does not affect neighborhoods, and really, I think, create some opportunities to move forward. So
and if I'm
those
correct,
are my thoughts.
Becky, under the current scheme in the state of California, there is an exception for those types of activities, correct? And that includes the high-level testing for medical purposes excluding. So I just want to be very clear, this is testing for the cannabinoids and addressing medical issues, not testing for quality and that kind of thing. It's a completely different thing. So,
but just a question, do we need something in our ordinance that would allow for that kind of a facility to locate here, or is that something you have to actually specifically allow for that within your ordinance?
Well, I think I'll defer to counsel on that since I'm not a
Okay,
lawyer.
I mean,
nor
they
do I play
couldn't
one on TV.
locate an existing medically zoned area of the county or anything? I mean, no.
I'm sorry, we've closed public comment, so we're going to just keep our comments to the board here. Can't hear.
I'm sorry, I wasn't speaking, I guess, into the microphone.
The ordinance doesn't directly address that, but I think we need something, at least in the planning and zoning ordinance, because it may not fall under medical facilities because of the way we've defined cannabis in the ordinances.
So if you're a lab doing testing on any kind of controlled substance, you have to be specifically written into the ordinance? It's not a conditional use permit kind of, I mean, there are all kinds of controlled substances, regulated substances that get tested on all the time.
Yeah, but that's the trouble with this one. It's not a controlled substance that the federal government has admitted has any medical benefits. So therefore, it falls in the gap. The only reason you could test it is because it's somewhat legal under California law.
I'm totally open to the idea of a modification to our ordinance that would allow for a true scientific study. I have no issues with that.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
I just echo what Kirk just said about the scientific lab, but the devil will be in the details, which is why I would like staff, of course, to winnow through how that comes forward and what it looks like, and we know what we're doing. But receptive to that and this whole notion about getting good data, which I want to finish by saying I would recommend everybody call Kirk and give him a call.
All of you. I'll give you his number. Yeah.
Deep down inside, he's a pussycat, but Kirk is just really deep. But no, actually, seriously, you know, we're working our way through something that's very fluid and it's going to change. And I keep saying that. That's why I want to do it with our city partners, so that we can stay on the same page and be most intelligent and not get poked by something that's out of our control. So it's important for constituents to reach out to us in local government. That's our niche, if you will, in the political business. So give us all a call if you've got some specific concerns or ideas or recommendations that makes us better.
Supervisor Holmes.
I just wanted to agree with Supervisor Duran. The one thing that he didn't mention is that if they do open some kind of a high-tech lab, you're going to provide some pretty substantial jobs. And so that right. So again, I just want to thank everybody that was involved in this discussion. I thank the board for their indulgence in going through this therapy again. I can see that there's no consensus as far as moving forward with dispensaries at this time. I think probably as the state rolls out its regulations and as we have more information, that we may bring this back at some time to discuss again, preferably after 2018, when things might change. Anyhow, that's again, I appreciate everybody discussing this. It's been a very robust conversation. I've learned a lot. I hope everybody else has learned a lot, and we'll just see where we go from here. So thank you, everybody.
So do I need to make a motion as far as?
No, we were just providing direction. Yeah, and I think adequate direction was provided. Is that correct? Did we get adequate direction? Okay.
Madam Chair, before we move forward, may I ask the Chair's indulgence if we could just take one quick item? I know there's a gentleman that's been here. We have a non-timed item. It's item 6C. It's the Safely Out emergency kits. Gary Dietrich, who's the fellow who's behind the Safely Out program, has sat here through all of our conversations on Joger 20 and marijuana and all the rest, waiting for this item. And
that's good. It's a political education in action.
yeah, that Gary
Yes,
Gary needs
forward.
that political education.
Happy to take that out of order.
If you wouldn't mind, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Hi. Good morning, Madam Chairperson and members of the board. I am Amy Ellis, the Director of the Adult System of Care. So we are bringing forward some information on a small pilot project that we're launching with our in-home supportive services recipients to enhance their emergency preparedness. Safely Out emergency kits are produced by the nonprofit organization Citizen Voice, which we have Gary here today to talk more about, to assist first responders with quick notification if a vulnerable person needs help or has already been evacuated during a disaster. Recipients of this kit will fill out and place large placards, seen here, on their front doors or in windows. Each kit contains a door hanger that can signal for assistance or let others know that the resident is already safely out, a refrigerator magnet booklet with essential contact information, which is in here, we can show you later, and a storage bag to keep spare medicines and other information in the refrigerator, a wallet, information card, and some more items. Placer County serves 3,000 IHSS recipients, 40 in the Tahoe region. These individuals are aged and disabled and often face additional challenges during emergency situations. Through IHSS, each client has a care provider who will assist in filling out the information in the kit and to ensure they are safe and accounted for in an emergency. The kits are $10 per kit, and 2,700 were purchased. And about 300 were in donations for a total of $27,000, which were purchased through the MOE of IHSS funding. No county general funds were utilized. So Gary Dietrich is here, or myself, for any questions.
Question, but if Gary, you'd take a quick minute, just a little deeper dive into Safely Out the program, what you've accomplished so far, and how you can help us here in Placer County, especially as we deal with more fire than the kind of stuff, I mean, you're used to dealing with flood primarily, but we have fire as one of our bigger threats. And
Right. Well, first of all, Supervisors, thank you for taking me on the agenda. And some of you may know I do a little political stuff on radio and TV. Most of these days it has to do with something called ICBMs in North Korea. So it's good to, it's quite, I commend you. I just want to take 15 seconds, because anytime I'm in these settings, you folks do the hard work. Downtown and in the big venues, you know, we get to talk about the big things, but you folks have the ground level work. So all of you, each of you, I just really commend you for your work at local government, and the participation I've witnessed today of the public is irreplaceable and outstanding. So thank you for that. Safely Out. It was birthed in the aftermath of Katrina. When I was down there as a broadcaster and with the Red Cross, and we partnered with the Sacramento chapter of the Red Cross to develop the Safely Out kit, which was groundbreaking. And in fact, the RAND Corporation in their report to state and local governments for preparing special needs population cited it as a best practice nationwide. Over 100,000 of these kits have currently been distributed in California, and due to our goal of 1 million, specifically targeting the vulnerable. All of us can use these, but the vulnerable we define quite simply, as did the RAND Corporation, anyone who would have difficulty evacuating themselves in the event of a natural or man-made disaster. Certainly, Kirk, in this county, a lot of it has to do with fires, but it could deal with anything. I mean, it could deal with rail cars and oil spilling in Roseville. It could deal with heat emergencies. It could deal with people who are snowbound. And by the way, this has now begun to expand nationwide. We just got an inquiry last week from Pennsylvania. 1,500 of these kits may be going to Pennsylvania very shortly. In terms of the IHSS population, Amy addressed that very well. Sacramento County actually took the lead in this right after Katrina and got one of these for every one of their 20,000 IHSS clients in Sacramento. I just think that Placer, you folks are forward-thinking. You have a very diverse population in terms of geography and otherwise, and I think it'd be fantastic, well, it is already, that you're part of this project with us. I just want to thank you for your support. Could answer any questions you have, but I'll simply leave you with this. Close by, 10 years ago, we experienced this, the Angora fire. And it just so happened that providentially, literally, Capital Christian Center had us in and raised $25,000 on a Sunday morning. This is supported by private sector as well as faith-based and other people. Raised those funds for 2,500 kits. That day, the fire hit. They had the first community meeting at the junior high school up at South Lake Tahoe. I went up there as a broadcaster, but beyond that, we went up with the Safely Out kits. I called up Pastor Cole and said, hey, listen, Rick, we're going up tonight. Can we take your kits? We did distribute them not only to every person walking into that community center, but on the fire lines as well in South Lake Tahoe. A week later, I went back. Place was smoldering, and there were Safely Out door hangers hanging on people's doors. So thank you for your support. Happy to answer any quick questions. Otherwise, thank you, Kirk, for letting me scoot out of here today.
I see no questions. Is this I don't believe this is an action item. I think this
I believe it's informational, Madam Chairwoman.
Only.
Yes.
Okay. Excellent.
Thanks
you
again
so
for your
much.
support.
Really appreciate your patience. Yeah. All right. I am going to suggest that we take our 10:45 timed item now, which is our final budget development update. No, says someone. What's the pleasure of the board? Okay. And then get through this, and then we will go to lunch, and then we will do closed session, and then we will come back for what was a 1 o'clock timed item, which I believe will probably be closer to 2. And we will do the department items at that time as well. Thank you, Jerry. I'd forgotten we hadn't even got through those yet. It's going to be a great day. Stick around. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Clearly, you've had a very full morning, so I'll do my best to keep my update to you brief and then receive any comments that you'd like to share that can be incorporated into our final budget. Kate Sampson with the County Executive Office.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Devan, can you guys take your conversation outside? Thank you. There's still 3 of us. We have a quorum. It's good. Let's go.
So this afternoon, I guess we're now in, I'd like to share with you just a brief update on developing your fiscal year 17-18 final budget. As a reminder, in June, we gathered here and you adopted a proposed budget, which is your interim spending plan for the fiscal year. While we close the prior fiscal year and get informed about the state budget that gets adopted and those sort of things, we need an interim spending plan until you adopt a final budget in September. So we were able to record all the final financial transactions for fiscal year 16-17, and that close was led by the auditor's office. It was completed on August 4th. We're here today to provide just an update on things that are factoring into the final budget development. Later this afternoon, there will be a capital facilities workshop that will have an impact on your final budget, depending on some of the decisions you make there. And then finally in September, we will be bringing to you a final budget package for your consideration. So the purpose today is just to give you an update on essentially what has changed since you adopted the proposed budget and receive any direction that you'd like incorporated into the final budget. So with that, we will jump right in. First, I'd like to talk about changes to revenues that are available in the general fund for your board's discretionary use. This chart represents a picture of revenue sources that are of a discretionary nature in many cases. You'll notice that top dark blue bar is for taxes. It's about 45% of your general fund budget. And of that, about 85% is derived from property taxes. So it's one of the single largest sources of revenue for your general fund. And you'll notice that first bar for fiscal year 16-17 represents actual revenue receipts. Property taxes were actually up about 1% over what we projected last year in 16-17. Which is good news. And additionally, based on the assessment roll, we anticipate growth to be even more than originally expected when we developed your 17-18 proposed budget. So the takeaway from this chart is you'll see right now the first two bars look relatively equal, and that no longer really represents the growth we anticipate for 17-18. So your final budget will look more similar to the third bar, which shows that further growth in property tax revenue. And that funding can now be appropriated to support county programs. Another change in revenues results from closing the fiscal year 16-17 books and having additional carryover fund balance materialize. So there are always variances from your budget to actual receipts. That is a normal part of the budget process, and it just variances occur when there is a difference in actual receipts versus what we estimated. And as is noted here on the slide, we do project those variances and assume them when developing your proposed budget. However, when 16-17 books were closed, we note that there were additional variances beyond what we had projected. In both cases, on revenue and expenditure side, they were in a positive direction for the county. So revenues were about 2.5% higher than projected. As I mentioned, property taxes were up a bit, as well as transient occupancy taxes, or TOT, most likely because of the very wet winter we had, which was great for the seasonal Tahoe folks. Additionally, we had a closure of several trust funds, which is really just a change in accounting methodology, as monies from the general fund were reserved for specific purposes at one point in time. The auditor led an effort to clean those up if they were no longer needed and return them to the general fund. So that boosted some revenues of a one-time nature. And then we have in lieu sales and property taxes from the United Auburn Indian community as well. On the expenditure side, they were about 1.7% less than projected. So your departments did a great job managing their spending through 16-17. As mentioned, we do assume that there will be budgetary savings or variances from the prior year when developing our proposed budget. So this graph represents revenues we actually anticipate this year, and then expenditures that we anticipate needing to make this year. You'll see that those two bars do not exactly match up. So in your proposed budget, we did assume that little orange slice, which is about $27 million of carryover fund balance, in order to balance both revenues and expenditures. I will note that that is a slightly larger orange slice than was part of your 16-17 proposed budget. So we're seeing perhaps an increased reliance on that carryover fund balance. But then we'll slide these two bars over and look at what has actually transpired, and you'll see an even more significant orange component in our revenues. So we received more carryover fund balance than anticipated, and your revenues now exceed your expected expenditures, which means they're available for the board's use. However, there are also changes that have developed since you adopted the proposed budget on the expenditure side. So I'll quickly walk through those. Some of these changes have already been approved by the board, either by direct action or your adopted policies. The first is a memorandum of understanding with the Placer Public Employees Organization with a cost of approximately $8 million across all funds. Additionally, we need to fully fund our general and economic uncertainty reserves in the general fund at 5%. And then there are several items that will be recommended to you with the final budget by your county executive office. The first relates to increasing costs that we know a number of our partners are experiencing. This comes from CAL FIRE, who provides some fire services for the county. In order to maintain the current level of service, we recommend adding about $1.5 million to the budget to provide for that level of service, and anticipate working over the coming fiscal year to identify some more fiscally sustainable alternatives for providing fire service. Later this afternoon during the capital workshop, we'll be discussing the following two items. One are facility renovations that have a safety component of about $1.2 million. And secondly, we'd like to talk about contributions made to capital reserves, which help fund your capital facility program. This is consistent with past practice of using in lieu property tax revenue from the United Auburn Indian community to go directly to capital reserves in order to help fund that program. And this $9.7 million item would represent essentially 2 years of contributions, both for 16-17 and 17-18. So those are items that will be discussed in more detail during that workshop. And then further, your budget staff is currently analyzing technical budget adjustments submitted by your departments. We want to be sure you have the most accurate spending plan for the year that we can give you at final budget. And as we talked about at proposed budget, there are about $10.5 million in outstanding supplemental department requests for additional programs or items that they've identified that they need for their operations. So as we incorporate these changes into the budget, we'll determine whether any surplus revenues remain for your appropriation. And when considering supplemental requests and in order to make recommendations to your board for final budget, staff refers to this adopted policy to inform us as to your priorities. So sections 2.2 and 2.3 of your adopted budget and financial policy give us direction on how we treat particularly carryover fund balance and increasing revenues. It says that carryover fund balance will be used to fund one-time expenditures, reserves, and contingencies, and should not be used to finance ongoing operational costs. Additionally, new or increased revenues will meet current obligations and reduce reliance on fund balance carryover. And finally, any new programs will identify an ongoing funding source not already obligated for current county operations. So staff is looking for your confirmation that this policy still represents your priorities as we move towards final budget, and any additional feedback that you would like incorporated into that package that we'll be returning to in September. So next steps, staff will receive any board direction today and complete our analysis of technical budget adjustments. We'll prepare recommendations for you on the use of any available funding and submit that to you as part of your fiscal year 17-18 final budget for board consideration next month. Hopefully that wasn't too fast, but I'm available for any questions or comments.
As you know, a number of us are working on some issues around housing and trying to make sure that we can move forward with our commitment to take a look at and hopefully get constructed housing moving forward. What housing dollars are we looking at in this budget to at least do some planning and research?
So based on last week's discussion of the work plan for this year related to housing, part of the $10.5 million of supplemental requests includes, I think, about $225,000 towards that housing program. We'd be looking to recommend funding of that with your final budget.
Okay. I believe I saw it actually on our CIP discussion this afternoon. Last winter, as I'm sure you've heard, our Tahoe office had to shut down because we didn't have electricity for an extended period of time. I did see generators in that in the CIP proposal for this afternoon for the Tahoe facility. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's part of the $1.2 million in
And an extra
facility
cord of
renovations.
wood.
And an extra cord of wood. We don't have anything to burn it in. We can just throw it at each
yeah.
other for, you know.
Maybe a snorkel or something.
Generate
too.
You got a spare cubicle, you can burn it in.
Yeah. I know there were a number of requests throughout the county in all areas for additional personnel, additional allocations. We did allocate 2 additional positions last week to the district attorney's office, but within this budget, are any of those personnel allocations requested being recommended?
That's part of the direction we're looking for from your board. Personnel represent ongoing costs for as long as those staff are anticipated to be part of the county's workforce. So your policy indicates that carryover fund balance would not support an ongoing cost, but should there be priorities that your board, would like to consider as part of the final budget, we would appreciate that direction.
Okay. But those would be one-time dollars we were looking at that could potentially fund those ongoing costs, in other words.
The carryover fund balance is technically a one-time dollar.
Okay, so nothing within or outside the context of the carryover to fund any new allocations.
There are increased revenues, as I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
So if your board were particularly supportive of adding workforce in a given area, we could look at whether it could be accommodated by increased ongoing revenue to match up with that ongoing cost and still be within the confines of your policy.
Okay. And then I know also as part of the CIP conversation this afternoon, we're looking at, I think it was $1.2 million in remodel and refurbishment. I did not see the proposed remodel for the Tahoe Government Center in there.
That is an outstanding supplemental request at this point.
Okay, and that's just, that would be a remodel that took in the entire second floor of the Tahoe building, so it would cover environmental health, the assessor's office, board of soups, and CEO. Okay. Anything either in the regular budget or in carryover that's going to be allocated to taking a look at planning for relocation of the Burton Creek facility, the Placer County Sheriff's Office substation up in Tahoe, since we once again got a nasty gram from the grand jury about that facility?
Not to my knowledge, and I believe that would be part of this afternoon's discussion in terms of facility needs in total.
Okay. You asked, if you could go back one slide.
Sure.
So are you looking for specific responses from us today on these 3 pieces of our policy as to whether we affirm them or want to throw them out the window, or is that going to be something you're going to have a conversation with us one-on-one after today?
This is your board's adopted policy. I think it was last revised in 2013. So I will assume this continues to be your board's direction unless I hear otherwise.
Okay. Is there anyone who has any difference of opinion about what's up there for our budget and financial policy?
Well, were you looking for a motion to defund the grand jury and redirect that?
No, I was not.
Because I'm happy to make that
Thank you for
motion.
your input. Okay, so it sounds like no one is interested in changing our adopted policy, so I think you can move forward with an expectation that we want to see things fall within this structure.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? Was that it, really? Fantastic. I think we're going to adjourn for lunch and close session. Then we will come back to department items, and after department items, we will do our...
Please don't leave yet,
2
board
o'clock.
members.
You're on.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to for a conference with legal counsel to discuss the items listed on page 4 of the agenda. In addition, yesterday, the county and the Placer County Sheriff were served with a new litigation matter. That matter was Bangert versus County of Placer. It's in the United States District Court of the Eastern District, case number CV01667. This case requires discussion and potentially action at this meeting, so I'd ask that the board allow this to be added to our closed session agenda.
Do we need any?
We need a motion. Yeah. Yes.
Second.
We have a motion, Euler, a second. I'm going to give it to Holmes because you two were tied. This does require a 4/5 vote. Do you want a voice vote or just roll call?
Euler? Duran?
Yes.
Weigand?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Montgomery?
Yes. Sounds like 5/5. Okay, we're good.
Do you want to estimate when we're going to come back?
Oh, hang on. Let me turn this thing back on. Oh, yeah, minor detail. All right, we're back in session.
The board has returned from its closed session conference with legal counsel. In the case of Brendan Coleman versus County of Placer, the board authorized the defense of the county and the named and served employees in that case, and also authorized retaining outside counsel to represent certain of the employees. In the matter agendized just before closed session, Bangert versus County, the board heard a report on this new litigation and authorized the defense of the county and the named and served employees, and also authorized the retaining outside counsel for certain employees. In the anticipated litigation and under significant exposure to litigation, the board heard a report, no action was taken. And in initiation of litigation, the board heard a report and authorized the county to join in litigation. That concludes the closed session report.
Thank you, counsel. Before we get back into our department items, which we're going to start with, I did want to take the opportunity right now to recognize that this is Melinda Harrell's last board meeting. She will be retiring from the county, and I believe September 1st is her last day here at the county. So everyone please join me in thanking her for her incredible work and her dedication to the county. And as clerk of the board, you don't generally get to say much, but is there anything that you would like to share with us? Like, shut up, move along, you know?
It's been a wild and crazy ride, and I wouldn't have traded it for anything.
Oh, that's great. Good. Well, we hope, you know, to see you and that you will still come in and visit with us. Are you moving, or what are your plans? Idaho. Then we probably won't be seeing a lot of you. Well, maybe Kirk will.
Idaho Falls.
Oh, very nice. Good.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. And
Granddaughter there, waiting to play with.
nice. Well, we will miss you. All right. Okay, so we're now going to move to our department items. We're going to start with Health and Human Services. This is a Community Mental Health Services Block Grant application for 2017-18. Twyla Abrahamson presenting. Welcome, Twyla.
Mr. Bosch and Mr. Carden. As Chair Montgomery said, this is Twyla Abrahamson. I'm reporting for the adult and the children's system of care on this item. So this federal Community Mental Health Services Block Grant has funded services to children, adults, and older adults with serious mental illness in Placer County for the past 20 years. The children's system of care leverages these funding resources to deliver counseling, social skills training, and peer support to over 200 youth who were in or who were at risk of entry into foster care from either probation or child welfare services. Many of these youth would otherwise have required more intensive mental health services and or expensive and potentially traumatizing psychiatric hospital-based care. The adult system of care, in collaboration with the advocates for the mentally ill housing, utilizes this funding to provide secure, stable housing to adults and seniors with serious mental illness, such as bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and other severe conditions. Placer County staff also provides support services such as psychiatric assessment, referrals, and counseling. This support aids clients in improving skills that allow them to live independently and become financially stable, while reducing the need for costly inpatient hospital services. In fiscal year 2016-17, 280 adults successfully obtained stable housing and or received community referrals, outreach, and assessments for additional services. So we're asking that your board take the following action. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to submit an application for renewal of the Community Mental Health Services Block Grant for fiscal year 2017-18 in the amount of $754,846, to accept those funds and to execute the application and any resulting agreements and documents as required. These federal revenues and their associated expenditures are included in the department's fiscal year 2017-18 proposed budget, and no matching county general funds are required. So thank you for your consideration, and if you have any questions.
Any questions from any member of the board on this item? Any member of the public have any questions or comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? We have a motion Holmes, a second Duran. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move to item 6B, Mental Health Services Act Supportive Housing Services Project at 319 Main Street in Roseville. It said Jeff Brown presenting, but you are definitely not Jeff Brown.
Hi,
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chairperson and members of the board. I am Amy Ellis, the Director of the Adult System of Care. I'm bringing forward 3 action items related to the purchase of 18 units of studio housing on Main Street in Roseville. So first action would be to approve the award of competitive request for proposal number 10565 for supportive housing services to Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing, otherwise known as AMI, provided that the Director of Public Works and Facilities certifies in writing that all conditions for the sale of 319 Main Street have been satisfied. Second, to approve the deed restriction to AMI for the property at 319 Main Street for a 45-year period and authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities to determine the start date and sign the deed restriction with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. And third, to approve an agreement with AMI for supportive housing services at the property in the maximum amount of $615,000 ending June 30th, 2020, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to determine the start date and sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So on November 8th of 2016, this board authorized the purchase of 319 Main Street. The property is anticipating a close in escrow, likely in September, but further conditions need to be satisfied with respect to improvements on the property before the transaction can close. The department requests these actions be approved conditionally upon the sale being finalized and also seeks delegation as to the start date for that reason. The deed restriction that is being proposed will require that the property be used for low-income and special needs individuals, which, as we know, is a much-needed service in our community. Placer County Health and Human Services is looking to contract with AMI, who is a qualified permanent supportive housing operator, to own and operate a residential building with up to 18 units of studio housing for individuals with serious mental illness. AMI was chosen through the competitive process with our procurement department. Funding for these services are included in the department's fiscal year 17-18 proposed budget and will be included in future requested budgets. MHSA System Transformation, MHSA Full Service Partnership, and a housing pool funding that will result from the savings of the Whole Person Care Program will all contribute to the subsidies and startup costs as appropriate. So with your board's approval, we'd like to award ownership of the property known as 319 Main Street, Roseville, California, with the above noted deed restriction. And my staff, Kathy Denton, and the CEO of AME, Jennifer Price, is in the audience if you have any questions for any of us.
Okay, any questions from any member of the board on this? Okay, I see none. Any questions, comments from any member of the public on this? Please come forward.
Hi, Will Taylor from Placer Independent Resource Sources.
Welcome.
Thank you. Just on behalf of peers, I want to support the motions and to thank the board for approving this project. It's very important that people who have mental illness be able to live independently in the community, and the opportunity to live in a studio or one bedroom is really important to have that privacy and that dignity to live on our own. So thank you for supporting this.
Thank you. And I think it's worth noting too that the location of this it's great. It's right downtown, it's near restaurants, it's near services, it's near shopping. I'm so delighted that we were able to move forward with this.
And the city of Roseville is supportive of the project.
Great. That's good to hear too. All right, so Jerry, do we need to take these individually, and do we need to make them contingent upon the contingencies that Amy mentioned?
No, the language just takes into account all those things.
Okay,
and
terrific.
They're all really related items.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? We have a motion, Holmes, a second, Duran. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We have already taken care of item 6C, so we will move to Public Works and Facilities. Item 7A, operation of the Memorial Overland Immigrant Trail within Donner Memorial State Park. Memorandum of Understanding with the California Department of Parks and Recreation. All right, jumping the gun just a little bit. So it says Andy Fisher, but I don't see Andy Fisher in the audience.
Ken, you want to pitch in?
Ken, knock it out of the park.
Good afternoon, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Grimm with Department of Public Works and Facilities. This next item is about setting a trail alignment for a new trail, off-road trail by Donner State Park. The MOU is proposed to have us do some of the early work, and then State Parks will take over and actually do the actual construction of the facility. We've been working on it for a number of years. This is a continuation of that effort, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from any member of the board on this? Okay, I don't see any. So just as a little bit of a clarification, is this first section in Nevada County or Placer County?
I believe there are portions in both, because
Okay.
I believe the county line cuts right through there.
Right, the south side of Donner Lake there. Okay, great. Any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none. Okay, I think that was Holmes and Duran once again. All those in favor? This is 7A only. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? 7B.
7B, so this is a continuation of the same item. This is actually the consultant contract with Stantec Consulting to do that preliminary work in conjunction with all the stakeholders for an amount of $182,950. This is an amendment to the original contract that did some of the preliminary work, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions on this one? Any members of the public? Seeing none, pleasure of the board. Motion and a second. Holmes and Duran once again. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Excellent. Okay. I did tell our district attorney that I did not think we would be back based on the times for these until 2:15, so they will be back at 2:15. Oh, are they out there now? Oh, yeah. If they're out there, bring them on in.
Or Dave could probably do his presentation. Scott's familiar with it.
Yeah.
Kind of follows on the
Okay.
heels of Dave.
Okay. Okay. Since we actually don't get to the crime lab question until the third piece of this, I think, Dave, we can get started on it on 5A 1 and 2. And then the district attorney's office, we will wait to make sure they are all here and represented before we move to 5A3. Have I confused us enough now? Okay.
Try to eat up a little bit of time.
It's been a long day.
Dave DeFonte with your County Executive Office. So this is a part of an extended workshop we've been holding on capital facilities. So I'm going to introduce the item today. I'm going to turn it over for a brief presentation by Ken Deeker, the county's municipal advisor. We'll then bring it back to me for discussion about some considerations outlined in your staff report before turning it over to the DA. Frankly, I don't think that's going to take anywhere near a half hour. So if we want to break at some point here to allow time for the DA to come back, that's at the pleasure of your board.
Okay.
So the action requested in the staff report is to direct staff to implement a 5-year capital improvement plan for facilities that does 2 key things. One, that commits at least $4.5 million annually for facility rehabilitation, renovation, as well as capital planning. And those definitions are outlined in the staff report. We're also asking the board to direct staff to prepare that capital improvement plan to fund and build a number of projects over the next 5 years as outlined on the slide in front of you. The second action requested is to direct us to include funding in the final budget for a number of safety-related capital renovation projects that are listed in the staff report. And then finally, the third action is to receive an update from the district attorney on the proposed crime lab program and provide direction to us regarding the new program as well as the proposed capital facility project attached to that program. So as I had mentioned, here's the proposed outline. I'm going to go through just a few slides reminding us sort of where we were back in March and what's happened since then. Ken Deeker will talk about the capital financing plan itself. It'll come back to me, a little bit of rotating cast of characters here, for some policy considerations outlined in the staff report. Kate Sampson will present budget projections. The DA will then present on the crime lab, and then it'll come back to me to outline both the Finance Committee's recommendations as well as your County Executive Office's recommendations. So background, back in March, we held a workshop that was a fairly extensive conversation about capital facilities being considered at the time. Your board directed us to prepare or start preparing a 5-year facilities capital improvement program. Your board reviewed the county's debt management policy and had a conversation about the potential to consider debt to finance some of these facilities. You directed us to proceed with preliminary work on a number of projects that are still under consideration today, and we've done just that. And you've also directed us to prepare that detailed financing plan. So since March, we took that direction to heart and have actually made quite a bit of progress. 2 key initiatives are underway right now, one with VFA. They're a firm that's surveying the approximately 1.5, 1.6 million square feet of facilities currently that the county has in its purview, and they're looking to see what kind of maintenance needs those are related to those facilities. They're also putting together a proposed schedule for the improvements necessary related to those buildings and loading it into software that will speak with the county's existing software that'll really give us a much better tool for managing and prioritizing maintenance and renovation projects in the future. So we're really looking forward to having that done by this December. Likewise, on a similar path, we're preparing an ADA transition plan that will again give us a much better sense as to what projects may be necessary to address ADA projects or needs throughout the county. Secondarily, we inventoried all facility projects currently under consideration, both underway and under consideration. That's attachment B of your staff report. So that would include all the new facilities that are being discussed, all the rehabilitation projects currently known, as well as all the renovation projects currently under consideration. We've analyzed what we believe to be a fairly conservative estimate as to the facility maintenance, rehab, and renovation needs in terms of dollars annually. That's in attachment C. And on number 4, we continue to work on all of those proposed new facilities. So attachment D outlines the efforts we've made specific to each of those proposed new projects. And then number 5, we worked on preparing that capital financing plan. So based on that body of work, we have a couple of recommendations specific to our existing buildings. One, we're asking the board to direct us again to prepare a CIP that assumes a minimum annual amount of funding of $4.5 million. $3 million of that would be for rehabilitation, so that would be major re-roof projects, HVAC projects, and the like. $1 million for renovations, so that would be addressing sort of the internal needs of a building, tearing out walls, making new conference buildings or conference rooms, addressing other needs within a building structure, and then also capital planning, so providing some resources to ensure that we have a bucket of money to plan accordingly, both for new as well as renovation projects. And we're also asking the board direct us to fund those renovation projects listed on the front page of the staff report. It's about $1.2 million. I will note one correction, the $12,000 ag project, that is actually already funded, so it doesn't change the bottom line too much, but wanted to make sure that was clear. So next steps from this point forward to address our existing building stock would be to complete both that VFA effort as well as the ADA transition plan. That's going to give us a much better body of data from which to prioritize future projects. So as was discussed earlier this morning or earlier this afternoon, there are a number of rehabilitation and renovation projects that are not currently funded but are under some form of consideration right now. So we're proposing to build a better process over this next budget year to ensure that we have a more cohesive way to entertain all of those proposals and prioritize them accordingly. And that VFA and ADA plan are really going to help us do just that. And then once those efforts are done, we're also going to want to review that minimum annual funding commitment for rehabilitation and renovation. We think the $4.5 million is sort of the lowest that we would feel comfortable committing annually to keep up our existing building stock. And we know that we're not going to ask your board to tie the hands of future boards, but we want to have some assumption moving forward when creating the CIP as to how much to expect annually. Obviously, that will ebb and flow with resources in need. So on to the meat of today's conversation, the capital financing plan. So the County Executive Office and Department of Public Works and Facilities staff worked with the Finance Committee over the course of, I believe it was 6 meetings, to prepare a financing plan to show how a number of new facility projects could be constructed and funded in the next 5 years. We worked with Ken Deeker, the county's municipal advisor, to prepare that, and he'll actually be presenting the plan this afternoon. You'll notice that the first 5 projects are ones that we discussed back in March. That would be the new administration building for HHS in the Auburn area, the coroner facility, the crime lab, the elections warehouse, and the jail facilities. We also added 2 additional projects, Placer Parkway Phase 1. We have very good conversations going right now with regional partners to get Phase 1 of Placer Parkway funded and built within the next few years. With a $20 million commitment from the county that would get that $60 million project built. And also fairground renovations. Your board committed $2 million to renovate the fairgrounds, and there's also a discussion of an additional $4 million should another project come to fruition there, so we wanted to take that into account as well. So with that, unless there's any questions, I will pass it on to Mr. Deeker to go over the financing plan.
And I will note my apologies to the district attorney's office. I didn't think we were going to start till 2:15, but I will note that everyone appears to be here. So, okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Ken Deeker with Del Rio Advisors. I'm the county's municipal advisor. Actually, the technical term is IRMA, which is the Independent Registered Municipal Advisor. So I represent the county and have a fiduciary duty to the county. Wanted to talk briefly, sort of give you guys a little bit of background. The current debt portfolio, the county has 2 outstanding debt obligations. This does not include some small municipal leases and stuff, but this is the primary 2 debt obligations of the county. The North Lake Tahoe Public Financing Authority, 2014 lease revenue bonds, outstanding at about $26.4 million. That will be paid off by fiscal year 2028. And a 2010 lease agreement outstanding an amount of about $4.9 million, and that will be paid off by fiscal year 2026. And the table down at the bottom of that page sort of shows you the annual debt service. Total payments started about $4.1 million in fiscal year 18, drop off to about $2.5 million by fiscal year 28 when the obligations are paid off. So I want to go through some of the plan assumptions. And again, the plan itself is attached to the staff report. First of all, the plan assumes that there's $4 million contributed annually from the general fund over the next 5 years, so a total of about $20 million. That's your annual capital contribution. $23.6 million contributed from current capital facilities impact fees that are held by the county. $5 million in capital facility impact fees collected annually over the next 5 years for a total of $25 million over the plan term. $39.4 million in applied for grant applications will be secured. $5.5 million contributed from county held trust funds. $29.1 million contributed from county held capital reserves, cash that you already have in the bank. Concept is, given the list of projects that Mr. DeFonte went over, how could we apply those funds across the various projects, and can we fund all of them? And the answer is not without accessing the municipal bond market. So the plan assumes bond funding for any shortfall amounts as dollars were applied to the Auburn HHS office building and the crime lab, should the board wish to go forward on those projects. In addition, there's a small $2.2 million interfund loan for the elections warehouse that's repaid at the current pooled cash rate of 1.53% over the next 3 years. The plan also makes the following assumptions for bond financing. The current long-term ratings will remain constant at AA for S&P and AA3 for Moody's, and I think the county should be commended at such a great credit rating by both of the credit rating agencies. We don't believe that the level of debt contemplated in the plan would materially impact those ratings. Assumes current market rates plus approximately 100 basis points or 1%. And the reason we do that is because the plan does not assume bonds to be issued until fiscal year 2020. And who knows where interest rates are going to be between now and 2020, but we are currently in a historically low interest rate environment with probably more upside potential than downside. Repayment term of 30 years on the bonds. Try to smooth out the payments as much as possible. Again, assumes $500,000 for cost of issuance and assumes about 0.5% or 0.50% for the underwriter's fee. Again, standard for given the size of the bond transactions, those would be standard but conservative assumptions for the plan.
Chair?
Yes.
Before we move on from that slide, if we could jump back real quick to that slide.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Thank you. Bullets 1 and 3. Historically, over the last 5 years, what has our annual contribution, general fund contribution, been to the capital financing, and then what has our historical over the last 5 years been in terms of our capital facilities impact fees collected?
Supervisor Euler, Kate Sampson with the County Executive Office. The $4 million contributed annually from the general fund to capital reserves, to the best of my knowledge, is consistent with practice over the last few years.
Okay.
In addition, the capital facility impact fees, the $5 million anticipated in revenue each year is consistent with recent trends.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So how would these bonds be structured? And in the actual capital financing plan, I did put together a section on the debt limit in the Constitution, which sort of limits the abilities of California public agencies and the way in which they can borrow funds. In this particular case, they would have to be either lease revenue bonds or what's called certificates of participation issued by the county. It's essentially a lease transaction that does not require voter approval. The county would have to secure the lease financing with current county assets, or the assets that are being constructed could be the leased assets, but during construction you would have to fund interest. You are not allowed to pay debt service on bonds, lease revenue bonds, until you have use and occupancy of the facilities. So if the county does, and in the plan we list several unencumbered assets that could be applied to these, the insured value of those leased assets, which are listed in the plan, would have to be at least equal to the principal amount of the bonds being issued. And the reason this is important is in the event of default, a lease revenue or certificate of participation bondholder would have the right to take possessory interest of that facility and operate it for the benefit of the bondholders. So it's a lease transaction. That's really the security interest that's securing it. The general fund would be the primary source of repayment, with all of these other various funds internally of the county being used to offset payments of the debt service. So the bottom line result is, with all of the contributions, and there's a summary table at the beginning of the plan, $36.5 million of bonds would be issued to fund the HHS office building. That funds about $38.2 million in project costs, total debt service of about $69 million, an average annual debt service of about $2.3 million. Now, a portion of that annual debt service would be offset by subventions. The subventions are, because the county would actually own this building, it's equal to depreciation, and there's a portion of that depreciation that is subject to subvention from the feds. So it could anywhere between 30 to 60 or 70% of that $1.5 million of depreciation would come back in the form of a subvention to offset some of the cost of the debt service. But again, it does not fully offset the $2.3 million. In addition, should the crime lab facility wish to be financed by the county, we would issue an additional $34.9 million. That would fund $36.5 million in project costs on the plan, total debt service of about $66 million, and it would add average annual debt service of about $2.2 million. So just some observations and some summary here. The county has very little debt compared to other public agencies of a similar size. Your annual debt service is less than 1% of your annual general fund expenditures. Pretty incredible given the size of your budget and the facilities that you have. The proposed bonds would add $4.5 million per year in annual debt service. So if you looked at the $4.1 million on the existing debt, you add another $4.5 million should you choose to fund both of these projects. Your debt service begins well over $8 million a year for several years until that previous debt is paid down. However, debt service would still be less than 2% of annual general fund expenditures for a AA credit that's sort of seen as the upper limit of debt obligations. So less than 2% of your annual general fund expenditures would be for the payment of debt service. So that's a very reasonable number, and that's why I believe that the county's debt would not be downgraded. Again, debt service levels will be about $8.6 million in fiscal year 21 after the issuance of the bonds, drop down to $7 million in fiscal year 28, and then after that it's $4.5 million a year because the prior debt obligations are paid off. The county's general economy is strong, probably not telling you something you don't already know. Unemployment is lowest level since 2007. Assessed values are higher than pre-recession levels. General fund revenues continue to grow. And development is strong with several projects moving quickly to begin construction. And I know we're working on several of those projects. So should the board wish to implement the plan in full, it reduces available cash, but does preserve capital resources for future projects with approximately $18 million remaining from capital reserves with a minimum of $12 million over the plan horizon. And there's some attachments at the back of the plan that sort of shows that cash flow. It does leverage the county at a time when there is greater demand on available resources from increasing pension costs. And it does not assume another recession, which could have the impact of reducing revenues and the potential to crowd out services. And I think bullet 2 on there is one of the most important ones. I was hired by the city of Stockton and by the city of San Bernardino to manage their bankruptcies during the debt portfolios during their bankruptcies. And having dealt with the CalPERS issue and everything, it's an issue that is clearly statewide and affecting every single public agency as pension costs are increasing. The way I understand it's working from all the various projections I've seen is that between now and 2022, you can kind of expect your pension costs to be doubling. And then that's going to be sort of the new normal over time that will gradually whittle down as the new employees under the PEPR system come in at a much lower tiered rates. And so what you're seeing around the state, and I think it's beginning to finally hit home, is that some of that is beginning to crowd out services or the ability to fund projects such as these. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of the team's recommendations. So with that, I just have a summary table in here that sort of shows how the various dollars from all the various funds were allocated to the projects. and the net amounts that were financed with bonds when there was a shortfall. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I can turn it back over to Mr. DeFonte.
Supervisor Wygant.
What did you use to calculate the cost of debt? What interest rate, excuse me?
I used a current AA scale, interest rate scale, for a AA lease revenue bond transaction, and then added 100 basis points to that, or 1%. So the way the interest rate, it's not a single interest rate. You sell 30 years worth of maturity, so each maturity has a different interest rate.
Okay.
The average, I can look up the numbers. I don't have them right in front of me, but it's around. I think it was like 3.5% would be the current market. So we assume something in the neighborhood of 4.5% for the purposes of the analysis.
That's good. That's all. Thanks.
Any other questions from the board? I did have one question as relates to the Health and Human Services office building, and I know there is some benefit to leasing a building rather than owning a building. How was that analyzed in this?
I think maybe Kate or Dave, you have a better answer. I can give you sort of my impression of it. We talked about it because, again, 100% of lease payments are subject to subvention, so you'll be able to get 100% of the lease payments. I think the biggest concern was just the availability of space and entering into a long-term lease like that. I think some people have ended up, their leases have been terminated and have to move out of the facility. So there's a number of issues related to that. From a pure economic standpoint, it is better to look at a lease option because 100% of that cost could be reimbursed versus a portion of the depreciation under the own option. And I think the other thing that the committee looked at too was the potential of a P3, which is a public-private partnership. After exploring that opportunity, particularly I think it was Los Angeles County, if I'm not mistaken, that turned out to be a very expensive proposition, and so we discounted that option right away.
Okay, good. That was going to be my next question.
Okay.
Thank you. I see no other questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jump back in here for a couple of slides. So the way I frame this is the capital financing plan shows how the county could fund and build all of the projects in the next 5 years, but it really doesn't speak to should we fund and build all the projects in the next 5 years. So some practical and policy considerations outlined in the staff report include the three on the slide in front of you. The first one was a question that came up a number of times during our discussions about staff capacity, whether or not current staffing levels could handle both upkeep of existing facilities as well as taking on a number of new projects in the next 5 years. DPWF staff heard that question, analyzed it, and they are confident that they can, along with consultant help, which costs are already baked into those project assumptions, they can handle that workload over the next 5 years. And I'm sure Ken Graham or Steve Newsom behind me could add some context there should you desire it. The second consideration was what I'll call the opportunity cost of implementing the capital financing plan today. There's a whole host of other projects that have been discussed over the past few years, or at least the last 10 months since I've been here, a couple of which have come up just today. A number of them in West Placer, Tahoe. We've heard about the Tahoe Justice Center again, things that we know need to be addressed at some point here. If we are to implement this plan in full now, we do believe that it would limit your board's ability to implement other large-scale projects in the next 10 years. That's not to say we can't. That's just to say with the relatively conservative assumptions that we've baked into both the financing plan as well as the budget projections, we don't see a lot of capacity to implement additional large-scale projects without making some tougher decisions. But you do have upwards of, or at least $12 million in capital reserves throughout the cash flow of the next 5 years, either as a rainy day fund and or for other additional projects. And then number three, really the big one, is ongoing budget impacts. So the board addresses the staff report addresses three questions under that topic. The first one is somewhat philosophical. Does the board want to issue debt for capital projects, and if so, how much? You heard the technical discussion from Ken Deeker. The staff report goes into a little bit more detail, and you also recall back in March we had a discussion about your debt policy. I have copies today if we need to revisit that during the discussion. We want to make sure that if we are considering debt, it's consistent with your board's policy. The second one was, can the county afford additional debt service payments over the next 30 years? And the third one is related to ongoing costs associated with the new buildings. So before turning it over to Kate to address in more detail the budget projections, I'll talk very quickly about ongoing costs, namely annual depreciation related to the buildings. We've already talked about that a bit, but that is a cost that would be addressed through A87. The second one being increased ongoing costs related to just maintenance, utilities, custodial, and I think we talked about this a little bit in March. It's a bit counterintuitive in that costs would go up if we're building new buildings, whereas you'd think they may go down since they're new buildings requiring less maintenance than some of the buildings we currently have in our portfolio. I think the answer at the time given was that we really aren't maintaining to a large degree some of those buildings because they're kind of so far gone that we don't want to put a lot of dollars into them at this point. So we do anticipate that there would be additional maintenance and utility costs associated with the new buildings. And then the third one is associated with the new crime lab program. There's staffing and operation costs that we believe at year 5, according to the numbers provided, would be about $4.5 million. And then there's also potential debt service payments and depreciation costs as well, totaling somewhere in the neighborhood of $7.5 million. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kate. She'll hit on the budget projections, and then I think we're going to turn it over to Becky to introduce the crime lab discussion.
So actually, Dave, just before you go, I'm going to assume that at least for the time being, under considerations, point number 3, ongoing budget impacts, and the 3 questions are rhetorical until later in the conversation when you will expect us to answer those.
Yes.
Thank you. Kate.
Good afternoon again. In order to better understand the impact of any potential debt service payments associated with this plan, we put together 5-year projections to help us understand what the general fund might look like over the course of the next several years. My disclosure before we get into them is obviously there are a number of assumptions that must be made in order to provide kind of a snapshot of what the general fund might look like. Those are detailed in Attachment E to your staff report. I won't go over them here unless you'd like any particular detail on that. But these are really just intended to provide a sense to you of what the next several years could look like and are not intended to be a crystal ball, so to speak. So just to orient you here, first we have a baseline scenario of our general fund over the next 5 years. The green bar represents total revenue and carryover fund balance available to be spent each year. The blue bar is total use of funds or expenditures. And the smaller orange bars are projected ending fund balance for each fiscal year. So under our baseline scenario, this is just all things being equal. We're looking at the next 5 years. We see a generally sustainable picture moving forward. You'll see in terms of the ending fund balance, you know, it grows a bit and declines a bit, but the assumptions in this model are, I'd say, moderately conservative and could easily be turned into a balanced budget each year, is my comment about the baseline scenario. So the next slide shows us full implementation of the capital financing plan. This has a significant impact on the picture for the next 5 years. Notably, the ending fund balance that we're projecting declines to a slightly negative number in year 5. If you're familiar with 5-year projections, years 4 and 5 typically look not so rosy, but this gives me cause for concern that, as Ken mentioned, the debt service payment that the financing plan would require is really just about 1% of your general fund expenditures. So my comment about this would be, should the board choose to move forward with a full plan at only 1%, it would be reasonable to assume we could fit it into our operations, but clearly there would have to be some other prioritization going on to make it work. So another option shown in scenario 2 is to still fully implement the plan, but as Ken mentioned, the plan assumes that each year we will contribute $4 million to our capital reserves. And this is assuming that in year 2021 we begin making debt service payments of $4.5 million. So we looked at what if we chose not to do both of those once the debt service payment kicks in, and we just eliminate our contribution to capital reserves once we begin making that debt service payment, at least probably until your existing debt obligation comes off the books in years 2028, roughly. So you'll see the picture is improved, but you still have that declining fund balance towards years 4 and 5. The other alternative that we looked at is reducing the amount of debt and therefore the debt service payment. As Ken mentioned, the plan really proposes to finance 2 projects, one being the HHS admin building here in Auburn and the other being the crime lab facility. So then we just looked at what the outlook would be if we chose not to do one of those projects. So this slide is the same as the scenario we just looked at, but it does not include debt service for the Auburn HHS admin building. So this would be able to construct the crime lab facility. But we note that there's also a programmatic element included with the addition of the crime lab facility. And as we discussed earlier this afternoon, your current policy indicates that new programs should identify an ongoing revenue source to go along with it. There is an assumption in the ongoing costs provided by the district attorney's office that there would be some partner agencies and revenues coming in to help support the cost of the crime lab. But it would be in the neighborhood of $700,000, offsetting a cost of about $4 to $5 million ongoing. So I think we'll hear more detail about that in a bit. But you can see, even at the reduced debt service payment, there's still a degradation of your ending fund balance towards the end of the projection window. The final scenario we looked at is just the opposite, looking at only funding the HHS admin building without the new crime lab program. And you can see here that the debt service payment is more manageable, although you do continue to have a declining ending fund balance. I think my comment about this is that, in either scenario, it could be mitigated by increased revenue or prioritization of expenditures. Again, assuming that there is no looming recession of a severe nature. So hopefully this gives you a sense of some of the challenges and choices that would be presented in the future should you proceed with any of these alternatives. Unless there are questions on any of those scenarios, I will turn it over to Becky.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
A couple of questions, Kate. Not wanting to get into the appendix. It's almost embarrassing to say I want to get into the appendix.
Just start calling you doctor again.
I doubt that. But property tax growth you have coming in at 4% and then 2% at the end, correct?
Correct.
And so we had our annual update from Kristen as it relates to assessed valuation growth, which I know is somewhat different than the property tax revenue itself and the growth rate. But I actually ran a thing on its growth, and over like a 20-year period, it's been like over 6%. In fact, let me get that. Just because the question is getting at, I'm assuming that when you guys did this modeling, you played with some different assumptions.
That's correct.
And so did you look at, like 21 years, the assessed valuation growth rate was almost 6%, last 5 years, 6.6. The last 10 years, which included the Great Recession, it actually was decreased by about 0.5% on average. And then the last 20-year average was just under 6%. So I want to encourage you to be conservative. I like the fact that you were conservative, but did you run those numbers with property taxes growing more like at a constant 4 or something comparable to the assessed valuation growth rate?
On a number of these assumptions, we debated possible alternatives and what was the right way to go. And essentially, I landed on these numbers after a conversation with the assessor at, her best guess at what she sees on the horizon. Obviously, it's conservative, especially considering not knowing if and when a slowdown or recession will kick in and how deep that will be. But I would agree that at 2%, you ought to be able to accomplish that level of growth with not a whole lot going on. So I think it's quite conservative and may not be, realistic in terms of what we'll actually experience.
Yeah, but if, theoretically, we are past due for a recession. We're enjoying great growth pressure, but we're at the whims of California. That's what I think about a lot of what could happen in California. But if we made it through and they did have that 2% growth rate and we had our carry forward, that still, I'm assuming, fully funds at the current percentage required for our contingency reserves, right? They're fully funded at 5%?
Well, that would be a concern in some of these scenarios, is your ending fund balance could begin eating into that 5% reserve. So in order to maintain the reserve at the level set by your board, that would require some prioritization of how we spend our resources.
Yeah, so for me, let's say that our carry forward balance goes low but not negative, but our contingencies are fully funded at the percentage target, not a dollar amount. And then we're betting more just on an uptick again, which would be more likely, I guess. That should be a pretty good stress test. So I guess, do you agree with that? Does that?
Yes, and I would also note in terms of the carryover fund balance, we've assumed some budgetary savings of about 5%, let's say roughly, each year. I think that's still quite conservative. For example, in 16-17, we experienced almost a 10% budget to actual variance, which is fairly significant. So I think between reserves, carryover fund balance, contingency, there are a number of things that could be tweaked, or we could consider how we are modeling those in the future that would adjust the picture.
Okay, so thanks, and that answers my question. But I get a handle on my thought process, I guess, when I'm considering these different options. But so in 2008, or as a result of it, for me, we were really well positioned because we were able to essentially continue our levels of service, and we consumed, as I recall, about 50% of our contingency reserves, and then we were able to start building those back up. And I guess I want to continue to feel like I have a high level of confidence we're going to stay in that position, knowing that there'll be cycles and there'll be things that the state will do, and there'll be unexpected events that occur.
I would certainly support that, and we could even consider adjusting the level of contingency reserves we maintain if the board felt strongly it needed to be, have an additional cushion prepared in the event of a serious recession.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Euler.
Yep. So right now, the bond cost of issuance, about $500,000, is that what we're assuming? And so if we were to look at this from the standpoint of the possibility of actually doing two separate issuances, is that the only duplication in cost that we'd be looking at?
Actually, the $500,000 is for the total of the two bond issues. So if you were to do one or the other, the cost of issuance would be approximately half that. It'd be allocated between the two issues. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because I know the bond counsel time and all the rest is
right.
Whether you're doing a $60 million or $30 million or $90 million, it's the same.
Right.
Scenarios 1 through 4 doesn't take us. None of them take us into a snapshot of what happens if the board were to say, let's go ahead and move forward with each of the capital improvements we identified, but let's hold off on both of the new buildings right now.
Thank you so much.
So we do look at the corner, we do look at the parkway, we do look at the jail facilities and the fairgrounds and the elections warehouse, Mr. Ronco's playground, or whatever we're going to call that. But we just say for those two buildings, let's just hold off on those. What kind of picture am I looking at in scenario 5 if we have that?
Yes, thank you. I actually intended to mention that, so I'm glad you brought it up. We did look at that as a possible option, and essentially we'd be reverting back to the baseline scenario. So what we would do is pay cash for the improvements approved by your board, so our capital reserves would be drawn down by that amount. But in terms of ongoing operations, we'd be retaining essentially the baseline scenario, all things considered.
Yeah. I mean, right now, I wish we could do all of it. I really do. But you touched on the thing that has scared me for years, and that is our PERS obligation. And with the hockey stick approach that I'm seeing to our PERS obligations over the next 5 years, practically a doubling of our obligation, I think, by 2024-ish is what we're looking at possibly, before we reach some kind of smoothing. I'm petrified of any additional significant obligation. And I know that we're limping along in that HHS building, and I know that Scott's office is, sitting there waiting for stuff to come back from the state, but at least we're going financially. And so that's my concern right now, is saying yes to any of those things that require the new debt until we understand what that new normal is going to be on those PERS obligations.
Supervisor Holmes.
Well, this may surprise you, Supervisor Euler, but I actually agree with you.
Well, it happens once in a blue moon.
Right. There's too much uncertainty out there with our pension obligation. We're going to have in-home supportive services that are going to come back to the county. There's uncertainty between certainly the federal district attorney general and our state attorney general. We don't know what's going to come down from this, and we keep getting things pushed down on us from the state and the federal government. So I just don't want to go into any further debt. I think we should be very conservative, and although I know we need the Health and Human Services building, but in the past we've been able to put money aside, and we were in pretty good shape. And we've actually, I'll use the Animal Services Center. We saved for that. We paid for it. It's functioning. And so anyhow, I agree. I don't really want to take on any additional debt in this time of uncertainty.
So I'm going to probably shock everyone here by saying I agree with Supervisor Euler and Supervisor Holmes. A number of years ago, I first proposed the idea that we take a look at financing some of this stuff and move forward.
And back then, I was not supportive, but more recently, I was.
Yeah, and then more recently, things changed again, and you're concerned about PERS, and I just went back and did a quick search about what have our county budgets been over the past X number of years, and back in 8-9. Our county budget was $863 million. The following year it was $769 million. I think we all remember how horrible that felt. It was just a sickening feeling to see our budget do that. And then in 10-11, it was even lower. It was $739 million. We saw in many areas of the county 40 and 50% declines in tax valuation. And we are, as Robert said, overdue for a downturn in the economy. I'm, hoping to God we just dodged that bullet. But I'm just really concerned that if we say, yes, let's go forward with this as worthy as all these projects are, we can find ourselves really at the short end of the stick within a very few years. And I do not want to put this board or any future board into the position of having to try to manage what we tried to manage in 9-10 and 10-11. It was ugly. It was just no fun at all. I questioned why I got into government. I no longer do. It's just all delightful now. I'm really concerned that if we move forward with the financing options that are in here, that it not only puts us at great risk financially, but even if everything is hunky-dory and it's all fabulous, it takes things like the multi-generational center off the table for the foreseeable future. It takes moving the Tahoe Justice Center to somewhere more appropriate than right there at Burton Creek off the table, and I'm just not willing to do that. So those are my thoughts, and Anyone else have any other thoughts?
On that rosy scenario, why don't we hear from Scott?
I know, I'm just like, doom and gloom.
No, I mean, Scott, why don't you, I mean, I don't want to interrupt the chairman here, or chair lady, but I like your project. I like the idea of Placer County being able to provide the kind of service that you want to provide for the crime lab, and I think that I would love for us to be in a position where we could do that. I think HHS needs new facilities, candidly. I'm just looking at what we don't yet know in terms of really what those ongoing obligations are going to be. And when I look at that, just that 5-year budget projection, when we start having these additional encumbrances, unless there is something out there that we're not aware of as a, some other revenue stream or something along those. And that's why, candidly, as you and I have talked over the last year and a half, why I've liked your project and I want to engage with your project more is I want us to figure out what can we do to develop potential revenue streams around that kind of a facility. And candidly, we might have even discovered one earlier today in a conversation that we had about lab space in Placer County. So anyway, with that, I mean, I know you're getting up here to sell us.
Well, first of all, thanks for the opportunity to come present again on our project. And it's difficult because all of these projects are great projects. And while I got the Cinderella project, these other ones aren't the evil stepsister. They're necessary. they're necessary projects as well. And talking to a guy that from 1983 to 2009, I was in the barracks at DeWitt. For 26 years, I grew up in those barracks at DeWitt, and I recognized the need to replace those barracks and how bad they were. That said, I can also tell you this, that I would go back into those barracks in a heartbeat to get the crime lab. I think it's that important to our county. It impacts all of our law enforcement agencies. It impacts our courts. I think that we're going to save. I think there's going to be unbelievable savings with overtime costs, with repeat court appearances, moving forward. Things that are just very difficult to quantify, but that are absolutely going to be there. And I think the court feels the same way, and I think our law enforcement partners feel the same way. We've heard your concerns, and particularly with regards to ongoing PERS liability, and we've taken a look at that PERS liability. And with your permission, I'll ask Jill Spriggs to come up here for a second, as well as Nuna Tavares and Lauren Featherstone. And I'm going to have them, with your permission, go ahead and talk a little bit about what we've looked at. So hearing your concerns at the last time we presented, which I believe was in March 21st, I think, or March of this year, we took a look at organizing it a little differently. We took a look at 3 models. Specifically, we took a look at the traditional county model, where you'd have a new county division of an agency or a new county agency that would manage the crime lab with all new county employees. And that's kind of how it was originally mocked up by the Smith Group in our feasibility study in 2016. We took a look at a little bit different. How could we do that and maybe keep the county cost to a minimum? And what we did is we took a look at if we could bring in independent contractors, with the idea that there would be certain key personnel within that organization that would be independent contractors. That would be county employees, but then they would oversee and manage the private independent contractors that would come in. And with that, we took it the next step and looked at a JPA, a Joint Powers Authority, and where would that net us? And we went out and we spoke with surrounding counties. We spoke with Nevada County. We spoke with El Dorado County. We spoke with Yolo County. We've got some letters for you that Jill and Nuna will be addressing, all of which there's tremendous interest in that. And they went out and spoke to their agencies that are needing services as well. While at the statewide California District Attorneys Association meeting in June, Tuolumne County and Sutter County both approached us and indicated they also had an interest. From the beginning, we've had an idea that if we build it, they will come. If we get this thing up here, we can seriously put together an economy of cost in running it by bringing in other agencies. Ms. Spriggs can talk to you a little bit about some of the statewide issues that we're facing going forward. This was a good idea when the economy was horrible. And now that the economy is better, it's still a really good idea. But I recognize that there's concerns going forward as to cost. With regards to some of the assumptions that Mr. Deeker mentioned, I think that we can tinker with those a little bit. I think that we could work with some of those. I know the Public Safety Fund, I'm told, is currently sitting about $8 million. While I wouldn't pretend to speak to all of that without talking to my criminal justice partners, I know that over the last several years we've put in $3.5 million with the idea that that money would be dedicated to the crime lab. So I'm not sure where the $2 million figure came from that was in that list of assumptions, but I actually think that should be, and would argue that that should be closer to 3.5, and perhaps after speaking with our criminal justice partners, be able to move that up as well. I don't think that we should totally drain that thing. Also, I think that we have I think that we can commit some asset forfeiture money that would total about $3 million currently, and maybe up to $4 million, maybe another $1 million going forward in the next year or two. That could go towards that, or at least equipment for that, the project as well, which again, it reduces the overall cost of the project by about 20%, so it lessens that debt management that we're having to deal with every year. So I think that there's some tinkering done there. The other thing I would argue, one, everybody knows that I've been a fan of this going forward with the morgue project. I think those two belong together. We haven't fixed our morgue issues in almost 80 years, 70, 80 years. I'm not sure the exact time, but it's been a long time. And we're in the process of fixing it. That project has to be done. And what better time to put these two projects together? I just don't see there being a better time to put those two projects together. The morgue is going to bring with it testing that's going to need to be done. And so why not keep control of that? My other issue is, I guess, when you're talking about adding up the pros and the cons, is I think it gives us an ability to control our growth going forward. Since about 2000, I had deputy district attorneys, one for about every 6,700 citizens. The last time I checked, which has admittedly been a couple years, I think we're running about 1 in 8,200 now, and it's been a while since I looked at those figures, so I may be off a little bit, but we are servicing our citizens, more citizens with the folks that we have. That said, they're making an unbelievable amount of court appearances, and the more court appearances they make, the harder it is to resolve cases, which means the more impacted things are, and the more people remain in the jail, which is an issue. And you have your daily cost of an individual in the jail. If we can dial those back, we don't have to grow as much in the future because my attorneys are handling less court appearances. You're getting people out of jail faster, and there's an overall savings to the system that I think is beyond belief. I can go on, but I should probably bring up Nuno and Jill and have them go ahead and start talking about what they've been working on.
Well, I was just going to make a comment, if you don't mind, Chair Montgomery, that the crime lab is basically the cornerstone of the criminal justice master plan rollout to reduce a lot of different things that are happening in our process. So while you've seen some of those inroads with regards to the event that you and Supervisor Holmes went to last week from the probation side to try to have positive outcomes there. The next step in the process to reduce time for everyone, time for the judges, time for the corrections officers to transfer people back and forth from the jail, times for the both public defender and defense counsel to reduce those appearance times. You do one and you actually get a bonus of another one. That's the beauty about this whole thing, is that if you can knock down one of Scott's, that's another one that our other folks at the PD don't have to go. So, I would at least, like to think if we can put our heads together to continue to move this forward, because it is so very important to the essence of what we're doing as far as from a criminal justice master plan prospect. And I would go so far as to say, if we're going to go forward with the coroner's project, that looking at possibly a build out of a top floor of a shell might be, to take advantage of the savings now as opposed to, waiting to do that in the future. So that may be something that we might want to consider going forward until a time in the future that we can go ahead and say, okay, yeah, we can dial our budget in now. So if there's stomach for that, let's talk about that.
Yeah, and to be clear, Jack, and thank you for your comments. I'm not sitting here wanting to say no to either of these projects. I truly feel compelled to simply say not yet. And it's all based on what is really scaring the hell out of me, and that is these unknown costs that we're going to be facing over the next few years. And I intuitively have always believed that there are a number of operational cost savings, things that we're currently doing now within your office, within the sheriff's department, with our partners, be they the city police departments, within the court. There are a number of savings that will be realized. We simply have not quantified those yet. We have not really digested those yet, and so we can't turn to CEO's office and say, we need you to incorporate these assumptions, because we really haven't dialed those in yet. And I to Jack's point, we move forward with a coroner's facility, a morgue, and we do it absent anticipating an expansion to a crime lab. That, shame on us for that. I think it absolutely needs to be phase 2 of this is phase 1. What can we count on that we're going to leverage in the future within the morgue? What do we build into that will be usable by a crime lab at some point in the future? Meanwhile, let's go get with Sutter and Yolo and Yuba and Nevada and El Dorado and hell, even Alpine. We can come along. And let's put together whatever, if you need a separate form of governance, or simply them committing to process their stuff with us.
Simple
at
fee
some
for
point.
service.
So that we have something more we can count on. The further down that road we get, and that'll take us a little bit of time, hopefully not 2-3 years to get to that point, we will be continually working on refining our PERS obligations numbers and all the rest. Again, I'm not saying no to any of this. I know HHS needs a new facility. And I'm a big fan of what we're doing with looking at the government center as one new cohesive operating unit serving commercial needs and all the rest. Big fan of all that. And I know the HHS building is a key part of that conversation as well. Just at what point are we going to be secure enough where we feel comfortable with any kind of a debt issuance? And right now, it's one of those, I believe cash is king. The only reason we were able, as we did in this county, to survive that downturn, and the only layoffs we had was with building inspectors, because we didn't have buildings to inspect that were being built, was because we were sitting pretty good on cash at the time, and I'm fearful of it as well. Go ahead.
And just so everybody knows my mind, I'm coming at this today wondering how we can actually not build a HHS facility. So I know you might have to leave, but a question for Ken is, if we don't build that thing, now what happens to the facility? I don't want to cut into your time, Scott, but you might have to leave early. So I want feedback on that, because I've toured all of those facilities at HHS, and I just don't know how much longer they're going to last in terms of literally standing up.
No,
but,
I agree.
And I would point out that in the period when we did aggressive construction, we did borrow some. I don't think we ever peaked 20% of debt for the total cost of the project, but all of them going forward cumulatively, I think we got up to like 18% or 19, maybe a little over 20, but my recollection is that we stayed under 20, so it's not like through good times and bad, we didn't have some debt service to deal with. And I like the conversation about strategically going back to the conversations of what cost savings are there overall to the county with both of the facilities, or 3 of them that might have to have some level of debt capacity. But I'm concerned about us being able to do that too, and what that does to our operations. I mean, for me, as I tried to reiterate or allude to in my prior comments, is that I think our first commitment has to be able to retain our levels of service in our existing operations across the board. And then after that, if we can deal with these other things like retirement commitments, our unfunded liabilities, both. I'm looking for answers and ways to make it all successful for everyone, but I have concerns like everyone else. But I have personally a big hurdle coming in with not building that HHS facility. If we didn't do that for another 10 years or 20 years or 5 even, do those buildings literally start falling down?
I think those are both very valid perspectives. I would say that whatever action, whatever decision this board makes today does not preclude, as Kirk points out, a conversation 2 years from now or 3 years from now, revisiting
6 months
this.
from now, once we get better numbers from operational savings and those, I'm open. Sorry, I didn't turn this on. I'm open to these components being an ongoing conversation. Really, the issue is the debt issuance. That for me right now. And to the extent that we can move projects forward with cash that we know are needed, have some kind of internal rate of return that we can appreciate, like the Parkway project, those kinds of things, which encourage development and our assessed valuation down there, all those things. I think those are obvious, and we can do it from a cash position. But I'm open to this being an ongoing, and maybe we set some kind of a threshold. Maybe we say, once we reach assurances of a number of agencies or potential partners that assure us a revenue stream that reaches this level, and let's construct the scenario. Let's have the conversation that says, okay, now we have enough comfort in offsetting, and with the crime lab, clearly more so than HHS, where my concern I think is doubled is the new operational expense that we're absorbing beyond what we have under HHS, right? We are introducing a new element of operational expense. And
Absolutely.
So that's really what I'm focused on is how far down the road can we get to offsetting the new operational expense? The debt expense, it's just going to be a function of when we look at our projections over the years. Do we have that appetite? It's really the operating side that I want to see, and taking into consideration what Jack pointed out, and that is the savings in other areas by reducing the court appearances, faster turnaround times, quicker convictions, shorter jail stays, all those other things.
And if I know, Supervisor, you need to leave, but we have pinned down a few numbers, probably with a little more detail than you would expect, and also with Ms. Spriggs, she can talk to you a little bit about some of the grant opportunities that we're missing out on as well, which are fairly significant. And
sure.
So with that,
I'm here. I'm good.
I'm going to ask those two to come on up here. Let me give you a little bit of the background on Ms. Spriggs real quick before they take the thing. Take the stand. It's my attorney coming out. It's my attorney coming out on me. In November of 2016, Ms. Spriggs retired as the laboratory director for the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office Laboratory of Forensic Services. She oversaw a full operation crime lab serving the citizens of Sacramento County. She holds almost 30 years of professional experience in the area of forensic science, specializing in DNA analysis. Prior to working at the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office, she was the bureau chief for the California Department of Justice Bureau of Forensic Services and oversaw the operations of 13 regional crime laboratories, as well as a DNA data bank, which is the 4th largest in the world. Her oversight of the bureau included an $85 million budget, approximately 450 employees, all the state labs, which performed forensic analysis for, at that time, 46th. I think we actually became the 47th county that she oversaw. She was instrumental in starting the familial search program, rapid DNA analysis program, for rape kit processing, and cold hit outcome project. She consults on cold cases and teaches in the area of DNA. She's taught classes at UCD, Cal State University, University of New Haven, West Coast campus in Sacramento, and University of Phoenix. She holds a bachelor's degree in forensic science and a master's degree in business administration. She's also the past president of the American Society of Crime Lab Directors, past vice chair for the Consortium of Forensic Science Organizations, secretary for the American Congress of Forensic Science Laboratories, and the past president for the California Association of Crime Lab Directors. She's testified in 2 Senate hearings on Forensic Science in Washington, D.C., as well as before the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. She is very knowledgeable about the subject, so I'm going to let her take over.
I am not Jill.
You are not, though. Yeah, I could tell that.
I was going to start off with a moment of yoga.
New-
What do you guys
new
think? A little
suit,
yoga
new suit.
before? It's just a recycled suit. Yeah. Once I fought with the belt, I was able to get it on. Okay, so obviously the discussion here is mostly a fiscal one, which I'm not going to get into. I'll let Lauren get into mostly, but just quickly hitting on some of the discussion that the board has already had. Again, reiterating our thank you to you guys for allowing us to come before you and have this discussion one more time. So the discussion about the crime lab and the morgue being built together, I think that discussion is, I'm excited to hear that the discussion is being discussed, because we are at a tremendous opportunity right now. We only get one chance really to potentially build that foundation and to have all the savings and costs that Lauren will talk about and so forth. When we put these two projects together, you're going to hear shortly from Jill in the practical application of having a crime lab and a coroner's office together. Obviously, with no doubt, this coroner's office needs to happen, and we hope that they happen, if not at the same time, within relatively short order of each other, addressing the concerns that the board here is addressed today. If we look back in our last 40, 50 years, there's always been some kind of drug or chemical that's been a public safety threat or a threat to our public, whether it's LSD, anthrax, opioids, and now this fentanyl. And tomorrow's threat, while we may not know what it is, we have an opportunity, and quite frankly, I think an obligation, to try to put solutions in place to deal with that. So as a veteran presenter, I don't need PowerPoint, thank you.
Sorry.
Yes. So I think we have that opportunity right now to address tomorrow's threat, whatever that may be. Let me quickly talk about the fentanyl threat now. In my briefcase back there, I was able to get 3 directives from law enforcement partners here in Placer County who send out direction to their officers to not test drugs in the field due to the threat of the exposure. I mean, it takes less than a couple grains of salt to kill somebody with that level of exposure. So it's a big question mark. What are we doing? And it's not just us across the country. I've spoken with the crime lab director in Madison, Wisconsin, and they got to the point where they said, we don't know what to do. So what they did do is they carved out a section of their lab. So let me quickly go over this. An officer pulls somebody over. They find what they think is drugs. They take those drugs, put them in a NIC test, with essentially a Ziploc bag, break the chemicals, and it gives them an indication, a presumptive, of what kind of certain panel of drugs that it is. Based on that, the officer's observation, there's probable cause, arrest happens, those drugs get sent to the laboratory, where about 60 days later, they will get results back confirming that, giving that to the DA, allowing the case to move forward or not. So that's today's general process. Well, with now removing that NIC test, if you will, from the field, due to officer and public safety, we're left with coming up with a solution. So in Madison, they said what they did is they carved out a small section of their lab, and they have the officer come in, and using some of the lab's equipment, they test the drugs there, and then the officer books it into evidence, and they start the process. So I asked that director, I said, hey, we're a luxury of being able to potentially have some input on how this lab is used. And using today's problem, how would you address that? And she was real clear. She said, if I had an opportunity to build a lab and have some of that say so, I would have the officer come in, present those drugs to the chemist on scene, and within an hour get results. And that's it. We've removed that step. So back to the discussion of moving things a little bit quicker. I think in our jail, it's about roughly at minimum $140, $145 a day to house an inmate. Those are the kind of numbers that, as we explore more, I think can show that there is some actual savings. As quantifying those savings is important. Moving this process through is important. It's important for our public safety, for our officers, for our law enforcement partners here in Placer County. It's important. What you're going to hear here shortly is you're going to hear your board wanted some solutions to different crime labs. You're going to hear 3 solutions presented before you today. One is a reduced version of the traditional crime lab, which is all county employees. Another solution you're going to hear is a blend where the top layer is county employees and the rest are contract employees. And then the third solution you're going to hear is a JPA model. And I would say even within that JPA model, there are several models that you can explore there with our partners. In speaking with our partners, like I said, we have some letters there where these folks do want to do some business with us, and they understand the frustrations they have now with their labs and with the services they have. So with that, I'm going to let you guys hear from the folks that really know about labs and hear from the folks with the numbers. So if you're okay, I'll hand it over to Jill, the real Jill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lauren Featherstone with the DA's office. Today we're going to look at 2 separate models. The 3 models that Nuno had mentioned, the contract and JPA, we assumed that the cost would be similar in those 2 models. So I'm just going to show basically an all-county staff model and then a JPA model. The county model, well, both models actually have a phased-in approach, with us starting with essentially hiring a crime lab director up front, who would be in charge with putting together the policies and procedures of the lab, as well as hiring and purchasing equipment in the first year of actual construction of the lab. And then moving into 12 employees in the second year, this would basically be, we would start doing toxicology and drug chemistry initially, and then phase into DNA, and then ultimately fingerprints and digital forensics. So for the costing that I looked at, I pulled costings from Sacramento County, and I looked at the cost models for criminalists, supervising criminalists, a lab director, as well as the forensic lab techs. And I used a mid-range, a mid-step for each of those employees in this county model. And then for the lab director exclusively, I used a top step, just assuming that since we were new, we would hire someone on at the highest level in order to get our operations up and running. And then in future years, I did a 3% cost inflation year over year, just to project for cost of living increases and things of that nature. The operating costs that are listed were basically assumptions that were derived when we came to you a few months back from looking at operating costs associated with the current public health lab that we have, as well as Smith Group informing us what training costs and accreditation costs might cost. So that's where those operating costs come from. The eliminated contracts would be our contracts that we have with Department of Justice for our current toxicology, as well as Valley Tox, who does a minimal amount of toxicology as well as calibration of our PAS devices. And then the estimated revenues line has revenues from court fines and fees, primarily vehicle code fines, as well as Prop 69 money. And those would be, basically the reason why the first 2 years there's 0 for eliminated contracts is until we work through our accreditation, we would still need to rely on DOJ to process our talks initially until we get through the accreditation process, and then we can go ahead and get rid of that contract completely. And then the contract JPA model, all the operating costs, contracts, and revenues are the same. The only thing that's different is the staffing costs. For this, from conversations that I had with Smith Group and Greg LaBerge at the Denver Crime Lab, they recommended taking a 20% increase over current salaries for county employees, because knowing that independent contractors would not have the benefit package that county employees do, they would, so essentially I took the hourly rate of a county employee and multiplied it by 20% to give you an estimate of what a contractor JPA model staffing cost would look like over the next 5 years.
Good afternoon. Okay, so one of the things that we did was we took into a few things into consideration into building this crime laboratory. So Supervisor Euler talked about the costs. One of the things that we did was, when we'll go into this in a little bit, is we did a phased-in approach. So you don't have a crime lab where you have all these employees coming in and working. We did a phased-in approach over 2 or 3 years because we understand we're trying to minimize those costs. So that's one thing. The other thing that's very important to understand is the missed grant opportunities. So under the new Justice for All Act that was just signed by the President, there are several grants within that. One of them is Coverdale. Coverdale can be used for training, it can be used for backlog, and it can be used for equipment. So if you were to add all these grants up together, you're probably missing out on about $1 million to $1.5 million grant money, grant funding. DNA backlog grants. Those are your backlog grants for DNA cases. So DNA cases such as property crimes, rape cases, homicides, that money can be used to fund positions. It can also be used to fund equipment and also supplies and any type of overtime. Research and forensic science. Research is a very, very important component of forensic science, especially partnered with a coroner's office. You can go ahead and you can embrace that research and get lots of money for different research methods, things such as gunshot residue, things such as digital evidence capabilities, all of that. And as well as there's the sexual assault kit grants. So just in the last year, under the Justice for All Act, there is about $13 million in Coverdale funds that could possibly, you could put in a opportunity for, funding for. DNA backlog grants is approximately $100 million. Research and forensic science, usually there's typically about $20 to $40 million. And with sexual assault kit grants, which is in the new Justice for All Act, is about $45 million. So in all of that, you'd be able to put in a solicitation and try to get some grant funding. Also, you're going to have the California Office of Traffic Safety grants. The federal government puts through the state of California as a pass-through Office of Traffic Safety grants, which can be used for toxicology. There's a difference between solid dose drugs, which you're going to see, which is drugs you can hold in your hand, such as cocaine, marijuana, heroin, methamphetamine. And then there's also toxicology, which is drugs which is found in the urine and blood. So with the California Office of Traffic Safety grants, it has to do with driving and driving under the influence. So you're able to get breath instruments for blood alcohol, toxicology instruments. You're able to acquire overtime for employees. So it's a very good grant mechanism for you. Then there's also burn grants. We've heard a lot about burn grants lately in the press. Those are grants also that can be used for any type of drug enforcement drugs, so such as solid dose drugs, positions. And then also what's very important also, which is part of that Justice for All Act, is the blood worth grants, and that is partnering with the Innocence Project. So I think it's very important as a crime lab that you not only help to exonerate the innocent also, and that would be partnering with the Innocence Project to do DNA cases and go over cases. There's a Northern California Innocence Project that I worked with while I was at the Sacramento DA's office that is very willing to work with you on those grants. And newest now is the opioid crisis. So we have heard that there will be grant money coming down for crime laboratories for the opioid crisis in the way of equipment, positions, supplies. And then lastly, I want to talk about a needs assessment. If you go back last week and you look at Attorney General Sessions, he has put out a document in the press that says there needs to be a needs assessment done, which is part of the Justice for All Act, which talks about doing a needs assessment for labs. What supplies, training, equipment do labs need? So there's going to be a lot of more grant opportunities coming out on that, and I'd hate to see for you all to miss that. So the time is now to do this. Within the California Department of Bureau of Forensic Services, I was the chief during the bad economic years, 2008, 2009. I saw firsthand how we were going to go fee for service. We did not have enough funds to support the Bureau and to supply 13 laboratories throughout the state. So we were at the point of going fee for service. We were having Senate public safety hearings regarding that. We ended up finding money because we increased the fees on Prop 69 funds. Now in the last year, those fees have not come through because we're arresting less people, and last year they had an $8 million shortfall. One of the things that they looked at was closing a Riverside laboratory down south. What if they closed the Sacramento DOJ laboratory, toxicology laboratory? What would you do? So what is going to happen in 2008, 2019? No one knows. The new Attorney General did find some funding to help with that shortfall, and that came out of another bureau. And I also want to point out, just recently, the Texas Department of Public Safety announced that they will go free for service. They're the largest Bureau of Forensic Services within Texas. And all their law enforcement is going to have to pay for services. They had an $11.5 million cut. Just so you can get an idea how much that would mean, they equated it to DNA analysis of $550 per case, and alcohol analysis would be $75, toxicology $150. There's a comment there by one of the county DA's associations, but in the last week they have found that money. But what is going to happen next year? So what we did, as I talked about, that Supervisor Erler had brought up, was we did a phased-in approach so that we weren't taking a crime laboratory full of employees and the first year you had all your employees. We understand the budget. So we did a phased-in approach where we would want to get your best bang for your buck. So right now you're sending out toxicology, you're paying DOJ to do your drug cases. So within 6 months after the building is built, or I'm sorry, within a year after the building is built, you would have an accredited drug chemistry section, toxicology section, blood alcohol, and laboratory technician also would be included in that, and a breath calibration section. That would mean that you are right then and there able to get grant funds, Office of Traffic Safety funds, any type of Coverdale. It would be accredited. Next, what we would do is, while that's doing that, we would phase in the DNA analysis, and then at the end of 2020, you would have a fully functioning DNA section. Then that would allow you, and be accredited, you would have CODIS, which means you could upload profiles into the DNA databank. You would be solving crimes. I will tell you, in my experience, 46 to 50% of all the hits that we receive in the crime laboratory are from property crimes. Those are people breaking into houses, breaking into cars, leaving behind a fingerprint that can be swabbed for DNA, a piece of blood, piece of hair, piece of skin. That's where you're going to get a lot of your hits. And that's where your constituents for Placer County is really going to help them, knowing that when their house is broken into, it's being sent to the crime laboratory. So that would allow you to get those DNA fundings. And then lastly, as I told you, a phased-in approach. You would have firearms, latent prints, but most importantly, you would have digital evidence. We've all heard of cybercrime. We've all heard of people keeping things on their phones, on their computers. You would be able to get that information off in an accredited manner, handed over to the law enforcement or DA's office to look at. One of the things that's very important in today's world is most states have a commission. Texas has a commission on forensic science. North Carolina has a commission. California is one of the few states that don't. So one of the things that we think as part of our liability as far as people doing casework is to have a board of directors. That would be a transparent, independent board of directors comprised of the district attorney's office, law enforcement representatives, defense community, forensic practitioner, victim advocate, and a university research representative, so that you have that research component, which is so important to a crime laboratory. They would be able to look at any procedures, if there's any issues going on in the lab, and so that would hopefully fulfill any type of liability that you might have with owning your own crime lab. We've all seen the issues in crime labs under the microscope after a sting of shoddy suspect and fraudulent results, bad blood at the Dallas County Crime Lab. Austin PD knew about moldy rape kits back in April. Crime lab missteps presents problems for prosecution, defense, and survivors. And then we've all heard about Annie Dukin from Massachusetts, who thousands and thousands of drug cases were overturned. Now this particular laboratory was unaccredited. Your lab would be accredited. Your employees would also have a background done on them, a very thorough background, and you'd also have this board of directors. And what also helps is your accreditation. So the importance of accreditation is ISO accreditation. ISO means equal. ISO doesn't stand for anything, it's Greek. You have over 400 standards. The criteria comes from the International Organization of Standardization. It's an intensive focus on management and documentation. Quality management system is your pyramid to success. That means your technical and corrective action procedures are there. If there's an issue in the laboratory, you go through a corrective action procedure. And then also during your inspection, during your assessment, they will also look at that to make sure that you have done everything you can for that corrective action. Standardized training manuals, a quality assurance manager, a laboratory operations manual, and a laboratory information management system to make sure you routinely track the chain of custody of all your evidence. Also, it gives customers and stakeholders confidence. It's better transparency and consistency. You're accountable to a higher authority, comprehensive documents, constructive communication, and improved record keeping. So you not only have your board of directors, but you would also have your accreditation. Okay, so one of the things that we have seen in the press since about February 2009 when this came out, the NRC, the National Research Council, they published a report called Strengthening Forensic Science in the United States, A Path Forward. One of their recommendations out of the 13, which is number 4, talks about to improve the scientific basis of forensic science examinations and to maximize independence from or autonomy within the law enforcement community, Congress should authorize and appropriate incentive funds to NIFS for allocation to state and local jurisdictions for the purpose of removing all public crime forensic labs and facilities from administrative control of law enforcement agencies and prosecutors' offices. Now, I'm going to tell you what administrative means, because we've all heard this in the press, that as soon as there's something that comes out from a laboratory, we need to remove them from law enforcement. Administratively means that forensic scientists should function independently of law enforcement administrators. Okay, this does not mean you remove it from under law enforcement or a D's office as a separate entity, just administrative control. And how do we do this? We do this with the help of our ISO standards, and ISO accreditation protects the independence of labs. So let me show you this. So the ISO standard 4, and I'm a lead assessor. I'm a lead assessor for ANSI, ASQ, National Accreditation Board. One of the things I do when I go into a lab to be a lead assessor is I actually sit down with the supervisors and I sit down with the lab director and I ask them, are you under any undue influence from your parent organization? Are they telling you what to do? Are you working independently? And if they tell me, yes, I'm under undue influence, then they're not going to get accredited. They're going to get a no on this standard. And to protect the independence of labs, 4.1.4 is to mitigate conflicts of interest by requiring administration of professional independence from other parts of the parent agency. 4.1.5a, managerial and technical personnel who have the authority and resources needed to carry out their duties. And here's the important one, 4.1.5b, freedom from internal and external pressures. And 4.1.5d, policies and procedures in place to avoid involvement in any activities that would diminish confidence in its competence, impartiality, judgment, and operational integrity. And then we have 4.15e is focus on reporting relationships within the parent organization and the reporting relationship to management, quality assurance programs, staff, and technical operations. Define the organizations in its place in the parent organization. So as far as liability goes, we have a background, we have ISO accreditation, and we have a board of directors. So all of that encompassing helps to prevent any type of incidents that would happen into a crime lab. One of the other things that I did when I was at Bureau of Forensic Services was, in order to minimize any other potential types of liability, was we weighed the drug envelope when it came in and out of the lab. We routinely took 5 random samples from each person who did drug testing and had them run by somebody else. They didn't know what samples were going to be run. The supervisor picked them out and had them rerun. We also rerun blood alcohol samples, and then 5 of those also each month, so that we knew that there was no mix-up in samples. So that would be another way of ensuring liability. So appropriateness, does an appropriate relationship exist between the parent organization and the lab? Needs to be documented. Everything needs to be documented. If it wasn't documented, it didn't happen. So you would have objective evidence to ensure the absence of undue influence. Does the lab have its own budget? So it has a quality management system. Does the quality manager report to the lab director? Authority and personnel whose work affects the examination of exhibits and the reporting of results, and qualifications of the supervisor. One of the things that's very important within crime laboratories is Brady versus Maryland. This is a United States Supreme Court case in which the prosecution had withheld from the criminal defendant certain evidence. If you have an issue in a crime laboratory, such as a mix-up of samples, someone stealing samples, you need to let the DA's office know right away, because the DA's office has an obligation to let the defense know of any quality issues within the crime lab. It protects the defendant and ensures the innocent are not convicted, and the crime laboratory under a DA's office will ensure that this obligation gets done, and that's another way of ensuring that you have liability on those issues. So one of the things I want to talk about is a joint construction between the coroner's office and the crime laboratory. In my opinion, building a coroner's office without a crime lab is like building a car dealership without a service department. And by that I mean there is communication that goes on between that coroner's office and that crime laboratory. I saw it firsthand. The coroner's office in Sacramento was on the first floor. The crime lab was on the second floor. I was up and down the stairs constantly all during the day. We partnered on crime scenes that were going out. We also partnered on officer-involved shootings that were going on. Forensic cases. We were to help each other, go down and help them if they needed to collect something. We were able to do all that, take photos, work with them on autopsies. We also did a lot of consultation at the autopsy in the field with the coroner's office as well as other criminal justice partners. We also did joint training sessions. So we not only did our own training in-house together, but we also gave the coroner's office training, and they gave us training. Crucial evidence is received from the lab right away, and that needs to be analyzed. And let me give you an example. Last year, we had a run of opioid cases within Sacramento. So I'm not sure if you know this, but the pills, they were Vicodin, or Percocet, they looked just like you would see that you buy at the pharmacy. In fact, my staff called me up and said, "Can you tell the difference?" And I couldn't. They were laced with fentanyl, and they were killing individuals. The coroner's office would go out to these deaths. They would pick up the drugs that were maybe by the body. They would come back, autopsy the body. They would take the blood. We did the toxicology. We were able to do the pills in a day for the pills, a couple days for the toxicology, and we had 5 to 7 deaths within that week. Because we worked together on it, we were able to save lives. The crime laboratory was able to get out with the coroner's office pictures of the photos of these pills so that people did not take those pills. We had a media release. We worked with Health and Human Services. And because we were there together, working together, we really made a difference and saved lives. Thank you very much.
So we have letters, and like I mentioned earlier, we've made contact. These are recent additions that we threw into the program. I'm not sure if you have them or not. But suffice it to say, there's interest out there in doing this crime lab. There's interest within our community, and there's interest outside of our community because the need is recognized. I know we've appeared in front of you multiple times. I've had personal conversations with many of you through the years that I think this is a good idea, and I very much hope for the opportunity to continue to work with our criminal justice planning partners and identifying, quantifying, if you will, system-wide needs and areas that we can save. And I want to continue discussions and maybe tighten up those discussions with other jurisdictions as we move forward. It sounds like you're looking forward to some time to identify what our long-term obligations are going to be before you make a decision on some of the projects that have been brought before you today. And if so, I'm just looking for the opportunity to continue to move forward.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, I apologize for having missed the first part of your presentation when you were discussing the grant opportunities. You have a list of them here. When evaluating the grant opportunities, are these broken down, or can they be broken down by you're only eligible once you have committed X number of dollars to construction? They are grants for construction. They are grants for operation. Do we have these broken down in some fashion that allows us to say, okay, if the board were to commit X number of dollars within this time frame, it makes us eligible for these grants from a construction standpoint, or any of that?
From a construction standpoint, there are no construction type grants.
Okay, so these are all operational?
These are all operational grants.
Okay.
And once you're accredited, you're eligible for these grants.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
But these are not, at least in my slides, they're not broken down in terms of, are they one-time grants, are they annual ongoing for a period of time? How much are they? I don't have that. Do we have that data?
We can break it down by approximately how much they would be, and they're ongoing, so they're renewed each year.
Okay. All right, that would be very helpful as well. Again, Scott, I think you see where I'm going with this. I want to look at what, let's get together with the court and let's say, okay, reasonably, what do we think we could do in terms of reducing appearances? What does that do? To Jack's point, saves for us both prosecution and defense costs, right? Transport costs, anything. Let's do the best we can with realistic expectations of cost savings, and look at what would these things do, because making any of these decisions without that information, I don't think is prudent for us. But clearly, these grant opportunities are important. If they're annual and ongoing, then they're not really missed grant opportunities. They might be missed for a calendar year until you get your accreditation.
Right.
But if so.
And I believe Ms. Briggs, and correct me if I may have misheard, but I believe she estimated that with a lab of our size, they would come in $1 million to $1.5 million range under the current level of grants.
Aggregated, these grants all aggregated would be $1 million to $1.5 million, what we think we could expect. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Yep. But we can break that down further.
Right. No, I think we need to. I really do. I think we're at that point where we really need to understand these numbers.
Supervisor Wygant.
Just to add on to that, I've been in meetings in D.C. Becky and I know I've sat in at least one on a year, probably a couple of years, but I would say that my impression of the expectations with regards to grants are the same as what Scott and his office has taken forward. It's just not a guarantee. It's not something we can put in our spreadsheet as an absolute. But today, it sounds to me like these kinds of grants are the kinds of things that are available and about the scope that they've discussed.
It seems to be very pessimistic as far as grants for building, but equally optimistic on grants once you're up and running. And that seems to be the message that we've gotten. I spent some time in D.C. as well, back there talking to different people and what was available. And I mean, everybody's like, once it's up and running,
Couldn't our congressman just give us an earmark?
Just don't get me started.
He could, yeah. Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public. Any questions or comments from any member of the public on this?
Madam Chair, if I could, I am curious, Ken, your perception, and Jeff might have something to throw in. I know we have some buildings where we have quit doing maintenance because it's not worth doing the maintenance anymore.
Run out of duct tape.
That is my expectation of several of the facilities that I've seen at HHS, but I want a professional, objective, what's your assessment? You're responsible for all that.
There are definitely a host of buildings, many of those ones in HHS, that we do a very limited amount of maintenance on. We will keep them going as long as we can. That is what we do. We have looked in the past of also leasing properties outside private properties around. We did that a few years ago when the lease for Enterprise was up. Found some potential, but we couldn't find anything that brought everybody together, so it'd have to be diverse or spread out. So I think it would be pushing to think those things could move out 20 plus years. I think as the group was talking about the future plan too, there was discussions of a no debt alternative about how long would it take. I think those alternatives were 10 to 15 years, so that gives you a little bit of thought about what that might mean if we were try to do the same thing with no debt.
And I don't know if you can, but could somebody, the number in my head, my memory, so that's scary, it strikes me that the COPs we've done in the past, they varied because we'd build a building sometimes with very little debt, but I don't recall building anything without any debt, including CEDRA that did a probation thing, sheriff's facility, South Placer Justice Facility, and it seems to me that over time we tended to borrow up to about 20% of the cost of those constructions. Does anybody have that number?
I do not have the number, although I think as we did the research, there was borrowing on most of the projects that were done. So I think that is a true statement.
Well, if somebody could get that for us, I think it would be very useful to the board.
One thing I'd have you guys at least keep in mind, when you talk about an interest rate environment of 3 or 4%, escalation, I think I brought this up before, escalation nowadays exceeds that. So buildings are getting more expensive over time, and they're likely to grow at a faster rate than the current interest environment. I think it's just something important for your board to be aware of.
Well, and I just ran the numbers for what it's worth, but kind of stuff I'd like staff to bring back. But no shot at you, Scott. Where did you go? But if we borrowed for everything except the crime lab, we would borrow 20% of our construction costs. And then embedded in the HHS facility is about half of the debt service being funded through grants, which would effectively cut our interest rate in half. So again, that's the kind of, it gets back to Jack's original comments about, you know, what I would describe as operational efficiencies or synergism and all of those kinds of things as we go forward next several months. Thanks.
Before I open it up to the public, any last questions or comments from the board? Okay, any member of the public wish to comment on this agenda item?
Mike Garabedian, Chair of the Placer Group Sierra Club. Of course, as you know from our history, we're opposed to Placer Parkway. And in my personal opinion, the voters voted against Measure M because they didn't want to spend public money, their tax money, on this kind of project. You did allocate $6 million earlier this year for the first design phase of part one of the Placer Parkway, and now we're talking about $5.5 million next year and $14.5 million after that. Of course, the Sierra Club's the concern is greenhouse gas emissions and climate change, because new lanes only cause more traffic, vehicle miles traveled, more greenhouse gas emissions, and so forth. And it just doesn't really, all the studies show new capacity just invites more capacity, it doesn't relieve it. So what's I think particularly pertinent here is that investment is speculative about what it's going to bring. I mean, will the building boom come, and will the buyers come? Will the people really come from San Francisco? How many? And the people who can't afford to buy homes is a major problem already. And then let's look at the construction trades. What's really going on there? I mean, in the paper, someone said they've moved to other areas because of construction. No, my experience is all the building that has gone on that didn't go on, I think most of those people have aged out, retired out. They're still here, a lot of them, and they aren't going to be going back into this. And with the border closing, the basic workers, the low-level workers, will they keep coming? These people don't go up through journeyman or other levels anyway. They move on. And what about, builders, as the paper noted, are looking for college students, I guess, who might do something during the summer. So that is I think an unwise investment in that, as well as environmentally problematic, and we hope that would not be part of your capital improvement plan.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for last comments or questions. Any comments or questions from any member of the board? Okay, we are being asked, there's a couple of different specific asks here. I'm going to go through them kind of one at a time. We are being asked under item 1B, or excuse me, 5A1A, to commit at least $4.5 million annually to facility rehabilitation, $3 million facility renovations, $1 million, and capital planning, $500,000. What's the pleasure of the board? We have a motion and a second on that. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, this next one's going to be a little bit more complicated. Jerry, I'm going to suggest we take these one at a time, just for utmost clarity. Okay. What is the pleasure of the board on item A1B1, the Auburn HHS admin building?
Again, Madam Chair, I support the project. I know we need the project. I'm not saying no with my no vote. I'm just saying not now with my no vote, and that's where I am on this, as well as the crime lab. I'd like some more information on the crime lab, and drilling down on some of these costs and the opportunities that we have to offset some of these costs with some of these partnerships. And also just now on the HHS building, I'm just not, so.
I take it that's not a motion in favor in that case.
Well, right,
Okay.
and again, I support us doing it ultimately. It's not, no, it's just not now.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wants to make a motion on that one?
Well, I just question is how, I'm good with, some kind of a continuing work plan as long as we have some kind of a continuing work plan as compared to just setting aside to talk about it. So if nothing else, if we could give staff some expectations. I mean, I have some specific questions about actually looking at some different iterations of the spreadsheet that you ran. I'd like to see, for example, what happens if our assessed valuations or property tax revenues grow at 4%, which I think would still be conservative. And what does that do to our reserve? Because we have done things like build a lot of facilities over the years and then come up against lack of funding for retirement medical benefits, which was a huge liability that we had to fund, and we did it. And then we hit 2008, and we did that essentially with keeping our levels of service. So I guess to me, as long as we don't set these things aside.
And that's a really good point. Maybe the question I should have asked is there a level of funding that our board can commit in moving this project forward, whether it's some planning, some engineering, some whatever, that does keep it moving forward without triggering, okay, now we've committed enough that we have to go spend the money through the bonded indebtedness.
And for both projects?
That's a good question.
Well, and it's my understanding that even if we were to not give specific direction to that, we have existing county dollars. If we're not going to be spending everything that we've got in front of us, we have county dollars that can be used programmatically to continue to look at some of these opportunities, and opportunities like the multi-generational center, Burton Creek. So
well, I'm at the point where I want to say go for it with everything on there except for the two biggies that trigger the debt. Okay. And yet, is there something that we can do to move those things forward within our current capital contributions that would allow them to proceed down some planning path and get some refined numbers back on both from the cost standpoint, the revenue opportunities on the crime lab, but then let's spend a little more time drilling down on these PERS obligations and understanding those a little bit better.
So I think the answer to that is probably yes. We could move forward with everything except the two biggies as you characterize them. And I think there are county dollars and county staff available to continue exploring, for lack of a better term, what would be necessary to move forward to see if either of these made sense.
And for me, I actually can support that as long as I can get some feedback from staff as to what that work plan looks like and what kind of feedback and what kind of time frame we can get that feedback, et cetera.
Sorry. No, I was going to say if you would entertain also adding just two actual plans for the coroner's office, one without the second story and one with.
Kind of a cold shell type of a thing.
Exactly, yeah, and I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
Does council have any concern with that?
The only thing I'd want to point out is that the HHS building does allow use of the capital facilities fees, is part of that program. The coroner's office also allows public facility fees. They would not be allowed to be spent on the second floor of the building, so that would have to be all county funded.
And I may want to turn to Steve Newsom here, but I believe there was also discussion about potentially looking at building them side by side, so a similar thing where you could set it up to where, I believe I heard a phase 1 and a phase 2. It could be vertical or could be horizontal, so there's both of those options in play. So I think I've heard fairly good feedback on the crime lab. Maybe if Becky wants to chime in on any of that. On the HHS building, it might be helpful to hear what types of things the board, what types of information or analysis would be helpful to make a future decision on that. I think there are things we can be doing incrementally to move that forward, including project level CEQA as part of the government center master plan, and you need to correct me if I'm wrong on any of this stuff. As well as maybe some other efforts, criteria, documentation, et cetera.
So regarding the government, first off, the HHS building. We are planning coming back to your board at the next board meeting to talk about the government center master plan, which is a funded project. Part of that was what projects do we want to move forward on with the CEQA documentation, environmental review. And I think it would be our recommendation, particularly hearing what you're saying today, we continue moving that through. That is the next step in the process, likely to take a year, because there are lots of issues, not just with HHS building, but cultural resources on the DeWitt Center and affordable housing and all sorts of other opportunities we want to take advantage of in one environmental review. So we'll be bringing that back to your board next time, so that might be a great place to have the discussion regarding the crime lab. Absolutely, we always planned that they needed to be, we didn't want one to preclude the other, even if they didn't go at the same time, whether it's horizontal, whether it's vertical. We want to make sure that we have space at the Santucci Center for all the potential future uses we might use there. So I think that shouldn't involve any, there'll be some extra work, but it's not substantial, well within our work plans that we would intend to do, regardless.
And for me, if it's acceptable to everybody, if on the HHS building you could have some kind of a life cycle analysis, it doesn't have to be exhaustive, but I'm thinking something comparable to the way we look at our roads, so that it's easy to defer costs to other generations of supervisors by not fixing our roads currently. But I know from you guys that there's a minimum maintenance cost in perpetuity if we keep our roads at a particular level. So I'd like some more specific feedback on the HHS facility, because my perspective of it is it's in rough shape and getting worse.
And we'll make sure we bring that back with this item that's supposed to come back in September.
So you raise a good point, and I apologize for not considering it earlier, and that is the overall work program in the government center and as it regards this HHS building. So when we're looking at these obligations in the future, it assumes a certain track for our approval of the master plan of the government center, the adoption of the CEQA documents, all the rest. It assumes us not getting challenged and held up in court and not being able to move forward on them. So there are a number of assumptions there. What was assumed in terms of the time frame from today to we're good to go on turning dirt up there?
Although we're always optimistic it can be done less, but in typical, the environmental review is going to take a good solid year. And of course, if you get into complications, take a little longer. If it goes real smoothly, maybe not so. This one, I would assume there are a lot of moving parts, because we are going to be bringing back a plan that's not just HHS. It's about future private uses. It's about affordable housing. It's about a couple other elements. So I expect it to be a minimum of 12 months to get that done.
Okay. That helps.
Have you guys worked through your therapy down there?
Well, yeah, I mean,
not completely.
For me, the real issue is triggering the debt obligation. And if what we're saying is, do we as a board want to move all of these projects forward, knowing that the fairgrounds renovations can go happen the day after tomorrow? Fine, we got the money, we don't have any environmental review, just go tear stuff out and rebuild stuff, whatever we need to do. The Ronco playground can move forward the day after tomorrow, fine. I'm fine with all that. It's getting us up to that point of triggering that debt obligation that where I really get squeamish. And so if standing here today, staff saying that, yeah, if the board said you're comfortable ultimately considering all of these projects we can still continue to do work on all of these projects, not take any of them off the table right now, and at some point in the future, come back and say, okay, today's the day, are you ready to go and bond for these improvements for the HHS building? And are you willing to go and bond for these improvements for the crime lab?
The one that could be a little more complicated, because most of them are independent of each other.
Right.
Coroner and crime lab,
right.
I think there'll be a much more decision point. But I think our point would be not have one preclude the other.
Right, right. And I'm comfortable anyway that working with the district attorney's office, and I'm willing to sit with Nuno and the others and kind of drive my questions to at least satisfy my concerns. And I had a member of the court reach out to me yesterday to say, please do consider this moving forward, because we do see some real potential cost and time savings if this does move forward. I'm satisfied that within a relatively short period of time, 3 months-ish, I will at least have the answers that I need to give a solid thumbs up or thumbs down on the project.
And I think we would, I hope, with your direction today, allow us to move forward all, because there are things now we have to kind of start going down a direction. You can always step back so that we can move forward and get some of these done. But making sure we have some touch-ins where if there needs to be an adjustment, so be it. And I see the big one that comes together, again, being the coroner crime lab, because if they were housed in one building, obviously that decision has to come together. But we will make sure, regardless, going forward, that they don't preclude, that whether it's side by side, up over the top or below, that option remains available.
Okay. Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. I lost there for a minute. I think I'm just going to try to make a motion.
Okay, so is
that okay?
Before you move to a motion, a couple of things that your guys' comments just triggered in my mind. So I'm totally with you on worrying about the financial solidity of these decisions. I also have concerns, and I expressed this to Nuno, about the structure of the group that is going to be working together. And I think I'm going to want to see something more than lovely but fairly vague general letters of support from other counties saying, yeah, we think this is a swell idea. Let's let's put on a show. I want to see something that is much more formalized, that really, as I said to Nuno, kind of lays out the rights and the responsibilities of the party. Who's going to be bringing what to the table? And I'm not suggesting that Little Sierra County, if they become part of this, needs to bring $1 bajillion to the table. But I want to see a JPA that really lays out what is the relationship of the partners. Because, when I heard your comments about fee-for-service and the sort of sketchiness of how that has worked out for a number of crime labs, I thought, well, I don't want to rely on a fee-for-service model, and I want to rely on something that's a, good, solid JPA in writing, agreed to, that has, legal teeth to it. I mean, I think Jerry could probably, if he wanted to, I don't know if he wants to this late in the day, but Jerry's had a lot of experience putting together JPAs for the county. Some have been great and worked out really well. Others we learned what I'm just going to characterize as valuable lessons from. And I don't want to be learning a bunch of valuable lessons, but I also would be really hesitant to move forward with this without something very clear up front before we say, yes, let's go build it. So that's really my perspective on it, because I don't want us ending up with all the liability, either financial or legal, in terms of this. Sorry, I threw you under the bus, Jerry. Was there anything you wanted to add?
Well, no, I was just looking at the models. None of the models is really a JPA model, because all of them depend on county staff to operate. And there's no skin in the game for any of the other partners.
Yeah,
But
and that's my
you
concern.
can construct a JPA where you have the employees as county staff, but there is still skin in the game for the other jurisdictions.
Absolutely. It's just this particular flow chart, as identified in here, did not do that.
I think that was more operationally to show us in year one, this is what's going to happen year two and all the rest, as opposed to what the ultimate structure is.
Okay, so Supervisor Holmes, would you like to make some sort of a motion?
Yeah, some risk. I move that we direct staff to build the following capital projects. Number 2, the coroner facility. Number 3, elections warehouse. Number 4, jail facilities. Number 5, Placer Parkway Phase 1. And number 6, fairgrounds renovations.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second that, understanding that I will make a subsequent motion after we vote on this one to address the issue of the HHS building and the expandability of the coroner's facility.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's fair. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Madam Chair, I would move that we direct staff to continue the preparation of the Government Center environmental documents to assume the existence of an Auburn HHS admin building at what has been described to this board as its level of intensity of use, that we direct staff to come back to us with the life cycle analysis that Supervisor Wygant brought up, and that we do continue moving forward with conversations around the possibility of a coroner facility being expanded to include crime lab operations.
Second.
Can I ask for a clarification? Would that include the my concerns as to a JPA as well?
Absolutely, that would be part of any operations, yes.
Is that fair enough, Jerry? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Motion carries. I believe that we have...
We have another.
Number two. I'm sorry, that's right. We have not done. I was so close to being out of here. All right, we're going to move to item 5A2, A, B, C, and D. Do we have a motion for
Move
those
approval
items?
of those items?
Understanding that B is already funded.
Yeah.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, having completed all business, I am going to adjourn today's meeting in honor of Heather Heyer and Virginia Peace Officers Lieutenant Jay Cohen and Trooper Pilot Burke Bates, who were killed over the weekend. Thank you all.